Begin with a voice that feels like settling into deep water, calm and complete, as if the story has always been here, waiting to be remembered. The listener is invited to rest while hearing the full history of Ares, not as a tale of heroes or battles won, but as the Greek understanding of rage itself, how it begins, how it spreads, and what it costs. This is the story of a force the ancient world recognized as real and dangerous. The heat that rises in the chest when pride is challenged, the escalation that turns a single insult into generations of bloodshed, the seductive simplicity of violence when all other answers feel too slow or too complicated. Ares is not presented as a villain to fear or a hero to admire, but as a pattern to understand, a wave of emotion that crashes through individuals, families, and entire civilizations, promising strength, but often delivering only ash and exhaustion. The Greeks gave this pattern a name and a face so they could see it clearly, so they could teach each other to recognize the moment when conflict begins to feed on itself, when anger stops being a response and becomes an identity. Tonight, as the listener drifts towards sleep, they will hear how the god of war was born into a world already uneasy, how his presence revealed what the Olympians themselves struggled to contain, how his energy moved through mortal life like fire through dry grass, and how the Greeks built their wisdom around the hope that rage, no matter how loud, could be cooled by thought, by time, by the choice to step back from the edge. The story begins in the high realm of Olympus, where the gods gathered after their long war against the Titans, after the world had been divided and order had been imposed on chaos. This was meant to be the age of stability, the time when divine rule would bring structure to the cosmos. But even among the gods, even in the halls of eternal power, there were tensions that could not be fully resolved. Zeus ruled as king, Hera as queen, and around them gathered the forces that would shape mortal and immortal life. Wisdom, beauty, craft, harvest, prophecy, the underworld, the sea. Each god embodied something essential, something the Greeks believed threaded through existence itself. And into this assembly came Ares, born to Zeus and Hera, embodying not the thoughtful aspects of conflict, not strategy or justice or defense, but the raw surge of aggression, the moment when reason stops and violence begins. From his first breath, Ares was different. Where Athena, also born of divine power, emerged fully formed and armored with clarity and purpose, Ares seemed to carry restlessness in his very nature. He did not sit comfortably at the feast. He did not enjoy the measured debates or the long planning sessions where the gods shaped the fate of the world below. He wanted movement, confrontation, the satisfaction of dominance proven in action. The other gods found him difficult. He was loud where they sought harmony. He was impulsive where they valued patience. He turned disagreements into challenges and challenges into open fights. Even Zeus, who understood power and wielded it without hesitation, grew wary of his son's temperament. Ares did not honor the subtle negotiations that kept Olympus from tearing itself apart. He seemed to thrive on the very friction everyone else worked to smooth over. This was the Greeks' way of naming something they observed in themselves and in their communities. The part of human nature that wants the argument to escalate, that feels alive in the heat of conflict, that mistakes intensity for truth. Ares represented the seduction of that heat, the way anger can feel righteous simply because it is strong, the way dominance can feel like clarity because it cuts through complexity with force. In the Greek imagination, this was not a foreign invader, or an evil to be destroyed. It was part of the family of existence, born from the king and queen of the gods themselves, which meant it was woven into the structure of reality. The Greeks did not pretend rage did not exist. They gave it a throne on Olympus, and then spent their stories exploring what happened when it was allowed to lead, when it was opposed, when it mixed with other forces, and when it finally burned itself out. Ares became the god they could point to when they wanted to explain why battles that should have ended kept going, why insults turned into feuds that lasted generations, why young men marched off to war with pride and came back hollow, why cities that won through violence still felt defeated in some deeper way. But before Ares entered the mortal world, before his influence spread through human communities like wildfire through summer grass, he had to establish himself among the immortals. The other gods watched him carefully, uncertain how to integrate this force into their carefully balanced realm. Hera, his mother, felt a complicated mixture of pride and unease. She had wanted a son who would reflect her power, her status as queen of the heavens. But Ares embodied something she could not fully control. Unlike Hephaestus, her other son, who channeled his energy into creation and craft, Ares seemed to resist any attempt to direct his nature toward productive ends. He was not interested in making things. He was interested in breaking them, in testing them, in proving their weaknesses. Zeus saw in his son a reflection of the violence that had won him his throne. The war against the Titans had been brutal, a conflict that reshaped the cosmos and established divine order through overwhelming force. Zeus understood that power, had wielded it without hesitation when the stakes were total. But he also understood that ruling required more than the ability to destroy enemies. It required the wisdom to know when force was necessary and when it would create more problems than it solved. Ares seemed to lack this distinction. He saw every situation as potentially requiring force, every conversation as potentially becoming a contest, every relationship as potentially turning adversarial. This made him exhausting to be around, even for the king of the gods who had fought his way to supremacy. Apollo, the god of light and prophecy and measured excellence, found Ares particularly frustrating. Apollo represented the Greek ideal of balance, of developing multiple capacities, of excellence that came through discipline and practice rather than raw aggression. He played the lyre, he offered prophecy, he healed, and he could bring plague. He exemplified the harmony between different aspects of power. Ares seemed to have no interest in balance. He was singular in his focus, undiluted in his intensity, and he seemed to view Apollo's multiplicity as weakness, as diffusion of power rather than refinement of it. The two gods clashed repeatedly, their arguments revealing the fundamental tension the Greeks saw between cultivation and destruction, between the patient development of civilization and the immediate gratification of domination. Artemis, Apollo's twin, goddess of the hunt and wilderness, had a different relationship with Ares. She understood violence. Every hunter does. She knew what it meant to track, to strike, to kill. But her violence served a purpose: sustenance, survival, the maintenance of natural balance. Ares' violence seemed to serve only itself, to perpetuate conflict for its own sake. When Artemis hunted, she honored her prey, acknowledged the exchange of life for life, participated in a cycle that fed the world. When Ares fought, he sought humiliation, dominance, the total subjugation of the opponent. There was no honor in it, no reciprocity, no larger pattern being served. This distinction mattered deeply to the Greeks, who valued the idea that even necessary violence could be conducted with respect, that taking life could be done in ways that acknowledged the gravity of the act. Hephaestus, the craftsman god, offered yet another contrast to Ares. Where Ares destroyed, Hephaestus created. Where Ares moved with impulsive fury, Hephaestus worked with patient skill. The two were brothers, both sons of Hera, but they could not have been more different in temperament. Hephaestus transformed raw materials into objects of beauty and utility, armor that protected, tools that built, art that inspired. His power came from understanding materials, from working with their nature rather than against it, from the slow accumulation of skill through practice. Ares respected none of this. He saw Hephaestus as weak, trapped at his forge, while the real action happened elsewhere. He mocked his brother's limp, the physical imperfection that made Hephaestus work from stillness rather than charging into motion. But the Greeks knew something Ares did not. The things Hephaestus made lasted. The battles Ares won were forgotten as soon as the next battle began. But the sword Hephaestus forged, the stacey palace he built, the complex mechanism he designed, these endured. This was a teaching embedded in the contrast between the brothers. Destruction is quick and feels powerful, but creation is what actually shapes the world over time. A man could burn down a city in a day, but building a city took generations. Ares offered the immediate satisfaction of tearing something down. Hephaestus offered the slower, deeper satisfaction of bringing something into being that had not existed before. The relationship between Ares and Aphrodite added another layer to his character, one the Greeks found particularly revealing. Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, a strategic marriage arranged by Zeus, perhaps to honor the craftsman god, or perhaps to create stability among the Olympians. But Aphrodite's heart was not bound by arrangement, and she was drawn to Ares with an intensity that matched his own nature. The affair between the goddess of beauty and desire and the god of war became one of the most discussed relationships in Greek mythology, not because it was romantic, but because it revealed something about the connection between passion and violence, between the energy of attraction and the energy of aggression. The Greeks observed that the same intensity that drove people toward each other could also drive them to destroy each other. Love and hate were not opposites in the simple sense. They were both forms of intense engagement, both capable of overwhelming reason, both able to make people do things they would never do in a calmer state. Ares and Aphrodite together represented this dangerous combustibility, desire without restraint, passion without consideration of consequences, intensity that felt like truth, simply because it was overwhelming. Their union produced children who embodied what happened when these forces combined. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, the emotions that spread through armies and through hearts, gripped by obsessive love, or jealous rage. When Hephaestus discovered the affair, his response revealed yet another way to handle conflict, another path the Greeks wanted to illuminate. He did not rage like Ares would have. He did not demand immediate satisfaction or challenge his rival to combat. Instead, he planned. He used his craft, his skill, his patient understanding of how things worked. He created a net so fine it was invisible, so strong it could hold even gods. And he set his trap with precision. When Ares and Aphrodite met in secret, consumed by their passion and therefore blind to everything else, the net fell and held them fast. Hephaestus then called the other gods to witness, exposing the affair publicly, achieving his goal through intelligence rather than force. The other gods' reaction was telling. Some laughed, some were embarrassed, but the lesson was clear. Ares, for all his aggression, had been outwitted by someone he considered weak. Passion had made him vulnerable. Intensity had made him careless. The few Aino craftsmen, working with thought and skill, had defeated the warrior who relied on impulse and power. The Greeks told this story to teach that there are many kinds of strength, and the strength that comes from discipline and foresight often proves more effective than the strength that comes from rage and recklessness. Ares could win a physical fight against almost anyone, but he could not protect himself from the consequences of his own lack of self-control. After the humiliation of the net, Ares might have learned restraint, might have reflected on the costs of letting passion override judgment. But this was not his nature. The Greeks understood that some patterns, once established, are difficult to break. Ares continued as he had always been, impulsive, aggressive, seeking dominance, drawn to conflict. The episode with Aphrodite did not change him. It merely revealed what had always been true. He was a force of nature, consistent and predictable in his way. And the Greeks included him in their mythology, not because they wanted to celebrate him, but because they wanted to understand him, to study this pattern so thoroughly that they could recognize it in themselves and in their communities and choose differently. The narrative now moves gently from Olympus down into the mortal world, where Ares' influence was felt most keenly, where the abstract pattern became concrete reality in the lives of ordinary people trying to navigate honor and survival. The Greeks understood that war did not usually begin with grand causes or clear villains. It began small, in the space between people where pride and fear met and sparked. A man insults another man's honor at a public gathering, perhaps over something trivial, a seat at a table, a perceived slight, a rumor, a woman's attention. In a world where reputation is survival, where community standing determines a family's future, the insult cannot be ignored. To walk away is to accept lower status, to invite further disrespect, to show weakness that others will exploit. So the insulted man responds, not with violence yet, but with words meant to wound, meant to reassert dominance, meant to make the other man back down. But the other man cannot back down either, because now his honor is on the line in front of witnesses. The exchange escalates. Voices rise. What began as a moment of friction becomes a public confrontation, and both men are now locked into a performance where retreat feels like annihilation. This is where Ares enters mortal life, not with trumpets and banners, but in the tightening of fists, the heat rising in the chest, the narrowing of vision, until nothing exists except the opponent and the need to win. And it does not stop there, because it never stops there. The confrontation ends, perhaps with blows, perhaps with threats, perhaps with one man storming away, while the other stands victorious. But the matter is not settled. It has only been pushed forward in time. The man who felt defeated will carry that shame, and shame is fuel. He will think about what happened, replay it, tell it to friends and family in a way that justifies his anger and builds support. His family will share his outrage because an insult to one is an insult to all, and soon the conflict is no longer between two individuals, but between two groups. Allies are gathered. Old friendships are tested. Neutrality becomes impossible because to refuse to support your kinsman is to betray him. The other side does the same, fortifying their position, preparing for the next confrontation, justifying their stance with stories of how they were wronged or provoked. And so, a single moment of friction becomes a feud, and the feud becomes tradition, and the tradition is passed down to children who inherit grievances they did not witness, and anger they did not earn, but are expected to carry as proof of loyalty. The Greeks watched this pattern play out in their villages, in their cities, between their city-states. A dispute over grazing land would spark tensions between neighboring communities. A trade disagreement would escalate into an embargo. A young man would seduce or be accused of seducing a woman from another family, and suddenly alliances that had held for generations would fracture along fault lines of loyalty and honor. Each step felt justified to those taking it. Each escalation seemed like a necessary response to the other side's provocation. And Ares thrived in this environment because he did not need to create the conflicts. They created themselves through the mechanics of honor culture, through the social reality that a man's worth was determined by how he was perceived, through the very real consequences of appearing weak in a world where weakness invited exploitation. This is how Ares spreads, not through conquest or invasion, but through the contagious nature of conflict itself. One spark finds dry wood, and the fire grows, and the heat of the fire creates more sparks, and soon the whole forest is burning, and no one remembers where it started or why. The Greeks observed this pattern in their own lives, and in the lives of neighboring cities. They watched disputes over grazing land turn into blood-feuds. They watched trade disagreements turn into embargoes, and embargoes into raids, and raids into wars that lasted decades. They watched young men eager to prove themselves get swept into violence that older men had started and could no longer control. And they created Ares as the mythic explanation, the divine embodiment of the force that turned friction into catastrophe. Not because anyone wanted catastrophe, but because each small escalation felt justified in the moment, necessary, defensive, righteous. Fear is part of the fuel, perhaps the most powerful part. The Greeks understood that much of what looks like aggression is actually fear dressed in armor. A man strikes first not because he is strong, but because he is afraid of being struck. A city attacks its neighbor not because it seeks glory, but because it fears the neighbor will grow too strong if left unchecked. A leader chooses war not because he loves violence, but because he fears appearing weak to his rivals, to his own people, to history. Ares thrives in this fear because fear makes restraint feel like suicide. To hold back, to negotiate, to show patience. These feel like vulnerabilities that will be exploited. Better to strike first, to appear strong, to take control of the situation before someone else does. And so, fear pushes toward aggression, and aggression creates fear in others, and the cycle feeds itself, each side reinforcing the other's worst assumptions. The Greeks explored this through stories of cities that destroyed themselves through preemptive strikes, of leaders who initiated wars they believed were inevitable and thereby made them so, of communities that armed themselves for defense and then discovered that having weapons made conflict more likely rather than less. They understood that fear was rational in many ways. There were real threats, real enemies, real consequences to appearing weak. But they also understood that fear, unchecked by wisdom, led to disaster. That acting on fear, without pausing to verify whether the threat was as imminent as it seemed, often created the very outcome that was feared. This was another way Ares worked. He amplified fear until it felt like certainty, until the possibility of threat became the reality of imminent danger, until the cautious voice urging verification was drowned out by the urgent voice demanding action. Pride is the other fuel, and perhaps the more dangerous one because it is harder to address through reason. Fear can be calmed by evidence, by reassurance, by demonstrated safety. But pride digs in and refuses compromise because compromise feels like defeat. In the Greek world, honor was not an abstract value. It was social currency, the foundation of respect, the measure of a person's worth. To lose honor was to lose standing, and to lose standing was to lose protection, opportunity, marriage prospects, the ability to speak in assemblies, the trust of companions. So honor was defended with ferocity, because to let an insult stand was to accept diminishment, and diminishment spread like rot. Ares understood this. He did not need to create pride. It was already built into the structure of Greek life. He only needed to make each moment of conflict feel like a test of that pride, a line that could not be crossed without consequence. And so men fought over slights that a calmer observer might dismiss as trivial, not because they were fools, but because the social cost of backing down was real and permanent. The Greeks told stories of heroes destroyed by their own pride, of men who had everything, strength, skill, respect, family, and lost it all because they could not accept a moment of dishonor. Achilles, the greatest warrior of his generation, withdrew from battle over a perceived insult to his status, allowing his comrades to suffer and die while he nursed his wounded pride. When he finally returned to battle, it was not out of loyalty or duty, but out of rage over his friend's death. And his rage led him to desecrate his enemy's corpse, to refuse burial rites, to behave in ways that violated every code of honorable conduct. The Greeks told this story not to celebrate Achilles, but to show what happens when pride and rage combine, when the need to assert dominance overrides every other consideration, when winning the immediate moment matters more than maintaining one's integrity or honoring the bonds that make civilization possible. Ajax, another great warrior, faced a different test of pride. When Achilles died, his armor was awarded to Odysseus rather than to Ajax, who believed himself the worthier recipient. The insult was too much. Ajax's pride could not bear it. In his rage and shame, he attempted to murder the Greek commanders, but was deceived by Athena into slaughtering livestock instead, thinking them his enemies. When he realized what he had done, when he saw the gap between his self-image as a great hero and the reality of himself as a man who had lost control so completely, he could not bear to continue living. He killed himself rather than face the shame. The Greeks told this story to show that pride, when it becomes the foundation of identity, makes a person fragile rather than strong. If your sense of self depends entirely on external validation, on being recognized as the best, on never being dishonored, then you are at the mercy of others' opinions and the inevitable fluctuations of fortune. The narrative deepens into the Greek tension between Ares and Athena, between rage and wisdom, between impulse and strategy. If Ares was the heat of battle, Athena's was the cool calculation that sought victory through preparation rather than passion. Where Ares charged forward without thought for tomorrow, Athena planned, considered consequences, weighed costs, and acted with precision. Where Ares inspired men to fight until they dropped from exhaustion, Athena inspired them to fight smart, to know when to press and when to withdraw, to win not just the battle, but the peace that followed. The Greeks saw this as a fundamental divide in how power could be used. Ares represented the temptation to solve problems through sheer force. Hit harder, shout louder, dominate completely. Athena represented the discipline to use force only when necessary, only with clear purpose, only in service of something larger than the thrill of dominance itself. In myth, the two gods clashed repeatedly, and Athena always emerged the superior. During the Trojan War, she fought against Ares on the battlefield and defeated him, driving him from the field in pain and humiliation. She protected cities he sought to destroy. She guided heroes he tried to corrupt with bloodlust. The Greeks told these stories not to diminish Ares, but to teach a lesson. Rage is powerful but unreliable. It can win a single fight, but lose the war. It can destroy an enemy, but also destroy the one who wields it. Athena's victories over Ares were meant to show that discipline beats frenzy, that foresight beats impulse, that a mind guided by clarity will outlast a mind guided by heat. This was not just philosophy. It was survival strategy for a culture that had seen too many strong warriors fall because they let anger override judgment. Too many cities sacked because they attacked without considering whether they could hold what they took. Too many wars that dragged on because pride prevented anyone from accepting a reasonable peace. The Greeks valued Athena's approach because they had learned, through painful experience, that military success required more than courage and strength. It required logistics, strategy, diplomacy, the ability to form and maintain alliances, the wisdom to know when to fight and when to negotiate. The discipline to hold formations rather than charging wildly after individual glory. The contrast between Ares and Athena appeared not just in grand mythological battles, but in the daily decisions of Greek life. A city faced with a threat could respond with Ares' approach: immediate military action, overwhelming force, total destruction of the enemy. Or with Athena's approach: careful assessment of the threat, consideration of multiple response options, strategic use of alliances and diplomacy, and military action only when other options had been exhausted or proven insufficient. The city that chose Ares' path might win quickly, but it might also create new enemies, exhaust its resources, develop a reputation for aggression that made future alliances difficult, and find itself trapped in an endless cycle of conflict. The city that chose Athena's path might seem slower to act, might even seem weak to observers who valued decisive action, but it had a better chance of achieving lasting security, of building relationships that would serve it in future crises, of preserving its resources for genuine threats rather than squandering them on unnecessary conflicts. The lesson was soothing in its way, because it offered hope. Conflict is not inevitable in every situation, but if you let rage lead, rage will create reasons to continue. If a man pauses before responding to an insult, if a leader considers whether violence will actually achieve the stated goal, if a community asks whether this fight is worth the cost, then Athena's wisdom has room to operate. But if the pause is skipped, if the question is never asked, if the heat of the moment becomes the only guide, then Ares takes over. And once Ares takes over, the conflict expands to fill all available space, feeding on itself, growing beyond anyone's ability to control it. The Greeks understood that pausing required courage of a different kind than charging into battle required. It took courage to hold back when others were pushing for action, to ask difficult questions when everyone else seemed certain to advocate for patience when the prevailing mood favored immediate response. The person who counseled restraint risked being called a coward, being accused of weakness, being dismissed as someone who did not understand the gravity of the situation. But the Greeks also knew that this social pressure toward action, this fear of appearing weak, was precisely how Ares gained control. He weaponized the social dynamics of honor culture, turning the reasonable desire for respect into a trap that led people to make choices they would later regret. The wise person, in the Greek understanding, learned to resist this pressure, not by denying the importance of honor, but by broadening the definition of what truly merited honor. Was it more honorable to strike back immediately at every insult? Or to have the self-control to evaluate whether the insult warranted a response? Was it more honorable to dominate an enemy completely? Or to achieve your goals with the minimum necessary force? Was it more honorable to never back down from a fight? Or to have the wisdom to choose which fights mattered and which could be released? The Greeks explored these questions through their stories, their philosophy, their political debates, trying to create a culture where Athena's values could compete with Ares' seductions on more equal terms. From this rivalry, the story moves deeper into Ares' relationship with Aphrodite, revisiting it now with more nuance, framing it as the mingling of attraction and aggression, of desire and dominance. The Greeks observed that passion and violence could share energy. Both were intense, both could be obsessive, both involved the desire to possess or control, both could override rational thought. Ares and Aphrodite together became a mythic portrait of what happens when intensity becomes the only value, when the moment's feeling matters more than long-term consequences, when the thrill of transgression outweighs the bonds of loyalty and trust. Their relationship was transgressive by definition. Aphrodite was married, and her affair with Ares violated the sacred bond of marriage even among the gods. But the transgression itself seemed to be part of the attraction. The secrecy, the danger of discovery, the breaking of rules, these added intensity to their encounters. The Greeks were observing something about human nature. For some people, desire is heightened by prohibition, by the sense that what they are doing is forbidden. Ares and Aphrodite were not sneaking around despite the risk. They were attracted partly because of it. The danger was part of the appeal. The way conflict itself could be appealing to Ares, not despite its destructiveness, but because of it. This insight extended beyond romantic relationships. The Greeks noticed that some people seemed drawn to conflict, to drama, to situations that others would avoid. They sought out arguments, created tensions where none had existed, felt most alive when everything was at stake. Ares represented this tendency toward escalation, toward making everything more intense than it needed to be. Combined with Aphrodite's energy of desire and attraction, the result was a volatile mixture. People drawn to each other with an intensity that seemed meaningful precisely because it was overwhelming. Relationships that felt significant because they were dramatic. Bonds that seemed deep because they were constantly tested through conflict and reconciliation. The children of Ares and Aphrodite, Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, embodied what this combination produced. Not love in the sense of building life together, but fear and terror in the sense of relationships that kept people off balance. Never quite secure, always vigilant for the next explosion. The Greeks were teaching about a certain kind of passionate relationship that could feel intoxicating, but was ultimately destabilizing, where the highs were very high, but the lows were devastating. where intensity was mistaken for intimacy, where the drama of the relationship became more important than the actual connection between the people involved. They were also teaching about the aftermath of such relationships. When the affair was exposed, Aphrodite faced social consequences, shame, mockery from the other gods, the humiliation of being trapped and displayed. Ares faced similar mockery, but seemed less affected by it, perhaps because shame required a capacity for self-reflection that he lacked. But the damage extended beyond the immediate participants. Hephaestus, the betrayed husband, had created something brilliant in his net, but he had used his brilliance to expose his own humiliation. He achieved revenge, but at the cost of public embarrassment. The entire divine community was made uncomfortable by the exposure, forced to witness something they would rather not have seen. This pattern repeated in human relationships touched by Ares' energy. The betrayal might achieve its immediate aim, a moment of passion, a feeling of aliveness, the thrill of taking what was forbidden, but it left wreckage behind. Broken trust could not be easily repaired. The betrayed partner carried wounds that might never fully heal. Children were caught in the middle of adult conflicts they did not understand and should not have been exposed to. Communities were forced to take sides, to navigate loyalties that had become complicated, to maintain relationships with people who no longer trusted each other. The Greeks understood that desire was not inherently destructive, that Aphrodite's energy could also create beauty, art, deep bonds of love and commitment, the passionate engagement with life that made existence rich and meaningful. But when Aphrodite's energy combined with Ares' lack of restraint, when desire was pursued without consideration of consequences, without respect for existing bonds, without concern for who might be hurt, then it became destructive. The teaching was not to suppress desire, but to guide it with wisdom, to let passion exist within structures of trust and commitment, to enjoy intensity without letting it justify harm. The narrative now transitions into the way Ares tests heroes and cities, focusing on the seductive nature of violence as identity. The Greeks explored this through numerous myths and historical accounts, examining the moment when a person or community crosses from using violence defensively to defining themselves through violent capability. A hero might begin with a noble motive, protecting his family, defending his city, standing up against injustice. The violence he employs is a means to an end, a tool used for a specific purpose. But somewhere along the journey, the means can become the end. The violence that was supposed to serve life becomes the center of life. The hero, who was supposed to protect others, becomes the hero who needs threats to protect against, who perhaps even creates threats unconsciously because his identity now depends on being the protector, the warrior, the strong one. This transformation was subtle and dangerous because it felt like strength. The warrior who made violence central to his identity felt powerful, feared, respected in a certain way. Other people deferred to him, sought his protection, were careful not to provoke him. This felt like security, like having control over his life and his environment. But the Greeks observed that this security was fragile and ultimately illusory. The warrior who defined himself through violence needed violence to continue in order to maintain his identity. Peace became threatening because in peace, his defining characteristic had no outlet, no validation. He was a warrior with nothing to fight. And without the fight, who was he? The Greeks explored this through the aftermath of the Trojan War, through stories of warriors who could not return to civilian life. who found the routines of peacetime unbearably dull after years of combat, who startled at sudden movements, who dreamed of battle, who carried the war inside them long after it had ended externally. They explored it through cities like Sparta, which built its entire culture around military excellence, creating a society that was magnificent at war, but struggled with everything else: art, philosophy, commerce, the ordinary business of building a thriving civilization. Sparta produced warriors of legendary skill and courage, but it produced little else. And when the nature of warfare changed, when other approaches proved more effective, Sparta found itself unable to adapt, because adaptation would have required becoming something other than what it had defined itself as being. The question the Greeks kept circling was, when does protection become aggression? And when does courage become pride? At what point does a hero cross the line from defending what he loves to seeking conflict because conflict is where he feels most alive? The answer was not always clear, and the Greeks did not pretend it was. They honored warriors and understood the necessity of defense, but they also warned against letting Ares define you. Because once violence becomes identity, it becomes difficult to stop. Stopping feels like losing yourself. Peace feels like emptiness. The rush of battle, the clarity of us versus them, the simplicity of physical dominance, these can become addictive, and the addict will seek out new conflicts to sustain the feeling. This was true not just for individual warriors, but for entire civilizations. The Greeks watched as empires rose through military conquest, and then found themselves unable to transition to stable governance, because conquest was all they knew. They built armies capable of taking territory, but not administrations capable of governing it wisely. They created systems optimized for war, but not for peace. And so they had to keep making war to justify their existence, to keep their populations mobilized, to maintain the identity they had built. This led to overextension, exhaustion, the endless accumulation of enemies, and eventually collapse under the weight of maintaining an empire held together primarily through force. The alternative the Greeks offered was to maintain multiple identities, to develop multiple capabilities, to ensure that warrior skill was one tool among many, rather than the only tool. A person could be a warrior when necessary, a farmer when that was needed, a craftsman, a poet, a father, a citizen, participating in democratic governance. A city could maintain a capable military without making military prowess the only source of civic pride. This flexibility, this refusal to let any single identity dominate, was part of what the Greeks meant by moderation, by sophrosy. It was the recognition that humans were complex, that life required different responses in different situations, and that the person or city, defined by a single capacity, was dangerously brittle. From identity, the story widens into the aftermath, into what the Greeks observed when the fighting finally stopped, when Ares' energy dissipated and people were left to deal with the consequences of choices made in the heat of battle. This segment slows down, becomes more reflective, more focused on the emotional and psychological landscape that remains after violence has run its course. Ares thrives during the battle. The noise, the adrenaline, the clarity of action, the simplicity of kill or be killed. But when the field goes quiet, when the bodies are counted, when the survivors limp home, Ares has nothing to offer. He does not rebuild. He does not heal wounds, physical or psychological. He does not answer the questions that linger in the silence. Was it worth it? What did we actually win? Why does victory feel so empty? Why can I not stop seeing their faces? Why does this weight sit on my chest every morning? Why do I feel like a stranger in my own home? The Greeks told stories of cities that won their wars, but lost their souls in the process. They described the exhaustion that followed conquest. Fields left unplanted because the farmers were dead or maimed, families fractured by grief and trauma, economies strained by the cost of the war and the occupation that followed, alliances poisoned by the distrust that combat creates, even among supposed allies. They spoke of the young men who marched off with pride, singing songs of glory, eager to prove themselves, and who came back hollow, if they came back at all, unable to speak of what they had done or seen, unable to fit back into the rhythms of daily life that now seemed both precious and incomprehensible. The widows and orphans, the fathers who lost sons, the mothers who lost everyone. These people haunted the margins of Greek stories, reminders that war's costs extended far beyond the battlefield, that every warrior killed was also someone's child, someone's beloved, someone whose absence created a hole in the fabric of family and community that would never be fully repaired. The Greeks did not shy away from these costs in their literature. Their tragedies centered the grief, made it impossible to ignore, insisted that the audience sit with the weight of what violence actually meant for the people who endured it. And they pointed out that even the victors carried scars, moral scars, the shame that came from realizing they had done things they could not undo, hurt people who did not deserve it, justified cruelty in the name of necessity or obedience or survival. The warrior who had killed an enemy in fair combat might be able to live with that memory. But what about the warrior who had killed someone fleeing, someone surrendering, someone too young or too old to be a real threat, but who might have become one later? What about the warrior who had participated in the sacking of a city, who had seen and perhaps participated in the rape and murder of civilians, the enslavement of families, the burning of homes and temples? What about the commander who had ordered actions that achieved military objectives, but violated every moral principle he had been raised to honor? The Greeks understood that these moral injuries could be as debilitating as physical ones, and perhaps more so because they could not be seen or treated in straightforward ways. The warrior carrying physical scars might heal, might find ways to adapt to a missing limb or impaired vision. But the warrior carrying shame, guilt, moral confusion, the sense that he had betrayed his own humanity, this warrior might seem physically whole, but be profoundly damaged, unable to reconnect with family, unable to find meaning in civilian pursuits, unable to escape the past, even in sleep. Ares did not care about any of this. His domain was the fight, not the aftermath. He moved on to the next conflict, the next warrior, willing to channel his energy, the next city, ready to gamble everything on the promise of dominance. But the Greeks cared deeply about the aftermath because they lived in it. They inherited the debts, the grudges, the traumas. They watched their own histories repeat. War leads to grievance, grievance to revenge, revenge to new war, and the cycle continues until someone finds the courage to break it. The stories became warnings. Do not let the thrill of conflict blind you to the cost. Do not let Ares convince you that victory through violence is the only kind of victory that matters. Do not mistake the noise of battle for the substance of life. There was another dimension to the aftermath that the Greeks explored with particular care. The way violence changed people in ways they could not predict and often could not control. The young man who goes to war believing he will return the same person discovers that this is impossible. The experiences of combat, the things witnessed and done, the proximity to death, the revelation of what humans are capable of doing to each other. These fundamentally alter the way a person sees the world and their place in it. Some warriors returned with a deeper appreciation for peace, for ordinary joys, for the preciousness of life. But others returned unable to feel safe, unable to trust, hypervigilant and prone to explosive anger, carrying the battlefield inside them wherever they went. The Greeks did not have modern psychological language for post-traumatic stress, but they recognized the phenomenon and explored it in their literature. They described warriors who startled at sounds, who could not sleep without nightmares, who felt disconnected from the people around them, who experienced the world as fundamentally unsafe, even in objectively safe contexts. They described the way trauma could be passed down, how the warrior's pain could manifest in his relationships with his children, how his inability to be emotionally present could create its own kind of damage in the next generation, how violence could echo through families long after the original conflict had ended. This recognition led to one of the Greeks' most important insights. War does not end when the fighting stops. The formal conclusion of hostilities, the treaty signed, the armies disbanded, these are just the beginning of a longer process of recovery and repair that might take generations. The physical destruction can be rebuilt relatively quickly, but the psychological and moral damage requires time, care, patience, and resources that societies emerging from war often do not have. The warriors need support to reintegrate, but the society itself is exhausted and traumatized and may not have the capacity to provide that support. The result is communities full of damaged people trying to help each other heal while carrying their own unprocessed pain. And the inadequacy of this situation creates frustration that can itself become a source of new conflict. The Greeks saw this pattern and tried to create rituals, spaces, and practices that might help. Tragic theatre served partly as a communal processing of grief and moral complexity, allowing people to witness and feel emotions that might otherwise remain buried. Religious festivals created opportunities for collective catharsis. Veteran warriors sometimes formed communities where they could speak of their experiences with others who understood, where they did not have to pretend to be fine, where the truth of what they carried could be acknowledged without judgment. These efforts were imperfect, but they represented an understanding that the aftermath of war required attention, that people could not simply be expected to get over it and return to normal, that there was no returning to normal because normal had been irrevocably altered. The narrative now deepens into the Greek treatment of shame and moral consequence, into the cultural effort to resist glorifying Ares even, while acknowledging his power. Unlike some gods who were universally revered, Ares was complicated. He was feared, yes. He was respected as a force that could not be ignored. But he was not beloved. The Greeks did not build grand temples to Ares in the way they did for Athena, or Apollo, or Zeus. They did not celebrate him in their greatest literature as a model to emulate. More often, he appeared as a problem to be managed, a god whose energy needed to be contained or redirected, a symbol of what happens when humanity's worst impulses are given free rein. In Homer's Iliad, perhaps the greatest exploration of war in Western literature, Ares is not presented as glorious. He fights on the battlefield and is wounded by a mortal hero, Diomedes, who is aided by Athena. Ares flees back to Olympus, crying in pain, and Zeus rebukes him with harsh words. To me, you are the most hateful of all gods who hold Olympus. Forever quarreling is dear to your heart, wars and battles. You have the unbearable, unrelenting spirit of your mother, Hera, whom I can barely control with my words. It is by her prompting that you suffer these things. Still, I will not long endure to see you in pain, since you are my child, and it was to me that your mother bore you. But were you born of some other god and proved so ruinous, long since you would have been lower than the sons of heaven. This was not a small detail. The Greeks were having the king of the gods himself, the supreme power in the cosmos, call Ares hateful, and say that if he were not Zeus's own son, he would have been cast into the depths long ago, imprisoned with the Titans and other forces too dangerous to be allowed freedom. The cultural message was unmistakable. Rage might be powerful, but it is not admirable. Strength without wisdom is not heroic. It is destructive and tiresome. A man who lives by Ares' values might win battles, but he will not be remembered with the same honor as the man who fought when necessary and chose peace when possible, who showed restraint when he could have shown brutality, who protected rather than simply dominated. This cultural restraint was the Greeks' way of teaching without preaching. They did not ban Ares or pretend he did not exist. They included him in their pantheon, gave him stories, acknowledged his place in the world. But they surrounded him with counterexamples, gods and heroes who represented better ways to use power, who showed that discipline could defeat frenzy, that foresight could prevent disaster, that mercy could be stronger than cruelty. The Greeks wanted their children to grow up understanding that anger is real, violence is sometimes unavoidable, but neither should become the center of a good life. The goal was not to eliminate Ares, but to keep him at the edge, to recognize his voice when it rose, but not to follow it blindly, to honor the warriors who defended the community without celebrating the violence itself, the shame that followed Ares. Influence was part of this teaching. The Greeks believed that there was a moral weight to violence, that killing another person left a mark on the soul, that cruelty degraded the one who committed it, even if they believed it was justified. Warriors who returned from battle might be celebrated publicly with parades and honors, but privately many of them carried the knowledge of what they had done, and that knowledge sat heavily on them. Communities that won through brutality might enjoy temporary security, but they also had to live with the memory of what they had become in pursuit of that security. The compromises made, the principles violated, the gap between their ideals and their actions. The Greeks explored this through tragedy, particularly through the cycles of revenge in families, where each act of retribution created the need for the next, where no one could remember the original wrong, but everyone remembered the most recent one. And so the violence continued generation after generation. The Oresteia, Aeschylus's trilogy, follows this pattern. Agamemnon sacrifices his daughter to gain favorable winds for the Greek fleet sailing to Troy. His wife Clytemnestra kills him in revenge when he returns. Their son Orestes kills Clytemnestra to avenge his father. And then Orestes is pursued by the Furies, ancient spirits of vengeance, because he has committed the ultimate crime of matricide. The cycle seems endless until Athena intervenes to establish a court, a system where justice can be pursued through law rather than through endless revenge killings. the message was clear. Violence in response to violence does not end violence. It perpetuates it. Revenge feels righteous to the person seeking it, but it feels like unprovoked aggression to the target, who then seeks their own revenge, and so it continues. The only way to break the cycle is to create a system that stands outside the cycle, that can judge cases based on principles rather than personal investment, that can impose consequences without requiring the victim's family to become killers themselves. This was one of the Greeks' great political innovations, the idea that justice could be institutionalized, that communities could create processes for handling wrongdoing that did not rely on private revenge, that the rule of law could replace the rule of Ares. But institutionalizing justice required cultural agreement that revenge, while emotionally satisfying, was not actually justice, that the person who had been wronged did not have unlimited right to inflict suffering on the wrongdoer, that proportionality mattered, that taking a life for an insult, or taking many lives for one life, was not justice, but excess. This was hard to accept in an honor culture where personal reputation was everything, and any slight felt like a threat to one's very existence. The move from revenge culture to law culture required people to surrender some of their personal autonomy, to trust in a collective process, to accept that they might not get the satisfaction they craved, but would get something more important: the end of the cycle, the possibility of stable peace, the freedom from having to be constantly vigilant against the next act of revenge. The Greeks struggled with this transition. Their literature is full of the tension between the old ways and the new ways, between the heroic ideal of personal honor defended through personal violence and the civic ideal of law and collective decision-making. Characters like Achilles represent the old way, magnificent in battle, supreme in individual excellence, but unable to function within the collective structure that war requires when it becomes large-scale and prolonged. His withdrawal from battle over a personal slight almost costs the Greeks the war. His return to battle, driven by personal rage over his friend's death, makes him fearsome but also morally troubling when he refuses to allow his enemy's body to be properly buried, when he drags the corpse around the walls of Troy, day after day, in an excess of rage that disgusts even his fellow warriors. The Greeks presented this not to condemn Achilles, but to show the cost of letting personal honor and personal rage override every other consideration. Achilles is the greatest warrior, but he is not the most valuable member of the Greek expedition. Odysseus, with his cunning and flexibility and willingness to work within the collective structure, ultimately proves more essential to Greek victory. The hero of strength is surpassed by the hero of wisdom, and the Greeks shaped their culture to value both, but to ultimately privilege the wisdom that could direct strength toward meaningful ends, rather than letting strength run wild according to its own logic. This preference for wisdom over rage was not weakness or cowardice. It was a recognition of reality. The Greeks had learned through hard experience that communities built around Ares' values did not last. They might achieve spectacular victories, but they consumed themselves from within. The constant emphasis on dominance created a culture where no one could trust anyone else, where every relationship was potentially adversarial, where cooperation was always fragile and temporary. Such communities could not build the stable institutions that allow civilization to flourish. They could not create art or philosophy or science, or the complex economic networks that require trust between strangers. They were good at one thing: organized violence. And when that one thing was not enough, when the problems they faced required different solutions, they had no resources to draw on. The narrative now returns to the contrast between force and order, between Ares and the structures humans built to contain him, exploring this theme with greater depth and nuance. The Greeks understood that civilization itself was an attempt to manage conflict without letting it consume everything. They created laws to settle disputes before they became feuds, establishing clear procedures for handling theft, assault, property disputes, and other common sources of conflict. They established courts to adjudicate grievances with evidence and argument rather than violence, creating a space where people could make their case with words and have a neutral party make a binding decision. They formed alliances to balance power and prevent any one city from dominating all the others, understanding that collective security was often more stable than individual strength. All of these innovations were, in a sense, attempts to keep Ares at bay, to acknowledge that conflict would arise, but to insist that it be channeled through processes that limited escalation, that provided off-ramps before violence became necessary, that created incentives for cooperation and penalties for needless aggression. The development of these systems was gradual, uneven, frequently violated, and never complete. The Greeks did not solve the problem of human conflict. No one has. But they made real progress in understanding the problem and developing tools to manage it. And they were conscious of this progress, proud of it, committed to teaching each generation about the hard-won wisdom embedded in their laws and institutions. The story of Solon, the legendary Athenian lawgiver, exemplifies this process. Athens in the early 6th century BCE was racked by conflict between rich and poor, creditors and debtors, different factions competing for power and willing to use violence to achieve their ends. The city was approaching civil war, the kind of catastrophic internal conflict that would destroy everything everyone had built. Solon was granted extraordinary powers to reform the system, and he used those powers not to advantage one side over the other, but to create a framework that both sides could accept. He canceled debts, freed those who had been enslaved for debt, created new political institutions that gave all citizens some voice in governance and established laws that balance competing interests rather than simply imposing the will of the strong on the weak. The result was not perfect, no system is, but it was sustainable. It created a basis for Athenian democracy to develop, for the city to channel its internal conflicts through political processes rather than through violence, for people with deep disagreements to coexist and even collaborate in service of the larger community. This was Athena's approach embodied in policy, using human intelligence and foresight to create structures that made violence less necessary, that gave people ways to pursue their interests without destroying each other in the process. The Greeks told stories of wise lawgivers who transformed violent societies into stable ones by giving people a framework for resolving disputes. They praised leaders who chose negotiation over war, who recognized that a compromise both sides could accept was better than a victory that left one side nursing grievances for generations. They celebrated the athlete who channeled Ares' energy into competition rather than killing, who proved his excellence in games rather than on battlefields, who could win glory without taking lives. These were not naive fantasies. The Greeks knew that laws could be broken, courts could be corrupted, diplomacy could fail, games could devolve into violence. But they also knew that without these structures, Ares would run wild, and life would become nothing but cycles of revenge and conquest and exhaustion. Athena's approach represented this civilizing impulse. She was the goddess of wisdom, but also the protector of cities, the patron of just war, but also of the crafts and technologies that made civilization possible. She taught humans to think before acting, to plan beyond the immediate moment, to build institutions that would outlast any single leader or crisis. Where Ares made every problem look like something that could be solved with a fist, Athena offered tools: reason, strategy, law, rhetoric, the ability to persuade rather than coerce, the capacity to build complex systems that could handle complex problems. The Greeks placed Athena at the center of their greatest city, Athens, because they wanted to believe that wisdom could triumph over rage, that human potential was not limited to violence, that the mind could create forms of power more lasting than anything achieved through domination alone. The Parthenon, Athena's great temple, stood on the Acropolis, overlooking the city, as a constant reminder of what they were trying to build: a community where law governed rather than force, where debate and persuasion decided policy rather than whoever could gather the largest armed mob, where citizens had rights that even the powerful had to respect. This was aspirational, an ideal they frequently failed to live up to. But the aspiration itself mattered. It created a standard against which reality could be measured, a vision of what they were trying to become, even when they fell short. And it created a shared story about who they were and what they valued, a narrative that emphasized wisdom and justice and democratic participation rather than simply might and conquest. When Athenians sent their sons to war, and they did, frequently, they did so with an understanding that war was sometimes necessary, but never the highest good, that the goal was always to return to the work of peace, to the real business of building a thriving city where humans could develop their full capacities. The tension between Ares and Athena played out not just in grand policy decisions, but in everyday moments, in the choices individuals made about how to respond to conflict. A man insulted in the marketplace could respond with Ares' approach: immediate physical confrontation, escalation to violence, domination of the offender, or with Athena's approach, assessment of whether the insult warranted a response, consideration of the likely consequences of different responses, perhaps a verbal comeback that reasserted dignity without creating a dangerous confrontation, perhaps a decision to let it go because this particular battle was not worth fighting. The choice between these approaches was not always clear, and the Greeks did not pretend otherwise. Sometimes Ares' approach was necessary. There were real threats, real enemies, situations where immediate physical defense was the only viable option. Sometimes Athena's approach was too slow, required too much patience, allowed problems to fester when decisive action would have resolved them. The Greeks valued both gods because they understood that different situations required different responses, that the wise person needed to have both options available and the judgment to know which to employ when. But they also understood the seductive danger of Ares' approach. It was simpler, more immediately satisfying, and it carried social approval in a culture that valued strength and courage. Athena's approach required more effort, more patience, more willingness to endure the social cost of appearing weak or indecisive. This meant that there was always a gravitational pull toward Ares, a tendency to default to force and aggression, when under pressure, when tired, when afraid, when seeking the approval of peers who might admire violence more than restraint. Resisting this pull required constant effort, conscious choice, cultural support for alternatives to violence. The Greeks built that cultural support through their education system, their literature, their political institutions, their religious practices. They told stories that complicated the simple narrative of violence as strength, that showed the costs and consequences of rage, that celebrated heroes of wisdom as much as or more than heroes of battle. They created schools where rhetoric and philosophy were taught alongside physical training, where young men learned to argue cases as well as to fight, where excellence was understood as multidimensional rather than purely martial. They developed democratic institutions where citizens participated in governing, where persuasion mattered, where being able to make a compelling argument could determine policy. They created theatrical festivals where the entire city gathered to watch tragedies exploring moral complexity, where the audience could experience deep emotions collectively and reflect together on the weight of human choice. All of these cultural structures worked together to create an environment where Athena's values had a fighting chance against Ares' seductions, where the next generation grew up with models of excellence that included, but were not limited to, warrior prowess. The narrative now turns inward into the experience of Ares as something not just external, but internal, something every person feels in their own mind and body, bringing the mythic and the personal into direct conversation. Ares is the heat that rises when someone cuts you off in traffic, the tightness in your chest when you feel disrespected, the urge to strike back when you've been hurt, the feeling that restraint is unbearable and action is the only relief. The Greeks understood that this was part of being human, that anger was not inherently wrong. It was a signal that something felt unjust or threatening, that boundaries had been violated, that care was needed. But they also understood that anger, if followed without question, could lead to disaster. The key insight was learning to notice the feeling without becoming it, to recognize Ares' voice without letting it take over the entire mind. This distinction is crucial and deeply practical. You can feel anger without being angry, in the sense of letting anger define your actions and identity in that moment. The anger is a visitor, a wave of energy passing through, a signal that something in your environment feels threatening or unjust. But you are not the anger. You are the awareness that notices the anger, the consciousness that can observe the feeling without automatically obeying it. This is where the Greeks' insights become deeply practical and soothing, especially for someone preparing to sleep, for someone who might be carrying tensions from the day, rehearsing conversations they wish they had handled differently, planning responses to perceived slights, running scenarios of conflict through their mind. Ares is described as a wave. It rises, it peaks, it falls, if it is not fed. The anger you feel in a moment of conflict is real and valid, but it is not permanent unless you feed it with thoughts, with rehearsing grievances, with imagining retaliation, with building a case for why you must act, with collecting evidence of how you have been wronged, with recruiting allies to validate your anger. If you pause, if you breathe, if you let the wave rise and crest without acting on it, the wave will fall. The heat will cool. The urgency will fade. And then, in the cooler state, you can decide what to do, not based on the intensity of the feeling at its peak, but based on what will actually serve your well-being and the well-being of those around you. Based on your values rather than your impulses. Based on the person you want to be, rather than the person Ares is offering you the chance to become. The Greeks had practices for this, though the stories do not always make them explicit. They valued self-control, sophrosyne, the ability to moderate one's impulses and govern oneself with wisdom. They told stories of heroes who learned, often through painful mistakes, that acting on every surge of emotion led to ruin. They explored what happened when a person let Ares consume them, Achilles losing himself in rage and regretting it too late, realizing that his actions in the grip of fury had dishonored him and the man he killed, that nothing he did now could undo what he had done. Ajax, going mad, when his pride was wounded, killing livestock in his delusion, and then killing himself when he realized what he had become. Warriors who won every battle but destroyed their own families through the violence they could not turn off, through the anger that leaked into every interaction, through the inability to be gentle because gentleness felt like weakness, and weakness felt like death. The message embedded in these stories was gentle but firm. You are not your anger. You can feel rage without becoming rage. You can notice the pull toward violence without following it. You can acknowledge that you have been hurt or threatened without letting that acknowledgement dictate your response. This internal work was part of what the Greeks meant by wisdom. It was not just knowledge of facts or strategies. It was knowledge of yourself, awareness of the forces moving through you, the ability to observe your own mind and choose which impulses to honor and which to let pass. Ares was always there, always ready to rise, because conflict is part of life and anger is part of the emotional spectrum. But Ares did not have to rule. He could be acknowledged, understood, even respected for the energy he represented without being given control. The Greeks imagined this as an internal Olympus, where different gods, different aspects of human nature, competed for influence, and the wise person learned to let wisdom guide the council rather than letting rage shout down every other voice. This internal governance required practice and patience. The first few times you try to observe anger without acting on it, the impulse to act will feel overwhelming. Your mind will generate compelling reasons why this particular situation requires immediate action, why restraint is dangerous, why you must respond now or forever accept diminishment. Ares is eloquent in these moments because he is speaking your own language, using your own fears and values to justify himself. But if you persist, if you practice the pause, if you ride out the wave a few times and discover that it does indeed fall, that the urgency does pass, that you survive and even thrive by choosing restraint, then the practice becomes easier. Over time, you develop a kind of meta-awareness, a part of yourself that can recognize the pattern. Ah, there's Ares again. I know this feeling. It's intense but temporary. I don't have to act on it. This recognition creates space, and in that space, choice becomes possible. You are no longer simply reacting, you are responding. And the difference is everything. A reaction is automatic, driven by impulse and habit. A response is chosen based on values and thoughtful assessment of the situation. The Greeks understood that this capacity for response, rather than reaction, was what separated humans from animals, what made civilization possible, what allowed for moral growth and the development of virtue. An animal, when threatened, reacts according to instinct. A human can feel the same threat, notice the same impulse to fight or flee, and then choose a course of action based on something beyond instinct, based on values, commitments, consideration of consequences, understanding of context, awareness of what serves long-term well-being, rather than just immediate relief from discomfort. This capacity was not innate or automatic. It had to be developed through practice, through education, through cultural support, through stories and teachings that reminded people that they had choices even when it did not feel that way. The myths of Ares served this purpose, providing a language for talking about the internal experience of rage, a framework for understanding it, and a set of cautionary examples showing what happened when it was followed blindly versus what happened when it was recognized and managed thoughtfully. The listener is now invited into a deeper reflection on how this wisdom applies to their own life, to the tensions and conflicts they carry, to the moments when they have felt air is rising, and to the moments when they have successfully let him pass. There is an acknowledgement of how difficult this is, of how strong the pull toward anger and retaliation can be, especially when you have been genuinely wronged, when someone has violated your trust, or hurt someone you love, or threatened something you value. The anger in those moments is righteous, justified, appropriate as a feeling. But the question remains, what does wisdom ask of you in response? Sometimes wisdom asks for action, clear, firm, decisive action to protect yourself or others, to establish boundaries, to make clear that certain behaviors are not acceptable. But this action, when guided by Athena rather than Ares, looks different. It is proportional to the threat. It is focused on solving the problem rather than on punishing the offender or asserting dominance. It leaves room for repair if repair becomes possible. It does not burn down the entire relationship or community because of a single conflict. It seeks the minimum necessary intervention to address the situation, not the maximum possible retaliation. Other times, wisdom asks for restraint, for recognizing that this particular battle is not worth fighting, that the cost of engaging would exceed any benefit, that your energy is better spent elsewhere, that some insults and slights are best ignored, because giving them attention only amplifies their power. This restraint is not weakness, though it may be perceived as such by people who value Ares' approach. It is the strength of knowing what matters and what does not, of having the security to let small things pass, of being confident enough in yourself that you do not need to respond to every challenge to prove your worth. The hardest cases are those in between, where action seems necessary, but the right course of action is unclear, where restraint might be wise, but also might allow a problem to worsen. These are the situations that require judgment, that call on all your wisdom and experience, that might keep you awake at night, trying to figure out the right path forward. The Greeks acknowledge this difficulty. Their tragedies are full of situations with no clear right answer, where every option carries significant costs, where characters must make agonizing choices with incomplete information and then live with the consequences. But even in these difficult cases, the distinction between acting from Ares and acting from Athena matters. Ares pushes for immediate action based on emotion, for the course that feels most satisfying in the moment, for the response that asserts dominance and wins the immediate contest. Athena counsels pausing to think through consequences, to consider multiple perspectives, to consult with trusted others, to sleep on it if possible, to let the initial surge of emotion pass before making a decision that cannot be undone. the story gently circles back to the aftermath theme, but now with a focus on emotional aftermath rather than social, exploring what happens inside a person after they have acted on Ares' impulse. Sometimes there is satisfaction, a sense of justice served, the problem addressed, the boundary established. But often there is something else. Regret, shame, the recognition that the action created new problems, the realization that the anger felt righteous in the moment but looks different in retrospect, that you hurt someone more than was necessary, that you damaged a relationship that mattered to you, that you behaved in ways that conflict with your values and your sense of who you want to be. The Greeks noticed this gap between how violence feels when you are consumed by it and how it feels when you have cooled down. In the heat, it seems necessary, justified, even noble. The person who wronged you deserves punishment. Your anger is righteous. Your response is proportional or even restrained, given the magnitude of the offense. But in the cool, hours or days later, it often seems excessive, short-sighted, something you wish you could undo. You remember the look on their face, the pain you caused, the way the situation escalated beyond what was necessary. You realize that you could have handled it differently, that there were options you did not consider because you were too caught up in the heat of the moment to think clearly. This gap became another teaching tool for the Greeks. If you know that you will likely feel differently about your actions once you have calmed down, then you can use that knowledge in the moment when Ares is rising. You can ask yourself, will I be glad I did this tomorrow? Will I be glad I said these words, took this action, made this choice? Will this solve the problem or create a new one? Will this bring me closer to the life I want or further from it? Will this strengthen my relationships or damage them? Will I be able to look at myself in the mirror tomorrow and feel good about how I handled this situation? These questions are Athena's questions. The mind stepping back to gain perspective. The consciousness expanding beyond the immediate moment to consider the larger pattern of your life and who you are becoming through your choices. Ares hates these questions because they interrupt the momentum. They introduce doubt. They make the simple urge to strike back complicated. But the Greeks valued these questions because they had seen too many lives ruined by actions taken in the heat of the moment, actions that could not be undone and had to be lived with forever. And the weight of living with those actions, the Greeks understood, could be crushing. The person who killed in a moment of rage and then had to carry that death for the rest of their life, knowing they had taken someone's father, someone's child, someone's beloved, over something that in hindsight seemed trivial, or at least not worth a life. The person who said words in anger that severed a relationship permanently, that created a wound that could never be healed because the other person could not or would not forgive. Because trust, once shattered, can rarely be fully restored. The person who acted on jealousy or pride or wounded ego and destroyed something beautiful that they had helped build, a friendship or a marriage or a community, and then had to live in the aftermath of that destruction, knowing they could have chosen differently. This weight, this living with consequences, this is what Ares never shows you in the heat of the moment. He shows you the satisfaction of domination, the relief of expressing your anger, the power of making someone else feel what you are feeling. He does not show you waking up the next day with the clarity to see what you have done, with the empathy to imagine the pain you have caused, with the wisdom to recognize that you have made things worse rather than better. He does not show you the years of carrying guilt, the relationships that never recover, the part of yourself that hardens a little more each time you choose violence over restraint. The Greeks wanted their children to understand this, to carry this understanding into moments of conflict, to have access to it even when Ares was shouting loudly. They told stories specifically designed to make this weight visible, to show the full arc of rage from temptation to action to aftermath, to trace the consequences, not just immediately, but across years and generations. This was not about making people feel guilty for feeling anger. It was about making them wise about acting on anger, about giving them the tools to choose their responses rather than being controlled by their impulses. As the listener lies in the dark, perhaps still carrying some of the day's tensions, perhaps running scenarios of future conflicts, the story offers a gentle invitation to release Ares' grip, to let the wave fall, to settle into the deeper knowledge that nothing requiring true wisdom happens in the heat of the moment. The wisest choices come from the cool place, the centered place, the place where you can access your full self rather than just the part of you that is angry or afraid or wounded. And sleep, the story suggests, is a way of accessing that cool place, of allowing the mind to reset, of waking tomorrow with fresh perspective and renewed capacity to choose wisely. This is the quietest teaching, offered not as command but as invitation. You carry within you both Ares and Athena, both the capacity for rage and the capacity for wisdom. And your life will be shaped by which one you feed, which one you listen to, which one you allow to guide your choices. The myths suggest that humans are most fully themselves, not when they suppress Ares entirely. Anger has its place, its purpose, its wisdom. But when they integrate him into a larger self, governed by wisdom, when rage can be felt and acknowledged without being allowed to control, when the warrior spirit serves life rather than consuming it, the final movement of the story gathers all these threads into a complete understanding designed to carry the listener gently towards sleep, weaving together the mythic and the personal, the ancient and the immediate, the cosmic and the intimate. Ares stands revealed as the full pattern now, born into divine conflict, embodying the heat of rage, spreading through human communities via fear and pride, competing with wisdom for dominance, mingling dangerously with desire, testing heroes and cities by offering them a seductive identity, leaving aftermath of grief and exhaustion, resisted by Greek culture even while acknowledged as real, experienced internally as the wave of anger that rises and can fall, passed down through generations unless someone chooses to break the cycle, hungry to be remembered as glorious while obscuring the full cost of his influence. The listener is reminded one final time that peace is not the absence of conflict. Conflict is inevitable. Anger will arise, challenges will come. But peace is the ability to hold conflict without being destroyed by it, to feel anger without becoming rage, to protect what matters without letting dominance become identity, to respond to wrong without perpetuating cycles of revenge. This peace is both personal and communal, both internal and social. It begins with the choice each person makes in moments of heat, to pause, to breathe, to let the wave rise and fall, to choose response over reaction, and it extends outward into the structures communities build to contain conflict, to create alternatives to violence, to make it possible for people with deep disagreements to coexist and even collaborate in service of something larger than their individual interests. The Greeks offer this wisdom across the centuries, refined through their own struggles and failures and hard-won insights, shaped by their literature and philosophy and political experiments, embodied in their myths, not as simple moral lessons, but as complex explorations of human nature in all its difficulty and possibility. Ares is real. They never denied it. The pull toward rage is real. The seduction of violence is real. The way conflict can escalate beyond anyone's control is real. But so is the human capacity for wisdom, for self-governance, for choosing restraint when restraint serves life, for building civilizations that channel conflict into productive competition and manageable disagreement, rather than letting it devolve into mutual destruction. As the voice becomes softer still, almost a whisper now, the story offers its final gift. The image of Ares, standing at the edge, still powerful but no longer central, surrounded by other gods representing other possibilities, other ways of being in the world. And the listener, drifting now in that space between waking and sleep, can rest in the knowledge that they too contain multitudes, that anger is just one voice among many, that they have the power to choose which voices to amplify and which to gently set aside, that true strength lies not in the loudest voice but in the wisest choice, and that they can carry this understanding into tomorrow and all the tomorrows to come, meeting each moment of conflict with the full measure of their wisdom, rather than just the heat of their anger. Sleep comes as a release from the need to fight, a surrender into the darkness that asks nothing of you, that requires no dominance or defense, where Ares cannot follow because sleep is the realm beyond conflict, where the mind finally stops rehearsing arguments and preparing for battles and simply floats, simply rests, simply is. And in this rest, you are whole, complete, at peace, held by something larger than any individual struggle, connected to the long human effort to live with wisdom and grace amid all the difficulties of existence. This is enough. You are enough. Rest now. Let the wave fall. Choose peace. Sleep well. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, before we speak of storms or deserts, or the God who walks where order ends, we must understand what the ancient Egyptians meant by balance. They called it Ma'at, and it was not merely a pleasant idea or a moral suggestion. It was the architecture of reality itself. Ma'at was the reason the sun rose each morning and set each evening. It was the principle that kept the Nile's floods predictable enough to plant by, generous enough to nourish the black soil, restrained enough not to wash away the world. It was the invisible geometry that held society together. Truth in speech, fairness in judgment, respect for boundaries, the proper relationship between king and subject, between human and divine, between the living and the dead. Without Ma'at, there would be no Egypt. There would be only chaos, formless and unredeemable, the state of things before creation began. The Egyptians did not take order for granted. They knew, deeply and practically, that the world required constant attention to remain livable. Every ritual performed in every temple, every judgment rendered in every court, every act of generosity or restraint was an affirmation of Ma'at, a small brick laid in the great wall that kept chaos outside the gates. This was not abstract philosophy. This was survival knowledge, tested daily against the real pressures of existence. And yet, for all their devotion to balance, the Egyptians also recognized something troubling and true. The world contains forces that do not naturally cooperate with order. There are winds that strip the fields bare. There are droughts that mock preparation. There are sudden storms, political upheavals, moments when the center does not hold and everything familiar seems to tremble. The Egyptians did not pretend these forces were illusions. They named them. They gave them form. And chief among these forms was Set, the god of disruption, the lord of the desert's edge, the storm that arrives without warning, and the violence that shatters what seemed permanent. Set was not a mistake in creation. He was part of the design, however uncomfortable that truth might be. He was the pressure that tested whether Ma'at was real or merely wishful thinking. He was the harsh question the universe asked every generation. Can you maintain balance when balance is challenged? Can order survive contact with disorder? Or does it collapse at the first real test? This is the story of Set, told not as a simple tale of heroes and villains, but as a meditation on why conflict exists in a world that still, despite everything, yearns for peace. It is the story of the god who lives at the edge of things, whose very existence forces us to ask what stability actually means and what price must be paid to preserve it. It is a story the Egyptians told themselves for thousands of years, refining it, complicating it, never quite resolving it, because the questions Set represents do not have easy answers. He is the reminder that the world is not naturally kind, that order must be earned and re-earned, and that even the most sacred structures can be broken if we forget to defend them. But he is also, strangely, a reminder that disruption is not the same as annihilation, that struggle is not the same as meaninglessness, and that some forces, however dangerous, are still part of the world's functioning rather than its ending. To understand Set is to understand what the Egyptians understood about reality, that peace is not the absence of challenge, but the capacity to restore balance after challenge arrives. Set's origins lie in the places where human order ends. He is the god of the desert. And the desert in Egyptian thought was not romantic or spiritual. It was the anti-land, the red waste where nothing grew, where the sun became an enemy rather than a giver of life, where travelers lost their way and died of thirst, with the horizon shimmering false promises in every direction. The desert was where Ma'at thinned to nothing. It had no Nile to organize time and space. It had no black soil to reward labor. It had no obvious cycles to predict or respect. It was chaos in geographical form, pressing against the narrow green valley where Egyptian civilization clung to existence. And Set was its lord. He was called the Red God, associated with the desert's barren color, with the violence of sandstorms, with the dry wind that sucked moisture from the throat and brought no rain. He was the god of foreigners, of the peoples beyond Egypt's borders, who did not share Egypt's language or customs or reverence for Ma'at. He was the god of confusion, of boundaries violated, of the moment when familiar patterns break down and something unpredictable takes their place. But Set was also the god of strength, raw, uncomforting, necessary strength. He was associated with thunder and storms, with the violence of weather that cannot be negotiated with or appeased, only endured. He was the patron of warriors, of those who defended Egypt's borders against invasion, of the hard men who stood on the frontier and faced what came from beyond. In this role, Set was not evil. He was the acknowledgement that the world contains forces that do not respond to gentleness, that some threats require force to repel, that the capacity for violence, when properly directed, protects what is vulnerable. The Egyptians understood this paradox. They honored Set even as they feared him. They built temples to him even as they told stories of his destructiveness. He was necessary precisely because he was dangerous. He represented the truth that order cannot maintain itself through wishful thinking alone. Set's mythology casts him as born into conflict. He was said to have torn his way out of his mother's womb, rather than waiting for natural birth, an image of impatience and violence from the very beginning. He was brother to Osiris, to Isis, to Nephthys, all of them children of the sky and the earth. All of them woven into the great pattern of divine relationships that structured the cosmos. But where Osiris embodied fertility and kingship, where Isis embodied wisdom and magic, where Nephthys embodied the liminal spaces of birth and death, Set embodied resistance to structure itself. He was the one who did not fit. He was the one whose energy moved against the grain. He was married to Nephthys, yet even this relationship carried a quality of wrongness, of boundary crossing, of things not quite aligned as they should be. Some traditions suggested that Nephthys, in a moment of confusion or deliberate transgression, lay with Osiris instead of Set, producing the god Anubis. Whether this story was meant as explanation or indictment, it reinforced the sense that Set existed in a web of relationships where betrayal and resentment were always possible, where the stable center was always vulnerable to disruption from the edges. The world Set inhabited was not a moral void. The Egyptians did not imagine chaos as simply random or meaningless. They imagined it as a kind of anti-order, a force with its own terrible logic. Chaos was not the absence of pattern. It was pattern turned against itself. Energy that consumed rather than sustained. Power that recognized no limits, and therefore destroyed everything it touched. Set embodied this energy. He was strong, yes, but his strength was not generative. It did not build cities or nurture children or create beauty. It tested, challenged, broke, scattered. It was the strength of the storm that flattens the harvest, the strength of the predator that kills without needing to, the strength of ambition that sees another's position and thinks only, that should be mine. This was Set's essential nature, and the Egyptians honored him for it, even as they understood the danger. They knew the world contained such forces. They knew pretending otherwise was foolish. And so they made space for Set in their cosmos, giving him a place, a name, a role, but always watching him, always aware that his nature was to disrupt. For a long time, Set's role was containable. He was the god of the frontier, the desert's edge, the storm that came and went. He was honored in certain regions, feared in others, but he was not yet the central problem of Egyptian mythology. That changed with the story of Osiris, the story that became the Great Rupture, the mythic explanation for why the world contains suffering, and why legitimacy must be constantly defended. Osiris was everything Set was not. Where Set was storm and desert, Osiris was water and green growth. Where Set was violence and disruption, Osiris was order and continuity. Osiris was the god-king who taught humanity how to cultivate grain, how to organize society, how to live in harmony with the land's rhythms. He was fertility itself, the promise that the world could be generous if properly tended. He was the sacred center of Egyptian kingship, the model every human pharaoh tried to embody. To be king was to be Osiris. To ensure the flood came, the harvest succeeded, justice prevailed, and Ma'at remained intact. Osiris was not merely powerful, he was beloved. He represented the idea that life could be good, that suffering was not inevitable, that the universe, at its heart, favored order over chaos. Set looked at Osiris and felt something the Egyptians understood intimately, the corrosive ache of resentment. It was not that Set lacked power. He was strong, perhaps stronger than Osiris in raw force. But strength without alignment is never honored the way generative order is honored. Osiris was celebrated. Set was tolerated. Osiris wore the crown. Set walked the desert's edge. Osiris embodied what the people wanted the world to be. Set embodied what the people feared the world might become. And so the question formed, slow and poisonous in Set's mind. Why should the gentle one rule? Why should fertility and patience and Ma'at be honored above strength and challenge and the refusal to submit? Why should Osiris sit at the center while Set remains at the margins? The Egyptians told this story not because they sympathized with Set, but because they recognized the feeling. They knew what it was to see another's success and feel diminished by it. They knew what it was to mistake another's goodness for a theft of what you deserved. They knew that resentment, left unchecked, grows into something monstrous. The rupture itself, the moment when Set moved against Osiris, has been told in many ways across Egyptian history, with details that shift and blur and contradict. But the heart of the story remains consistent. Set desired what Osiris had, the throne, the legitimacy, the love of the people, the central place in the cosmic order. And so, Set acted. Some traditions say he tricked Osiris into a coffin, sealed it, and cast it into the Nile. Some say he murdered Osiris outright and dismembered the body, scattering the pieces across Egypt, so that restoration would be nearly impossible. The specific method matters less than the mythic meaning. Set broke the center. He shattered the symbol of order itself. He took the king, who represented life's continuity, and reduced him to fragments, to absence, to a wound in the world's fabric that could not easily be sewn closed. This was not a political coup. This was cosmic vandalism. When Set killed Osiris, he attacked Ma'at itself. He demonstrated that even the most sacred structures are vulnerable if someone with enough strength and enough disregard decides to strike. The immediate aftermath was catastrophe. Without Osiris, the world lost its organizing principle. The throne sat empty. The promise of fertility and justice became uncertain. The people mourned, not just a king, but the idea that the center could hold. And into this grief stepped Isis, Osiris's wife and sister, who would become the great restorer, the one who proves that even when order is shattered, it can be painstakingly rebuilt. Isis's response to Set's violence was not violence in return. It was patience, intelligence, and an almost unbearable commitment to care. She searched for Osiris's scattered pieces. She gathered them one by one, traveling the length of Egypt, refusing to accept that fragmentation was final. She used her magic, which is to say her knowledge, her skill, her refusal to despair, to reassemble what Set had torn apart. She could not bring Osiris fully back to life in the world of the living. The wound Set inflicted was too deep for that, but she could restore Osiris to a new kind of existence, making him lord of the underworld, the judge of the dead, the one who ensured that Ma'at would be measured and upheld even in the afterlife. This part of the story is essential because it reframes Set's disruption. Yes, Set broke the center. Yes, his violence created genuine loss and suffering. But the story does not end with chaos triumphant. It ends with restoration. Incomplete, but real. Achieved through qualities Set does not possess. Care, persistence, the willingness to gather fragments rather than scatter them further. Isis represents the answer to Set. Where he destroys, she repairs. Where he acts from resentment, she acts from love. Where he sees only his own claim to power, she sees the larger pattern that must be preserved. The Egyptians told this story as a kind of instruction manual for surviving catastrophe. When the center breaks, you do not despair. You do not match violence with violence. You gather the pieces. You remember what matters. You restore what can be restored and adapt to what cannot. This is how Mayat survives contact with chaos. But restoration, however profound, does not erase the challenge to legitimacy that Set created. Osiris now ruled the underworld, but the earthly throne remained contested. And from Isis and Osiris's union, achieved through Isis's magic even after Osiris's death, came Horus, the child who represented rightful inheritance, continuity, the claim that order should be passed down properly from one generation to the next. Horus was everything Osiris had been. The promise of legitimate kingship, the symbol of Ma'at maintained. But he was also something new. Kingship that had to be fought for, defended, proven in the face of active challenge. Horus was born into a world where Set had already demonstrated that power could be seized by force. The question now was whether it could be held by right. The contest between Horus and Set became the longest, most exhausting struggle in Egyptian mythology. A conflict that dragged on for years, testing not just their strength, but the patience of the gods themselves. Set claimed the throne by right of strength. He had taken it, he held it, and no one had been strong enough to remove him. This was the logic of power, simple and brutal. Horus claimed the throne by right of inheritance. He was Osiris's son, the legitimate heir, the one chosen by the structure of cosmic law. This was the logic of Ma'at, more complex, more fragile, requiring others to recognize and uphold it. The Egyptians understood that both claims had a certain terrible validity. Strength is real, inheritance is real. The question was, which principle should organize a livable world? The contest took many forms. Sometimes Set and Horus fought directly, their battles shaking the heavens and the earth. Sometimes they competed in challenges, tests of skill, or endurance or cunning. Sometimes they argued their cases before the assembly of gods, each presenting his claim, each trying to convince the divine court that legitimacy belonged to him. The stories are wild, sometimes violent, sometimes sexual, sometimes darkly comic. In one tradition, Set and Horus transform into hippopotamuses and battle underwater, their struggle representing the churning chaos beneath the surface of things. In another, Set tries to humiliate Horus through sexual assault, an act meant to prove dominance, and strip Horus of his claim to purity and rightful order. But Horus, with Isis's help, turns the act against Set, using magic to reverse the humiliation and demonstrate that cleverness and righteousness together can defeat raw aggression. These stories are uncomfortable, strange, not easily reduced to simple moral lessons, but they convey something essential. The struggle for legitimacy is not clean. It is exhausting. It requires every kind of resource, strength, yes, but also intelligence, patience, cunning, and the willingness to endure indignity without losing sight of what matters. What makes the contest between Horus and Set so profound is that it refuses easy resolution. Set is genuinely strong. He is not a fool or a coward. He fights with everything he has, and there are moments when it seems he might prevail, when the logic of power seems more convincing than the logic of inheritance. But Horus endures. He keeps returning, keeps arguing his case, keeps demonstrating that he represents something larger than his own ambition. He represents the idea that society requires continuity, that children should inherit from parents, that the center should hold not because someone seized it, but because the pattern of rightful succession was respected. This is not romantic or sentimental, it is practical. A world where power goes only to the strongest creates endless war. A world where legitimacy is passed down according to recognized law creates the possibility of peace. Finally, after all the battles and challenges and arguments, the gods render judgment. The assembly decides in favor of Horus. Not because Horus is stronger than Set, he may not be, but because his claim aligns with Ma'at. The throne belongs to the rightful heir, not to the one who seized it by force. Set is defeated not by violence, but by the recognition that cosmic law has weight, that order is not merely whatever the strong decide it is, that there are principles worth upholding, even when upholding them is difficult and costly. This judgment is the heart of the story's lesson. Set's strength is real, but it is not sufficient. Legitimacy requires more than power. It requires alignment with the pattern that makes life livable. And yet the story does not end with Set destroyed or cast out of the cosmos entirely. This is where Egyptian mythology reveals its deep sophistication, its refusal to reduce gods to simple moral categories. Set is defeated, yes. He loses the throne. He is proven wrong in his claim. But he is not annihilated. He remains part of the divine order, still dangerous, still associated with storms and chaos and the desert's edge, but also still necessary in certain contexts. The Egyptians understood that some forces cannot be eliminated, only contained, redirected, or harnessed when their particular strength is required. Set remains the god of violence and disruption, but violence and disruption are not always wrong. They are sometimes necessary, especially when facing something worse than conflict. This brings us to the strange and essential tradition where Set becomes a defender rather than a destroyer, where his capacity for violence serves Ma'at instead of threatening it. Every night, according to Egyptian cosmology, the sun god Ra travels through the underworld, making the perilous journey from west to east so that he can rise again in the morning and bring light back to the world. This journey is not safe. The underworld is filled with dangers, spirits, obstacles. But the greatest threat is Apophis, the vast serpent of chaos, the embodiment of complete cosmic unmaking. Apophis is not like Set. Set disrupts order, but he is still part of the world, still a god with form and identity in relationships. Apophis is pure negation, the desire to return all existence to the formless void that preceded creation. Apophis does not want to rule or be honored or claim legitimacy. Apophis wants everything to end. And every night, Apophis tries to swallow Ra, to extinguish the sun, to plunge the world into eternal darkness and non-being. Against this ultimate threat, Set becomes a defender. He stands on Ra's solar bark, the boat that carries the sun through the underworld's dangers, and he uses his strength, his terrible, uncomforting strength, to repel Apophis. He fights the serpent with spear and ferocity, driving it back, ensuring that Ra survives the night and the sun rises again in the morning. In this role, Set is essential. His violence is not disruptive, but protective. His refusal to submit, his aggressive energy, his capacity for relentless combat become the qualities that preserve existence itself. The Egyptians told this story not to redeem Set or to pretend his earlier actions were acceptable, but to acknowledge a hard truth. The world sometimes requires the very qualities we find most troubling. Gentleness cannot fight Apophis. Patience cannot fight Apophis. Wisdom cannot argue with a force that has no interest in anything but annihilation. What fights Apophis is strength that matches its ferocity, aggression that meets its aggression, the willingness to be violent when violence is the only language the threat understands. This duality, Set as disruptor and Set as defender, is the key to understanding how the Egyptians thought about conflict and order. They did not pretend the world was simple. They did not divide existence into pure good and pure evil. They recognized that the same force could be destructive or protective depending on context. Set's strength is dangerous when turned against Ma'at, when used to break the center or seize power unjustly. But Set's strength is necessary when turned against Apophis, when the alternative is not merely disorder but total erasure. The distinction is not about Set's nature changing. It is about alignment. A force aligned with Ma'at, even a violent force, serves the cosmos. A force opposed to Ma'at, no matter how strong, becomes a problem that must be contained. This understanding gave the Egyptians a way to think about real political and social challenges. Every society contains people like Set, ambitious, resentful, powerful, unwilling to accept the limits that order requires. These people are genuinely dangerous. They can break things, hurt people, destabilize what seems secure. But they are also, sometimes, the people who defend the borders, who fight the external threats, who have the strength to do what gentler people cannot. The question is never whether such people exist. They always exist. The question is whether they can be aligned with Ma'at or whether they will act against it. This requires wisdom from those who lead, discernment about when to honor strength and when to constrain it, the ability to recognize that not all disruption comes from the same motive, and not all force serves the same end. Set's story also became a way to think about internal psychological experience, the sense that life contains forces we cannot fully control. The Egyptians lived with constant awareness of precarity. The Nile might flood too much or too little. Foreign armies might invade. Disease might sweep through a city. The pharaoh might die and leave succession uncertain. Internal rebellion might fracture the kingdom. These were not abstract fears. They were real possibilities that had happened and would happen again. Set represented the feeling of those possibilities, the dread that stability is always fragile, that the center might not hold, that chaos is always near. But the myths also suggested that this feeling, however uncomfortable, was part of how order maintained itself. If you believe stability is automatic, you stop defending it. If you know it is fragile, you pay attention. You perform the rituals. You uphold justice. You respect Ma'at not because it is easy, but because you understand the alternative. In this sense, Set becomes almost a spiritual discipline. The awareness of chaos is what makes you value order. The knowledge that disruption is possible is what makes you maintain boundaries. The memory of Set's violence against Osiris is what makes you honor Isis's patient restoration. You do not banish Set from consciousness. You acknowledge him. You name him. You remember that he is real. And then you choose Ma'at anyway, not from naivety, but from understanding. This is a mature spirituality, a grown-up relationship with reality. The world is not safe. Order is not guaranteed. But meaning is still possible. Balance can still be restored. And the practice of restoration, repeated endlessly across generations, is what makes civilization possible. The Egyptians also used Set to think about the problem of foreign influence and the anxiety of boundaries. Egypt was not isolated. It was surrounded by peoples who did not share Egyptian language, customs, or devotion to Maat. These peoples were not necessarily evil, but they were other, unpredictable, potentially threatening. Set was associated with foreigners, with the lands beyond Egypt's borders, with the disorienting experience of encountering people who organized life differently. This association was both practical and symbolic. Practically, foreign invasions were real threats, and Set, as the god of violence and chaos, made sense as a symbol for external danger. Symbolically, Set represented the challenge of maintaining identity and order when constantly pressed by alternatives. How do you remain Egyptian, remain committed to Maat, when the world around you operates by different rules? How do you defend your way of life without becoming so rigid that you cannot adapt? How do you engage with the foreign without losing what makes you yourself? These questions never have perfect answers, and the Egyptians did not pretend they did. Sometimes they honored Set as the god who defended Egypt against foreign threats, the fierce strength needed to protect the border. Sometimes they vilified Set as the god of foreigners themselves, the embodiment of everything that threatened Egyptian identity. The ambivalence is telling. It reflects a real tension, the need for protection and the fear of contamination, the desire for strength and the awareness that strength can turn inward and destroy what it meant to defend. Set is both the defender and the threat, both necessary and dangerous, and the wisdom lies in knowing which aspect you are dealing with at any given moment. As Egyptian history unfolded over millennia, attitudes toward Set shifted with political circumstances. In some periods, Set was honored openly, given temples and priesthoods, celebrated as a patron of pharaohs, especially those who emphasized military strength, or ruled in regions where desert trade was important. In other periods, especially after invasions by foreign powers, or during times of internal chaos, that seemed to vindicate the idea that Set's influence was dangerous. Set's cult was suppressed, his images defaced, his name sometimes erased from inscriptions. This vacillation shows that Set was never just a mythological abstraction. He was a living symbol, a way to think about immediate political and social realities, and attitudes toward him reflected anxieties about what kind of strength Egypt needed and what kind of disruption Egypt feared. But through all these shifts, the core myths remained, told and retold, because they address something permanent in human experience. The story of Set and Osiris, of chaos breaking the center and care restoring it, of illegitimate power challenged by rightful inheritance, of violent strength that can serve or threaten depending on alignment. These stories endured because they were true to something people recognized. They were not escapist fantasies or comforting lies. They were honest investigations of how order and disorder interact, how societies survive crisis, how meaning persists in the face of suffering, and how the same forces that threaten us can also, under certain conditions, protect us. Set's mythology also contains a profound teaching about resentment and ambition, the inner forces that drive people to act against their own long-term interests and the interests of the community. Set's resentment of Osiris is understandable on a surface level. Osiris was honored, Set was feared. Osiris embodied what people loved, Set embodied what people needed but did not enjoy. This is genuinely painful. To be necessary but not loved. To be strong but not celebrated. To be powerful but not central. These are real forms of suffering. The Egyptians did not ignore Set's pain, but they also did not excuse what he did with it. Resentment, however understandable, becomes destructive when it prioritizes one's own sense of injury over the larger pattern that makes life livable. Set's mistake was not that he felt diminished. His mistake was that he believed his diminishment justified breaking the center. That his personal grievance mattered more than cosmic order. That his strength gave him the right to seize what he wanted, regardless of consequences. This is a lesson about scale and priority. Individual suffering is real, but it is not the only real thing. The community's need for stability is also real. The pattern of legitimate succession is also real. The principle that power should be exercised in alignment with Ma'at rather than in opposition to it is also real. When personal resentment becomes the only lens through which you see the world, you lose the capacity to recognize these other realities. You begin to see any limit on your will as injustice, any structure that does not center you as oppression, any recognition given to another as theft from you. This is the mindset that shatters societies. It is the mindset Set embodies at his worst. And the Egyptians told his story not to demonize him, but to warn against letting resentment become the organizing principle of your life. At the same time, the myths acknowledge that resentment does not arise from nowhere. Set felt diminished because he was diminished. He was pushed to the margins. His strengths were feared rather than celebrated. His role was necessary but not honored. This creates a challenge for any society. How do you acknowledge and integrate the difficult forces within your community without letting them dominate or destroy? How do you honor strength without worshiping violence? How do you make space for people whose energy does not naturally align with gentleness and order without letting them break the center? The Egyptians offered no simple formula, but their mythology suggests that the answer involves recognition, containment, and proper direction. Recognize that Set-like forces exist. Contain them when they threaten Ma'at. Direct them toward defending against greater threats when possible. Do not pretend they are not dangerous. Do not pretend they are not sometimes necessary. Hold both truths at once and act with wisdom. The story of Horus and Set also teaches something about the difference between victory and resolution. Horus wins the throne. The gods judge in his favor. Ma'at is upheld. This is victory. But Set does not disappear. He remains still resentful, still dangerous, still capable of disruption. This is not resolution in the sense of complete closure or permanent peace. It is resolution in the sense of containment, of establishing what is right, of creating a structure that holds, even though the forces that threatened it have not been eliminated. This is perhaps the most mature teaching in the entire cycle. The world does not give us permanent solutions. It gives us temporary victories that must be defended and renewed. Ma'at must be upheld not once, but constantly. Legitimacy must be proven, not just when first claimed, but throughout a reign. Order must be maintained not through a single heroic act, but through sustained attention and effort. This understanding shapes how we might think about our own lives and societies. We will not eliminate chaos, We will not make resentment impossible. We will not create a system so perfect that it never faces challenge. What we can do is maintain our commitment to what makes life livable, restore balance when it is disrupted, judge fairly when claims compete, and recognize that the struggle between order and disorder is not an aberration to be fixed, but a permanent feature of existence to be navigated with wisdom. Set teaches this by being what he is. The permanent challenge, the recurring question, the force that never quite goes away. There is also something to learn from how Isis responds to Set's violence. She does not match his aggression. She does not seek revenge in kind. Her response is restoration, care, patience, the slow work of gathering fragments and making them whole again. This is not weakness. It is a different kind of strength, one that recognizes the futility of escalating violence. If Isis had responded to Set's murder of Osiris with equal violence, the cycle would have continued, each act of destruction calling for another, until nothing remained intact. Instead, she breaks the cycle by choosing a different response. She demonstrates that power can be exercised in service of restoration rather than domination, that the answer to shattering is gathering, that the answer to chaos is patient, meticulous care. This is the feminine principle in Egyptian mythology, not as gentleness versus strength, but as integration versus fragmentation, connection versus isolation, restoration versus destruction. It is what makes recovery possible after catastrophe. And yet the myth also honors Horus's willingness to fight, to contest Set's claim, to refuse to let illegitimate power stand unchallenged. There is a place for confrontation. There is a place for saying no, for drawing boundaries, for defending what matters with force when necessary. The wisdom is knowing when each response is appropriate. Sometimes the answer is Isis's patient gathering. Sometimes the answer is Horus's persistent challenge. Sometimes even the answer is Set's fierce defense against Apophis. The mythology does not give a single formula. It gives a range of responses and trusts the listener to develop the discernment to know which moment calls for which response. Set's association with storms and weather also carries metaphorical weight. Storms come without asking permission. They do not care about your plans or needs or sense of fairness. They simply arrive, disrupt, and eventually pass. This is a profound teaching about acceptance and response. You cannot prevent the storm. You cannot negotiate with it. You cannot convince it to behave differently. What you can do is prepare for it, endure it, and rebuild after it passes. The storm will do what storms do. Your agency lies in how you respond, not in controlling forces beyond your control. Set, as the god of storms, becomes a teacher of this hard wisdom. Life will disrupt you. Order will be challenged. Plans will be ruined. The question is not whether these things happen. They will. But whether you maintain your commitment to Ma'at anyway. Whether you restore what can be restored. Whether you learn from the disruption without being destroyed by it. In the nighttime journey of Ra, where Set defends against Apophis, there is another layer of teaching about consciousness and the underworld of the psyche. Ra's journey is not just cosmological, but psychological. It represents the mind's descent into darkness, into the parts of experience that are frightening, unknown, difficult to face. We all make this journey nightly when we sleep, when consciousness loosens its grip, and we encounter the strange landscape of dreams, memories, fears, and desires. that do not obey waking logic. In this territory, gentleness is not enough. You need the part of yourself that can fight, that refuses to be swallowed, that meets darkness with aggressive insistence on surviving. This is Set's role in the psyche. He is the fierce defender of consciousness against dissolution, the part of you that will not submit to the abyss, the aggressive energy that protects your sense of self against forces that would erase it. This is not the same as Set's violence against Osiris. When Set attacks the center, he is destructive. When Set defends Ra against Apophis, he is protective. The difference is in what he is fighting. When he fights legitimate order, he serves chaos. When he fights annihilation, he serves survival. This suggests a psychological teaching. Aggression and fierce energy are not inherently wrong, but they must be directed toward genuine threats rather than toward what sustains you. Your inner Set is dangerous if it attacks your own wholeness, your relationships, your place in meaningful structures. Your inner Set is necessary if it defends your consciousness, your boundaries, your right to exist, and maintain coherence against forces that would dissolve you. The Egyptians did not have modern psychological language, but they understood these dynamics intuitively. They knew that the same fierce energy that could destroy a community could also defend it. They knew that the capacity for violence had to be respected and directed, rather than denied or suppressed. They knew that pretending Set did not exist did not make him go away. It only made him more dangerous because he was not acknowledged and therefore not contained. The mythology gave them a way to think about these dynamics symbolically, to represent them in story and image, to pass down wisdom about how to live with difficult forces both in the outer world and in the inner landscape of the soul. Set's story is also a meditation on the problem of succession and generational conflict. Osiris represents the older generation, established, honored, secure in his role. Set represents ambition that refuses to wait, that sees the established order as something to overthrow rather than inherit. Horus represents the rightful heir, the one who should inherit according to proper succession. This triangle captures a permanent human tension. The old must eventually give way to the new. But how does that transition happen? Does it happen through violence and seizure, or through orderly succession? Does strength alone determine who leads? Or does legitimacy come from following recognized patterns of inheritance and social continuity? Egypt faced these questions practically every time a pharaoh died. If the succession was clear and unchallenged, the transition could be smooth. If it was contested, if there were rival claimants, if strength and legitimacy pointed in different directions, the result could be civil war, fragmentation, collapse of order. The Set Osiris Horus story is the mythic processing of this recurring crisis. The myth suggests that proper succession matters more than raw strength, that Horus's claim is valid even though he may not be as powerful as Set, that legitimacy is not just whatever the strong say it is. This is a radical claim in a world where violence was common and might often made right. It suggests that there are principles worth upholding even when upholding them is costly, that order is more than just the current balance of power, that future generations have a stake in how power is transferred. If power always goes to whoever seizes it, then every succession becomes a potential civil war. If power goes to the legitimate heir according to recognized law, then succession can be predictable, stable, less destructive. The Egyptians valued this stability intensely. They built an entire civilization around the idea that continuity mattered, that the patterns should be maintained, that each generation should pass intact structures to the next. Set's challenge to this principle was the ultimate threat. Yet the myth also acknowledges that legitimacy must be defended. It is not self-enforcing. Horus has the rightful claim, but he still has to fight for it. He still has to endure Set's challenges. He still has to persuade the gods to recognize his claim. Legitimacy is real, but it is not automatic. It requires active support, wise judgment, and sometimes force to uphold. This is a sober view of political reality. The right claim does not win simply by being right. It wins because people choose to uphold it, because institutions judge fairly, because the community commits to the principle that legitimacy matters more than power. This commitment is fragile. It can be broken. And when it breaks, the result is what Set represents. Power seized by force, order shattered, the long, exhausting struggle to restore what was lost. The role of the divine assembly in judging between Horus and Set is also significant. The gods do not leave the question to be settled by combat alone. They deliberate. They hear arguments. They weigh claims. They render judgment. This represents the principle that might does not make right, that there is a higher standard than who wins the fight, that truth and justice, ma'at, can be measured and recognized through careful consideration. This was central to Egyptian self-understanding. They believed in the possibility of just judgment, of truth being discerned through proper procedure, of outcomes that reflected cosmic law rather than mere power dynamics. The divine assembly's judgment in favor of Horus is the mythic foundation for every human court's claim to render just verdicts. It says that there is a right answer discoverable through wisdom, and that this answer should prevail, even when it is not the outcome that raw power would produce. But the myth is also realistic about how difficult this is. The assembly debates for a long time. Some gods favor Set. The judgment is not obvious or immediate. This reflects the real difficulty of discerning justice in complex situations, especially when both claimants have some validity to their arguments. Set is strong, strength matters. Horus is the rightful heir, inheritance matters. How do you weigh these against each other? The myth suggests that Ma'at provides the standard, that alignment with cosmic order tips the balance toward Horus. But it does not pretend the judgment is easy or that everyone agrees. This is honest about the limits of justice. It is real, it is discoverable. But it requires effort, wisdom, and the willingness to uphold it, even when some would prefer a different outcome. Set's continued existence after judgment also speaks to the limits of what justice can accomplish. The gods can judge that Horus is right. They can restore proper order. But they cannot eliminate Set. He remains, diminished perhaps, contained perhaps, but still present, still capable of causing trouble if not properly watched. This is a teaching about what resolution actually means. It does not mean all problems disappear. It means the right structure is established and maintained. It means Ma'at is upheld. But it also means ongoing vigilance, ongoing effort, ongoing attention to ensure that what was established is not undermined. There is no final victory that allows you to relax forever. There is only the sustained practice of maintaining order against the forces that challenge it. In different periods of Egyptian history, as the kingdom faced invasions, internal rebellions, or periods of fragmentation called intermediate periods. Set's mythology took on new resonance. When order collapsed, when the center did not hold, when Ma'at seemed broken, people understood that they were living through a Set moment. The mythology gave them a framework for understanding the catastrophe and, crucially, a template for response. If this is a Set moment, then the answer is Isis's patient restoration and Horus's persistent claim to legitimacy. The answer is not despair, but deliberate rebuilding, remembering what Ma'at requires, and working to restore it piece by piece. The mythology functioned as cultural memory, reminding people that chaos had happened before and been overcome, that the pattern of restoration was known, that recovery was possible even when it seemed impossibly difficult. This is one reason the myths survived for so long and were told with such care. They were not entertainment. They were survival knowledge. They encoded the wisdom of how to navigate the hardest moments of collective life. When your world breaks, you remember the story of Osiris and Isis. When power is contested, you remember the story of Horus and Set. When you face a threat that seems overwhelming, you remember Set defending Ra against Apophis. The myths gave people tools for thinking, for orienting themselves, for knowing what to do when the situation seemed impossible. This is what mythology at its best accomplishes. It gives form to formless anxiety, names to nameless fears, and patterns to follow when you do not know what to do next. Set's mythology also addresses the question of what makes something sacred and how the sacred can be defended. Osiris was sacred, the god-king, the center of order, the symbol of all that made life good. Set's attack on Osiris was therefore an attack on the sacred itself, a demonstration that even what should be inviolable can be violated if someone is willing to transgress fundamental boundaries. This is one of the most disturbing aspects of the myth, and one of its most important teachings. The sacred is not automatically protected. It is vulnerable. It requires defense, not just through force, but through the community's commitment to recognizing and honoring it. When people stop believing in the sacred, when they stop treating certain structures and principles as deserving special protection, those structures become vulnerable to anyone with enough ambition and disregard. But the myth also suggests that the sacred has resilience. Osiris is killed, but he is not erased. He is fragmented, but he is restored. He cannot return to his former role, but he finds a new one, equally important, in the underworld. This is a teaching about transformation through crisis. What is sacred may change form when attacked, but its essence can survive if people commit to preserving it. Isis's restoration work is not just practical but spiritual. She is maintaining the connection between the people and the divine, between the present and the past, between chaos and order. She is saying, through her actions, that what was sacred remains sacred even when broken, that the commitment to wholeness and meaning persists, even when the original form cannot be recovered. The myth's treatment of death and the afterlife also reveals deep Egyptian thinking about continuity and transformation. Osiris becomes Lord of the Dead, the judge who measures each soul against Ma'at. This makes death not an ending, but a transition to a different kind of existence, where justice still operates, where truth still matters, where Ma'at is still the standard. Set's violence could kill Osiris in the world of the living, but it could not eliminate him from existence entirely. Osiris's new role ensures that even in death, there is order, judgment, consequence. This was profoundly important to Egyptian culture. They did not see death as the end of meaning. They saw it as a threshold where ma'at would be measured, where the truth of how you lived would be weighed, where justice would be rendered by the one who himself had suffered injustice and been restored. Set's role in this cosmology is complex. He is the killer of Osiris, yet he is not the judge of the dead. He is not the one who measures Ma'at. He broke the center, but the center was restored in a form he cannot touch. This suggests that chaos can disrupt, but cannot ultimately rule. Set can shatter the pattern in the living world, but he cannot rewrite the cosmic law that governs the afterlife. There are limits to what disruption can accomplish. It can destroy particular structures, but it cannot unmake the principle of order itself. Ma'at persists, not as an unchangeable physical fact, but as an ideal that people can choose to honor and restore again and again, no matter how many times it is challenged. The sexual elements in some versions of the Horus-Set contest, while disturbing to modern sensibilities, also carried symbolic weight. Set's attempt to sexually dominate Horus was an attempt to prove superiority through humiliation, to demonstrate that he could violate boundaries and thereby prove his claim to power. But Horus, with Isis's magical help, reverses this, turning Set's aggression against him and demonstrating that cleverness and righteous alignment can defeat brute force. The sexual dimension underscores that this contest is about domination, penetration, violation, boundary crossing, all the ways power can be abused. And Horus's victory shows that these forms of power are not ultimate, that they can be countered by intelligence and magic, which in Egyptian thought meant knowledge, skill, and proper alignment with divine forces. The myth does not shy away from the ugliness of power struggles. It represents them honestly and then shows how they can be overcome. Set's association with infertility and barrenness, in contrast to Osiris's association with fertility and growth, also carries meaning. Set is the desert, the place where nothing grows. He is storm and drought, the forces that destroy crops. He is not generative. He does not create life or nurture it. This makes him fundamentally unsuited for kingship, which in Egyptian thought was about ensuring fertility of the land, of the people, of the social order. A king's primary role was to maintain Ma'at so that the Nile would flood properly, the harvest would succeed, children would be born, and life would continue in abundance. Set cannot do this. His nature is to disrupt, to scatter, to prevent generation. This is why his claim to the throne is fundamentally flawed. He might be strong, but he cannot fulfill the king's essential function. Strength without fertility, power without generativity, is sterile and ultimately self-defeating. Horus, by contrast, is fertile in a different sense. He is the continuation of Osiris, the heir, the one who carries forward the pattern of life. He represents the future, the next generation, the promise that life will go on. When Horus wins the throne, it is not just a personal victory, but a cosmic affirmation that life continues, that the pattern of generation and succession persists, that Set's disruption was real but not final. This teaching about fertility and continuity was not abstract for the Egyptians. It was desperately practical. If the kingdom fragmented, if succession failed, if the center could not hold, the result was not just political chaos, but agricultural collapse, famine, death. The myths were processing real existential threats and offering frameworks for surviving them. The story of Set and Apophis, where Set defends rather than destroys, introduces a crucial distinction between different kinds of chaos. Apophis is not like Set. Set is a god with form and identity and relationships. Apophis is formlessness itself, the desire to return existence to pre-creation void. Set disrupts order, but is still part of the world. Apophis wants to end the world. This distinction is essential for understanding how the Egyptians thought about evil and danger. Not all threats are equal. Some challenges test you and make you stronger. Others erase you. Set belongs to the first category, Apophis to the second. And the mythology is clear. Set's strength, properly directed, can fight Apophis. This suggests that the aggressive energy that threatens order from within can defend order from what threatens it from outside. The same force, differently directed. This teaching has psychological and political implications. Psychologically, it suggests that the fierce, aggressive parts of yourself are not simply enemies to be suppressed. They are energies that can be directed toward protecting your consciousness, your boundaries, your capacity to remain coherent in the face of forces that would dissolve you. The work is not to eliminate these energies, but to align them with what sustains you rather than what destroys you. Politically, it suggests that the difficult, aggressive elements in a society, the ambitious, the resentful, the strong, who chafe against limits, can be either destructive or protective, depending on how they are integrated and directed. The leadership challenge is to direct these energies toward genuine threats, rather than allowing them to turn inward against the community itself. The nightly journey of Ra, with Set as defender, also speaks to the cyclical nature of existence. Every day the sun rises, travels across the sky, sets, journeys through the underworld, and rises again. This cycle is not automatic. It requires effort, defense, struggle. The sun does not rise because it is guaranteed to rise. It rises because Ra makes the journey, and Set defends him against Apophis. This is a profound teaching about effort and maintenance. Nothing sustains itself automatically. Order requires work. Consciousness requires effort. Life requires defense against dissolution. The world gives you the capacity to maintain these things, but you must actually use that capacity. Passivity is not an option. Collapse is always possible. Renewal comes through active engagement with the challenges that threaten continuity. Set's mythology, taken as a whole, is a meditation on the problem of maintaining order in a world that contains forces fundamentally opposed to order. It does not offer easy optimism. It does not pretend chaos is an illusion or that order will automatically prevail. It recognizes that disruption is real, that catastrophe is possible, that the center can break and has broken. But it also insists that restoration is possible, that Ma'at can be upheld, that legitimacy has meaning, that patient care and wise judgment and proper alignment can rebuild what violence has shattered. This is mature spirituality, not the denial of difficulty, but the cultivation of capacity to navigate it. The Egyptians told Set's story for thousands of years because it addressed something that never stopped being relevant. Every generation faces disruption. Every society must decide whether power belongs to strength alone or to rightful order. Every person must navigate the tension between what they want and what is right, between resentment and acceptance, between aggression and care. Set represents the temptation to solve these tensions through force, through seizing what you want, through breaking what does not serve you. His story is the exploration of what happens when this temptation is indulged and what it takes to recover from the wreckage. But Set also represents something the Egyptians knew could not be eliminated. The harsh edge of reality, the storm that comes. The violence required sometimes to defend against worse violence. The strength that, however uncomfortable, is still necessary. They did not try to banish Set from their cosmos. They gave him a place, acknowledged his power, and worked to ensure he was contained and directed rather than loose and destructive. This is wisdom applicable far beyond ancient Egypt. The difficult forces in your life, in your psyche, in your society, do not disappear because you wish them away. They must be acknowledged, understood, and integrated in ways that serve life rather than destroy it. The relationship between Set and Ma'at is ultimately one of tension rather than resolution. Set challenges Ma'at. Ma'at contains Set. Neither eliminates the other. The cosmos functions through their continued interaction, with Set providing the test that makes Ma'at meaningful, and Ma'at providing the structure that prevents Set from devolving into pure chaos. This is not a comfortable teaching. It does not offer final peace or permanent security, but it offers something perhaps more valuable. A realistic framework for living in a world that contains both order and disorder, both construction and destruction, both hope and threat. It says that meaning is found not in eliminating challenge, but in how you respond to it, not in pretending the world is safe, but in maintaining your commitment to what makes life livable, even when safety is not guaranteed. Set's story also teaches about the limits of force. Set is immensely strong, yet he loses the throne. His strength could kill Osiris, but it could not prevent Isis from restoring him. His strength could contest Horus, but it could not convince the gods to grant him legitimacy. His strength can defend Ra against Apophis, but it cannot make him king or beloved or honored as Osiris was honored. This is a teaching about the insufficiency of force alone. Force can break things, but it cannot build the kind of order that makes life good. It cannot create trust or love or the voluntary cooperation that makes society function. It cannot generate legitimacy or fertility or the sense that tomorrow will be better than today. These things require different qualities: care, wisdom, patience, alignment with principles larger than personal ambition. Set has force, but not these other qualities, and this is why, despite his strength, he ultimately fails in his claim to rule. Yet the story also acknowledges what Set's force can accomplish. It can defend against Apophis. It can secure borders. It can repel invasions. These are not trivial. They are essential. But they are not sufficient for creating the kind of order that makes civilization possible. This is the paradox. Set embodies. Necessary but not sufficient. Essential but dangerous. Real but not ultimate. Navigating this paradox requires the kind of wisdom the myths were designed to cultivate. The ability to hold multiple truths simultaneously, to recognize that the same force can serve different ends, to discern context and direction rather than applying simplistic moral categories. The ending of Set's story, where he remains part of the cosmos but contained, defeated in his claim to illegitimate rule, but still functioning in his role as defender against Apophis, is the mythic equivalent of a working compromise. It is not perfect resolution. Set is still dangerous. The threat he represents has not disappeared, but the structure is in place to manage the threat, to ensure he serves rather than destroys, to maintain Ma'at despite his presence. This is what functioning order looks like in a real world. It is not the elimination of all threats, but the creation of structures that can contain and redirect threats, that can maintain balance despite ongoing challenges, that can renew themselves after disruptions, because the principles and patterns are remembered and honored. For the individual listening to these myths, perhaps lying in the dark before sleep, the teaching is both cosmic and intimate. Cosmically, you are reminded that the world contains Set, storm and desert and disruption, and the possibility that order will break. But you are also reminded that the world contains Isis and Horus and Ma'at, restoration and legitimacy, and the principles that make life meaningful. You are reminded that Set can be defended against, that chaos can be survived, that even when the center breaks, it can be restored through patience and care and commitment to truth. Intimately, you are reminded that your own life contains Set-like forces, ambition, resentment, aggression, the desire to seize rather than uphold. You are reminded that these forces are dangerous, but also sometimes necessary, that they can destroy you or defend you, depending on how you direct them. You're reminded that the work of life is not to eliminate difficulty, but to align yourself with Ma'at, to choose order and restoration and truth, even when chaos is real and present and pressing. The story becomes a kind of lullaby, not by pretending the world is safe, but by teaching that safety comes from understanding how order persists despite challenge. Set will always be there. The desert will always press against the green land. Storms will always come. Resentment will always arise. Ambition will always test limits. But Ma'at will also always be there. Not as automatic guarantee, but as possibility, as choice, as the pattern you can align with and restore and defend. The sun will rise again because Ra makes the journey and Set defends him against Apophis. Order will persist because Isis restores what is broken and Horus claims what is rightful and the gods judge according to truth. Your life will have meaning because you choose, despite everything, to align with what creates coherence rather than what scatters it. This is the complete history of Set, told as the Egyptians might have told it. Not to frighten, but to prepare, not to simplify, but to honor complexity. Not to promise easy answers, but to offer the wisdom of how order and chaos interact, and how a life can be lived with dignity and meaning, even in a world where both are always present. Set is storm and desert. Set is disruption and violence. Set is resentment and ambition. Set is necessary strength and dangerous force. Set is the test that proves whether Ma'at is real. And through it all, Set is also the reminder that even the most destructive forces can be contained, understood, and sometimes redirected toward defending what matters most. The world is not simple. Peace is not permanent, but restoration is possible. Balance can be rebuilt. And the practice of rebuilding, repeated across a lifetime, is what makes the journey bearable and meaningful. And finally, as the eyes close and sleep comes, strangely peaceful after all. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, there was order. Not the harsh order of a clenched fist, but the gentle kind. The order of seeds, knowing when to wake, of rivers understanding their boundaries, of seasons following one another like a conversation that never needs to be forced. This is the feeling that Osiris brought to the world in Egyptian thought, and it is with this feeling that his story must begin. He was not merely a king in the way we think of kings now, as figures who command armies, or collect taxes, or sit on thrones, making declarations. Osiris was something older and quieter than that. He was the reason the world felt like it made sense. He was the mythic answer to a question every human being asks when they look at the sky or the soil or the river. Why does anything continue? Why does life persist? Why, after the darkness of winter or the silence of death, does anything return at all? The Egyptians, who lived along a river that disappeared and returned each year, who planted seeds into black earth and watched green life emerge from what looked like nothing, understood continuation as the fundamental mystery, and Osiris became their way of speaking about it. He was not a god of thunder or war or the sun's blinding power. He was the god of what endures. He was associated with the Nile's fertility, with the dark soil left behind after the floods, with the grain that fed millions, with the steady cycles that allowed civilization to take root and grow deep. In the Egyptian imagination, Osiris was the still center around which everything else could safely turn. He was the promise that the world had a pattern, and that this pattern was kind. This is important to understand before his story unfolds, because the story of Osiris is not simply about one figure's rise and fall. It is about how a culture understood stability itself, what makes it possible, what threatens it, and how it can be restored even after it seems completely broken. The Egyptians built their entire civilization on a narrow strip of green surrounded by desert. They knew, perhaps better than any other ancient people, that order is precious and fragile. They knew that the difference between life and death could be measured in inches. The inches the Nile rose or failed to rise. The inches of topsoil that could be blown away or preserved. They knew that continuity could not be taken for granted. And so they created myths that explained how continuity worked, what sustained it, and what could repair it when it shattered. Osiris stands at the center of those myths as the embodiment of rightful rule. In Egyptian cosmology, kingship was never merely political. A king was not just someone who held power. A king was someone who maintained ma'at. And ma'at is one of those words that resists easy translation because it contains so much. It means truth, it means balance, it means justice, order, harmony, the right way things should be. Ma'at was the principle that kept the sun rising, the stars moving in their courses, the Nile flooding at the proper time, society functioning without descending into chaos. Ma'at was the structure of reality itself, and a king's primary responsibility was not to expand territory or accumulate wealth, but to uphold Ma'at so that the world could continue. Osiris was the ideal of this kind of kingship. The myths describe him as teaching humanity agriculture, giving them laws, showing them how to live in harmony with the land and with each other. But these descriptions are not really about historical events. They are about what Osiris represented in the Egyptian mind. He was the principle that made civilization feel possible. He was the reason people could believe that if they planted seeds, those seeds would grow. He was the reason they could believe that if they lived justly, the world would not turn against them. He was the mythic guarantee that the universe was not random or cruel, but structured and ultimately benevolent. This benevolence is key to understanding who Osiris was before his death transformed him. He was gentle strength. He was the power that nourishes rather than dominates. When the myths speak of Osiris bringing agriculture to humanity, they are speaking about the moment when human beings stop simply taking from the world and learn to work with it to understand its rhythms, to participate in its cycles. Agriculture is a kind of faith. You put a seed into darkness and you wait, trusting that something will return. You cannot force it. You cannot threaten it into being. You can only prepare the ground, plant carefully, and trust the pattern to continue. Osiris embodied that trust. He was the god who said, "The world has a rhythm, and if you align yourself with it, you will be fed. The land will provide, the river will return, the seasons will follow their course, your work will not be in vain." This is why his presence in mythology feels so calm, so reassuring. He is not the god of dramatic intervention or spectacular rescue. He is the god of steady continuation, of the reliable return, of the pattern that holds. And the pattern did hold for a time. The myths describe a golden age under Osiris's rule, a time when humanity lived in harmony with Ma'at, when the land was generous and society was just. But the myths also knew something else, that every ordered system contains within it the possibility of its own disruption. Balance exists because imbalance is possible. Harmony must be maintained because chaos is always waiting. And in Egyptian mythology, this pressure against order took the form of Set. Set was Osiris's brother in the myths, but more importantly, Set was his opposite principle. Where Osiris represented fertility and growth, Set represented the desert's harshness. Where Osiris was associated with the predictable flooding of the Nile, Set was associated with storms and drought and the forces that resist cultivation. Set was not evil in the simple sense. He had his own role in the cosmos, his own necessary function. But he was the principle of disruption, of wildness, of the energies that strain against any attempt to impose order. The relationship between Osiris and Set is one of structural tension. It is the tension between what can be cultivated and what resists cultivation, between pattern and chaos, between the center and the forces that push against it. And in the mythic history, this tension could not last forever in balance. Something had to give. The order that Osiris represented, as beautiful and life-giving as it was also vulnerable. It could be broken. And the story of how it broke is the story of how Egyptians understood the most fundamental rupture, death itself. The death of Osiris is told in different ways in different texts, but the core truth remains the same. Set, through deception or violence or both, killed Osiris. The myths describe dismemberment, scattering, the breaking apart of what had been whole and sacred. The details vary, but the meaning is clear. The center did not hold. The principle of order was shattered. The king who maintained Ma'at was himself subjected to the ultimate disorder, the dissolution of the body, the separation of the parts that should remain unified, the transformation of a living presence into scattered fragments. This is the moment of cosmic rupture in Egyptian mythology, and it is crucial to understand it, not as a failure, but as a necessary turning point. The death of Osiris is not the end of the story, it is the beginning of the deeper meaning. Because what the Egyptians understood, what they needed their myths to help them understand, is that death is not only an ending, death is also a transformation. The question is not how to avoid death, because death cannot be avoided. The question is, what happens to order when it passes through death? Can continuity survive the ultimate discontinuity? Can the pattern persist, even when its central figure is broken? This is where Isis enters the story with full force. She had always been present as Osiris's wife, his partner, the goddess of magic and protection. But after his death, she becomes the principle of restoration. The myths describe her searching for Osiris's scattered parts, gathering them with patience and care, refusing to accept fragmentation as final. Isis represents the response to chaos that is not violent or dramatic, but persistent and intelligent. She does not fight Set directly in this moment. She focuses on repair. She holds what can be held. She finds what can be found. She uses her knowledge, her magic, her skill, her determination, to reassemble what has been broken. This gathering is presented in the myths as the first act of restoration, and it is deeply significant. Isis does not simply mourn the loss. She actively works against dissolution. She moves through the world, collecting the pieces of what was sacred, treating each fragment as precious, as still containing meaning. The act of gathering is itself a form of resistance to chaos. It says, "This mattered. This still matters." What was broken can be made whole again, or if not whole, then at least coherent enough to have meaning. The myths describe Isis using her magic to restore Osiris, at least temporarily, at least enough for new life to be conceived. From their union comes Horus, who will become the future of kingship in the living world. But Osiris himself does not return to his old life. He does not resume his throne above the earth. Instead, he undergoes the transformation that makes him the central figure of Egyptian afterlife belief. Osiris becomes the king of the dead. This transformation is the heart of the myth's wisdom. Osiris does not simply die and disappear. He dies and continues, but in a new role, in a new realm. He descends to the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, and there he establishes order. Just as he had been the principle of Ma'at in the living world, he now becomes the principle of Ma'at in the world beyond death. The Egyptians could not bear the thought that death was chaos, that the final transition was into meaninglessness or random darkness. So they imagined Osiris there, waiting, ruling, maintaining the same steady order he had maintained in life, but now in the realm where all must eventually go. This is extraordinarily comforting when you consider what it means. Death has a king. Death has structure. Death has procedure and principle and law. The transition that every human being fears is not a leap into void, but a passage into another kingdom, one with rules and justice and a rightful ruler. Osiris in the underworld is the promise that the pattern continues, even when individual life does not. He is the reassurance that there is governance beyond the visible world, that Ma'at extends even into the places we cannot see. The architecture of the Egyptian afterlife, as it developed around the figure of Osiris, reflects this deep need for death to be meaningful. The myths and funerary texts describe an underworld of halls and gates, of trials and judgments, of spirits and guardians. But at the center of it all is Osiris, seated in judgment, presiding over the weighing of the heart. This image, the heart weighed against the feather of Ma'at, with Osiris as witness and judge, became one of the most powerful in Egyptian culture. It said, "Your life matters because it will be measured. The choices you made, the truth you lived or failed to live, the alignment of your heart with Ma'at, all of this has consequence even after death. But the weighing of the heart is not presented as punishment for its own sake. It is presented as cosmic necessity, as the maintenance of order even in the afterlife. A heart that has lived in truth, that has aligned itself with Ma'at, is light. It balances against the feather. Such a heart belongs in Osiris's kingdom. It has earned its place in the ordered realm beyond death. But a heart heavy with selfishness, cruelty, chaos. Such a heart cannot enter. It would disrupt the order of the afterlife, just as it disrupted the order of life. The weighing is not arbitrary judgment. It is the natural consequence of how one has lived. Osiris presides over this process, not as a harsh judge, but as the guarantor of justice. He ensures that the afterlife remains a place of Ma'at, that those who enter have earned their passage through the integrity of their lives. This role makes him both comforting and demanding. Comforting because he promises that death has meaning, that the next world is ordered and just. Demanding because he insists that how you live matters, that you cannot escape the weight of your own heart. Meanwhile, above the earth, the story of restoration continues through Horus. If Osiris is the principle of order, transformed through death, Horus is the principle of order, renewed in life. He is Osiris's son, raised in secret by Isis, while Set ruled in the wake of Osiris's death. The myths describe Horus growing strong, learning wisdom, preparing to reclaim his father's throne. But the conflict between Horus and Set is not simply about power. It is about legitimacy. It is about whether the world will be ruled by the rightful pattern or by the forces of disruption. The battles and trials between Horus and Set take many forms in different versions of the myth. Sometimes they are physical contests. Sometimes they are legal arguments before the council of gods. Sometimes they are tests of strength or wisdom or endurance. But the underlying question is always the same. Who has the right to rule? And the answer in Egyptian thought is not simply the strongest or the cleverest. The answer is the one who embodies Ma'at, who can maintain the order that allows life to flourish. Horus ultimately prevails not just because he defeats Set, but because he represents continuity with Osiris. He is the living king who carries forward the legacy of the dead king. He is proof. That order can be restored after rupture. That legitimacy can be renewed even after the worst violence. When Horus takes the throne, he does not erase Set entirely. Set remains in the cosmos, still representing the wild forces that resist order. But Set is contained, pushed to the margins, prevented from overwhelming the center. The world returns to balance, with Horus ruling above and Osiris ruling below, and Ma'at restored to its proper place. This division, Horus above, Osiris below, becomes the mythic explanation for the Egyptian understanding of layered stability. The cosmos is not held by a single force, but by multiple guardians in different realms. The living king, ideally, is a manifestation of Horus, maintaining Ma'at in the visible world, ensuring that agriculture thrives and society functions and the people are protected. Meanwhile, Osiris maintains Ma'at in the invisible world, ensuring that death has meaning and that the final judgment is just. Together, they form a complete system. Together, they guarantee that order persists both in life and beyond it. And binding them together, connecting the realms, is Isis. She is the bridge between life and death, between the scattered and the whole, between loss and restoration. Her role in the myths is as essential as either Osiris or Horus, because she represents the active work of maintaining continuity. She is the one who gathers the pieces. She is the one who performs the rituals that allow transformation rather than dissolution. She is the protective force that guards what is vulnerable, that nurtures what is growing, that refuses to let fragmentation become permanent. The complete mythology of Osiris, Isis, and Horus became the template for how Egyptians understood their world. Every pharaoh was understood to be a living Horus, a manifestation of rightful kingship, maintaining Ma'at just as Horus had restored it. When a pharaoh died, he became Osiris, transitioning to rule in the afterlife, taking his place in the ordered realm beyond death. The queen or the king's mother was often associated with Isis, the protective and restorative force that held everything together. The entire political and spiritual structure of Egypt was built on this mythic foundation. But beyond the politics, beyond the royal ideology, the story of Osiris spoke to something universal. It spoke to the human need to believe that endings are not erasures. That death, as real and final as it is for individual life, is not the end of meaning or order or continuity. That the patterns we care about, justice, truth, love, the work we do to make life better, persist in ways that transcend our individual existence. Osiris became the promise that the dead are not discarded. In a world where most ancient cultures imagined the afterlife as a dim shadow existence at best, the Egyptians imagined a kingdom with a just ruler, a place where your heart's truth mattered, where the life you lived had consequences that extended beyond the grave. This was not meant to frighten people into compliance, or at least not only that. It was meant to comfort them with the idea that their existence had weight, had meaning, had a place in the larger pattern. The agricultural symbolism that ran through Osiris's entire mythology reinforced this message of renewal. Every year, the fields appeared to die. The harvest was cut down, the land turned brown, the world seemed exhausted. But then the Nile would flood, the black soil would return, new seeds would be planted, and green life would emerge again. This cycle was sacred because it proved that death was not final, that apparent endings could give way to new beginnings, that the pattern of renewal was woven into the very fabric of existence. Osiris was the story that made this cycle meaningful. He was the seed that goes into darkness. He was the vegetation that dies and returns. He was the promise written into the land itself that life continues, that endings are temporary, that renewal is not a miracle, but a rhythm you can trust. The festivals celebrating Osiris were often timed to the agricultural calendar, linking the myth explicitly to the yearly proof of resurrection that every farmer witnessed. This is why Osiris's mythology never became merely historical, never became just an old story about ancient events. It remained relevant because it spoke to experiences that continued. Every harvest was Osiris dying and returning. Every death in every family raised the question of what persists, what continues, what endures beyond the visible life. And the answer for Egyptians was always the same. Order endures. Ma'at endures. The pattern endures. Not because it is indestructible, but because there are forces, Isis' patience, Horus's legitimacy, Osiris's transformed presence, that work constantly to maintain and restore it. The texts and images that survive from ancient Egypt return again and again to Osiris because he represented this bedrock certainty. The Book of the Dead, which was really more like a collection of spells and guidance for the afterlife, is filled with appeals to Osiris, requests for his favor in the judgment hall, declarations of innocence before his throne. The walls of tombs are covered with scenes of Osiris receiving the dead, presiding over their transformation, welcoming those whose hearts are true into his kingdom. The funerary literature is essentially a conversation with Osiris, a series of assurances that the deceased has lived according to Ma'at and deserves a place in the ordered afterlife. What this shows is that Osiris was not a distant or abstract figure. He was intimate with every Egyptian's understanding of their own mortality. He was the one you would meet when everything else fell away. He was the final judge, but also the final comfort. Proof that even in death, there is structure, there is meaning, there is the possibility of continuation if you have lived truthfully. The appeal of this mythology extended far beyond Egypt's borders. As Egyptian culture spread and interacted with Greek and Roman civilization, the story of Osiris fascinated foreign observers. They saw in it a sophisticated theology of death and resurrection, a moral framework that connected earthly behavior to cosmic consequence. The mystery religions that developed in the Hellenistic period often drew on Egyptian ideas, particularly the notion that death could be a transformation rather than an ending, that there were rituals and knowledge that could prepare you for what comes after. But even as the mythology traveled and transformed, its core insight remained the same. Continuity requires care. Order is not automatic. The pattern does not maintain itself. It takes Isis gathering the pieces. It takes Horus fighting to restore legitimacy. It takes Osiris continuing to rule even after death has changed him. The work of maintaining Ma'at is constant, vigilant, and necessary. The reward for this work is not that suffering disappears or that death becomes avoidable. The reward is that life remains meaningful even in the face of suffering, and death becomes bearable because it is structured and just. This is perhaps the deepest comfort that Osiris offers. Not that bad things won't happen, but that when they do, the pattern can still hold. When Osiris was killed, when order itself was shattered, the world did not end. Instead, transformation occurred. Isis gathered. Horus grew. Osiris found a new throne in a new realm. The pattern adapted, deepened, continued. The lesson is not that rupture can be avoided, but that it can be survived. That meaning can persist even through the worst violence. That endings can become new beginnings if the work of restoration is done. For people living in the ancient world, where death was everywhere, in childbirth, in disease, in war, in the simple fragility of human life, this mythology was not abstract. It was desperately necessary. It was a story that made it possible to bury your child and still believe in order. It was a story that made it possible to face your own death and still believe in justice. It was a story that said your life, short and difficult as it might be, still matters in the larger pattern. And the pattern itself was not presented as cold or mechanical. It was presented as alive, as responsive, as maintained by forces that care. Isis cares enough to search for every piece. Horus cares enough to fight for legitimacy. Osiris cares enough to ensure that judgment is just, that hearts are weighed fairly, that those who live in truth find their reward. The Egyptian cosmos, as imagined through these myths, is not indifferent. It is structured by divine care, by the constant work of maintaining what matters. This is why the image of Osiris remains so powerful even now, even for people who don't believe in Egyptian gods or an afterlife modeled on ancient funerary texts. The image persists because it speaks to something permanent in human experience. The need to believe that what we build, what we care about, what we stand for, can survive us, that our work is not in vain, that the order we try to maintain in our families, our communities, our own hearts, is not futile. Osiris is the promise that tending the pattern matters, that living according to truth has weight, that the heart, when it is light with integrity, finds its place in the larger order. That death, terrifying as it is not chaos, but transformation, not erasure, but passage into a different kind of continuity. When the myths describe Osiris enthroned in the duat, eternally green like living grain, eternally ruling with the crook and flail of kingship, they are describing permanence. Not the permanence of something that never changes, but the permanence of something that endures through change, that persists through transformation, that remains itself even while becoming something new. Osiris, the living king, becomes Osiris, the king of the dead, and in that transformation he does not lose his essential nature. He is still the principle of order. He is still the promise of continuity. He is still the gentle strength that makes it possible to trust the pattern. The agricultural cycle continues to reinforce this message. Spring after winter, harvest after planting, green life emerging from what looked dead. The Egyptians did not need to imagine resurrection as a miraculous interruption of natural law, because they saw resurrection every single year in their fields. The question was not whether renewal was possible. The land proved it was possible. The question was what that renewal meant. What sustained it? What force or principle or divine presence made it happen? Osiris was the answer. He was the god of the grain that dies and returns. He was the power in the seed. He was the reason the pattern held. And by extension, he was the promise that human life, which also seems to die, also participates in this pattern of renewal, not necessarily in the body. The Egyptians were too pragmatic to deny the reality of physical death, but in something deeper, in the persistence of Mayat, in the continuity of the ordered cosmos, in the weighing of the heart that ensures that truth matters beyond the span of individual years. This is why preparing for death became such an important part of Egyptian culture. It was not morbid obsession. It was practical preparation for the inevitable. If death is a transition into Osiris's kingdom, then you prepare by learning to live according to Ma'at. You prepare by making your heart light, by aligning your life with truth and justice and the principles that sustain order. You prepare by understanding that the judges you will face, Osiris and the gods who attend the weighing, are not looking to punish, but to verify that you belong in the ordered realm, that your presence will not disrupt the careful balance of the afterlife. The negative, confessions that appear in funerary texts, are lists of things the deceased claims not to have done. I have not killed. I have not stolen. I have not caused pain. I have not disrupted Ma'at. These are not arbitrary moral rules, but descriptions of what it means to live in harmony with the pattern. They are the behaviors that make you compatible with Osiris's kingdom, that make your heart light enough to pass the weighing. And if your heart passes, if you are found true, then you enter into the field of reeds, the Egyptian paradise that is often depicted as an idealized version of Egypt itself. Abundant fields, clear water, endless harvest, peaceful labor, reunion with loved ones. It is not a place of idleness, but of perfected work, where the activities that gave life meaning continue without the suffering and uncertainty that marked earthly existence. Osiris rules over this realm, ensuring its order, maintaining its peace, presiding over the continued existence of those who have earned their place. This vision of the afterlife is neither punishment nor reward in the simplistic sense. It is consequence. It is the natural result of how you lived. A heart aligned with Ma'at belongs in Osiris's ordered realm. A heart opposed to Ma'at cannot enter without disrupting that order, and so it is excluded, not out of cruelty, but out of cosmic necessity. The pattern protects itself. Order maintains itself by ensuring that what enters is compatible with its continuation. What makes this mythology so sophisticated is that it does not shy away from the reality of moral weight. It insists that choices matter, that how you live has consequences that extend beyond your immediate experience. But it balances this demand with the promise of structure and justice. You are not judged by a capricious deity or by impossible standards. You are judged by Ma'at, by the same principle of truth and balance that governs the entire cosmos. If you lived in harmony with that principle, you belong in the realm where it continues. If you opposed it, you have excluded yourself. This is not meant to terrify, but to orient. It gives life moral weight, makes actions meaningful, provides a framework for understanding why virtue matters. In a world that can seem random and unjust, where the wicked often prosper and the good often suffer, the mythology of Osiris provides assurance that the final accounting will be true, that what is hidden will be revealed, that the weight of the heart cannot be disguised or bought or faked. That truth, in the end, is what determines where you belong. And Osiris, presiding over this judgment, is both stern and merciful. Stern, because he will not compromise Ma'at for anyone, because the integrity of his kingdom depends on truth. But merciful because he represents the possibility of continuation, because his very existence as king of the dead is proof that death is not the end of meaning. He judges fairly because fairness is his nature. He is the principle of order made into a person, and order, true order, Ma'at, is inherently just. The mythology also provides a role for the living in maintaining connection with the dead. The funerary rites, the offerings at tombs, the recitation of spells and prayers, all of these were understood as ways of supporting the deceased in their transition and their continued existence in Osiris's realm. This was not superstition, but a sophisticated understanding of continuity as something that requires maintenance. Just as Ma'at must be constantly upheld in life, the connection between the living and the dead must be tended, must be honored, must be actively maintained. The living perform rituals that the dead can no longer perform for themselves. They speak names that keep identity alive. They make offerings that symbolically sustain the dead in their new existence. And in return, the ancestors, having passed successfully into Osiris's kingdom, become part of the ordered forces that sustain the world. They join the pattern. They become part of the continuity that supports the living. The relationship is reciprocal, woven into the larger fabric of Ma'at. This understanding of death as participation rather than termination is perhaps Osiris's greatest gift to Egyptian culture. He transformed death from a moment of ultimate loss into a moment of transition, from an ending into a passage, from dissolution into transformation. Because of Osiris, the Egyptians could face mortality without despair. They could prepare for death without morbidity. They could honor the dead without grief becoming unbearable, because the dead were not truly gone. They had gone somewhere, to someone, into a realm where order still reigned and their truth still mattered. The festivals that celebrated Osiris's death and renewal were times of collective reassurance. They retold the story. The good king died, the devoted wife gathered him. The rightful heir grew strong. Order was restored, and the king rules, still in a different realm, The story was repeated annually, carved into temple walls, written on papyrus, painted in tombs, because it was too important to forget. It was the story that made sense of everything else. It was the foundation on which the entire Egyptian understanding of life, death, and continuity was built. And at the center of that story, always, was Osiris, green-skinned like growing things, wrapped like a mummy to show his death, crowned like a king to show his authority, holding the crook and flail to show his role as shepherd and provider. The iconography itself tells the complete story. He died, he endures, he rules, he nourishes. He is both the promise of stability and the proof that stability can survive disruption. He is both the wound and the healing. This duality, death and kingship, ending and continuation, rupture and restoration, is what makes Osiris such a profound figure in world mythology. He does not represent the simplistic hope that bad things won't happen or that death can be avoided. He represents the deeper hope that meaning persists through suffering, that order can endure through chaos, that what matters most cannot ultimately be destroyed. The mythic history of Osiris is, in the end, a complete theory of how reality maintains itself. It begins with the establishment of order. Osiris as the good king, the principle of Mayat made manifest, the reason the world works. It continues with the recognition of vulnerability, that even sacred order can be attacked, can be broken, can be killed. It deepens with the response to rupture. Isis gathering, restoring, refusing to accept fragmentation as final. It transforms with Osiris's descent. Death becoming structured, the underworld becoming a kingdom, the final transition becoming meaningful. It renews with Horus's rise. Legitimacy restored, the pattern continued. Balance returned to the living world. And it endures in the ongoing maintenance, the weighing of hearts, the upholding of Ma'at, the constant work of ensuring that order persists. Every element of this story serves a purpose in the larger understanding of continuity. Osiris represents stable order. Set represents the forces that strain against stability. Isis represents the intelligent response to disruption. Horus represents the renewal of legitimacy. And Mayat represents the principle that ties everything together, the standard by which all is measured, the truth that endures beyond any individual manifestation. The Egyptians needed this complete system because they understood something profound about existence, that order is not natural or automatic, that it must be constantly maintained, that the forces of chaos are always present and always dangerous, but that with vigilance and wisdom and the right mythic understanding, balance can be preserved. The story of Osiris gave them that understanding. It showed them what to value, what to fear, what to do when the worst happens, and what to hope for beyond death. And because the story is rooted in agricultural reality, the actual observable fact that grain dies and returns, that the Nile recedes and floods, that seasons follow their course, it carried a visceral truth. It was not abstract theology divorced from lived experience. It was theology woven through every harvest, every planting, every time the river's water turned the desert green. The myth and the land confirmed each other, created a feedback loop of meaning that made both feel sacred. This is why Osiris could never be merely historical. Every year, the grain died and returned. Every year, the myth was proved true in the fields. Every year, Egyptians were reminded that death is not final, that what appears lost can return, that the pattern of renewal is built into the world itself. Osiris was the name they gave to that pattern, the face they gave to that promise, the king they imagined ruling over the mystery of continuation. When a person died in ancient Egypt, they became Osiris, literally. The funerary texts refer to the deceased as Osiris, name, identifying the dead person with the god who first traveled the path they now travel. This was not metaphor, but a sophisticated understanding of transformation. In dying, you participate in the pattern that Osiris established. You follow where he led. You face the judgment he faces as judge. You enter the realm where he reigns. You become, in a sense, a repetition of the original story, another instance of death, transforming into continued existence under the rule of eternal order. This identification gave every death cosmic significance. You were not simply a person dying. You were reenacting the central myth, participating in the pattern, joining the great continuity. Your individual life merged with the larger story, became part of the ongoing proof that Ma'at endures, that order persists, that death is a transition rather than an ending. The comfort this provided cannot be overstated. Cultures where death is imagined as oblivion or as descent into shadowy nothingness, mortality becomes existentially terrifying. The Egyptians, through their mythology of Osiris, made death bearable by making it meaningful. They gave it structure, procedure, justice. They promised that the heart's truth would be seen and honored, that a life lived well would find its reward, that the pattern would continue beyond individual existence. This did not erase grief. The Egyptians mourned their dead deeply and visibly, but it placed grief within a context of continuation. You mourn the person's absence from the visible world, but you did not mourn their erasure from existence. They had gone to Osiris. They were being judged, were finding their place, were continuing in a different form. The relationship changed, but did not end. The love persisted, even as the physical presence was lost. And in this way, Osiris also became a god of relationship, of the bonds that survive transformation. Isis's love for him survived his death and enabled his continuation. Horus's connection to him provided legitimacy and purpose. The hearts of the dead were weighed in his presence because relationships matter, because how you treated others is part of Ma'at, because love and justice are intertwined in the structure of the cosmos. The Egyptian understanding, through Osiris, was that we are all part of a larger pattern, that our individual lives matter because they contribute to or detract from that pattern, and that the pattern itself is held by forces that care deeply about truth and order and the proper working of things. This is neither the cold mechanism of impersonal fate nor the arbitrary whim of capricious gods. It is order maintained by divine commitment, pattern sustained by constant care, continuity made possible by the work of forces that refuse to let Ma'at fail. When we step back and look at the complete mythology of Osiris from this perspective, we see that it is essentially a theology of hope grounded in realism. It does not deny that terrible things happen. Osiris himself is murdered, dismembered, scattered. It does not promise that suffering can be avoided. The entire story is driven by violence and loss. But it insists that suffering is not the final word, that rupture can be followed by restoration, that even death can be transformed into continuation if the right forces respond with wisdom and care. This is why the mythology has remained compelling across millennia. It speaks to permanent features of human experience: the fear of death, the hope for justice, the need to believe that our lives matter, the desire for relationships to survive beyond separation. Osiris provides a framework for addressing all of these needs without resorting to comforting lies. He does not promise that death is not real or that pain is not painful. He promises that reality has structure, that death has meaning, that pain can be survived and even transformed into deeper understanding. The green skin of Osiris in Egyptian art is a visual reminder of this transformation. He is dead, wrapped like a mummy, stiff and formal, but he is also alive, green like plants, vital like growing things, fertile like the fields. He holds both truths simultaneously. He is the king who died and the king who rules. He is the ending that became a new beginning. He is proof that the categories we think are absolute, life and death, presence and absence, continuity and rupture, are more fluid than we imagine, more capable of transformation. This fluidity is not chaos. It is the deepest form of order, the kind that can bend without breaking, that can transform without losing its essential nature, that can die and return while remaining itself. This is the order that the Egyptians saw in the Nile's flood, in the grain's cycle, in the sun's daily death and rebirth. It is order as rhythm rather than rigidity, continuity as pattern rather than permanence. And Osiris stands at the center of this understanding, the still point around which everything else revolves. He is the king who makes order possible in life and in death. He is the promise that the pattern will hold because someone is maintaining it, because there are forces that care about Ma'at, because the cosmos is not abandoned to chaos. In the end, the story of Osiris is the story the Egyptians told themselves about why the world makes sense. It makes sense because someone established order. It continues to make sense because that order, though it can be attacked and even killed, transforms rather than disappears. The king becomes a different kind of king. The living world is balanced by the realm of the dead. The pattern adapts and endures. And throughout all transformations, Ma'at remains the standard, the truth that cannot be destroyed, even when everything else changes. This is the complete history of Osiris, from the establishment of order, through the rupture of death, into the transformation of continuation, and finally into the eternal maintenance of justice and truth. It is history that functions as theology, mythology that functions as moral philosophy, storytelling that functions as cosmology. It is the answer ancient Egypt gave to the fundamental questions: why does anything continue? How do we face death? What makes life meaningful? And in every case, the answer begins and ends with Osiris, the green god, the dead king, the lord of continuity, the promise that endings are not erasures, and that order, carefully maintained, endures. As the story reaches its conclusion, we return to where we began, the feeling of order, the sense that the world has a pattern, the trust that life can be dependable. But now that feeling has been deepened by the knowledge of what order survived. It survived death. It survived dismemberment. It survived the triumph of chaos. It survived because Isis gathered the pieces, because Horus fought for legitimacy, because Osiris himself transformed rather than disappeared, because Ma'at was never abandoned even in the darkest moment. This is the final gift of the mythology. Not naive optimism, but earned hope. The hope that comes from knowing that order has been tested and has endured. The hope that comes from understanding that ending and beginning are part of the same cycle. The the hope that comes from trusting that the pattern is maintained by forces strong enough and wise enough and caring enough to keep it going even through the worst ruptures. For the Egyptians, this hope was confirmed every year when the grain returned. For anyone who encounters this mythology, the hope can be confirmed by recognizing the truth at its heart, that meaning persists, that order endures, that what matters most cannot be destroyed by any violence. The pattern holds. The heart is weighed. Truth matters. And somewhere, in a realm beyond visible life, a green king rules, maintaining order, ensuring justice, proving that death is transformation rather than ending. This is the story of Osiris, told not as ancient history, but as permanent truth. It is the story of how stability is established, how it can be broken, and how it can be restored and transformed. It is the story of why death has meaning and why life has weight. It is the story of Ma'at, truth, balance, order, and the forces that maintain it across all transformations. And it is a gentle story in the end, despite its violence. Gentle because it insists that order is possible, that continuity is real, that endings are not final. Gentle because it promises that the pattern will hold, that the harvest will return, that what is planted in darkness will rise into light. Gentle because it gives death a kind king, judgment a fair standard, and the heart a chance to prove its truth. Sleep, then, with the knowledge that the world has structure, that death has meaning, that the pattern persists. Sleep with the image of green grain rising from dark, earth of the Nile returning to its banks, of the sun emerging after its nightly journey through the underworld. Sleep with the promise that Osiris embodied and proved, that endings are transitions, that death is transformation, and that order, carefully tended, endures through all changes. The king is dead. The king rules still. The pattern continues. Ma'at endures. And in the quiet darkness, the promise holds. Renewal is real. Justice is certain. And what is planted in truth will find its place in the order of things. Rest in that knowledge. Trust that rhythm. Let the story do its work. The world is held. The pattern persists. Everything essential continues. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the ancient imagination of Egypt, where the rhythm of the Nile shaped the calendar of life and the stars traced pathways across the sky that told stories older than memory, there emerged a figure whose presence brought a particular kind of peace. Not the peace of emptiness, but the peace of skillful attention, of knowing what to do when the world fractures, of understanding that care itself can become a form of magic. This was Isis, and her story is the story of how love learns to rebuild what has been broken, how patience becomes a kind of power, and how the scattered pieces of what once was whole can be gathered again through devotion that does not surrender to despair. Isis did not arrive in the Egyptian understanding as a goddess of thunder or conquest. She was not the embodiment of overwhelming force or the sudden strike of divine intervention. Instead, she emerged as something more subtle and perhaps more necessary, as the goddess of skillful magic, of careful words, of precise knowledge, and of the ability to preserve life through understanding rather than domination. In the Egyptian worldview, magic was never merely spectacle or entertainment, never simply the dramatic display of supernatural power. Magic was technology in its deepest sense, a disciplined practice of aligning reality with what is right, of speaking words that carry weight, of knowing names that unlock the nature of things, of performing rituals that restore balance when balance has been lost. And Isis was the master of this technology, the one who knew how to work with the fundamental structures of existence, not by breaking them, but by understanding them so thoroughly that she could guide them back toward order when they threatened to dissolve into chaos. Her power felt like shelter. It felt like the moment when fever breaks and the body remembers how to rest. It felt like the presence of someone who knows what to do, whose competence is so complete that panic becomes unnecessary. In a world where so much could go wrong, where the desert waited at the edges of the fertile land, where illness could sweep through a household, where the river could fail to rise and bring the life-giving flood, Isis represented the possibility of skillful response. She was the reassurance that knowledge exists, that there are words that can be spoken, that there are actions that can be taken, that despair is not the only option when faced with loss or danger, or the unraveling of what once seemed secure. To understand Isis is to understand the Egyptian conception of names, because names were never arbitrary labels in this ancient way of thinking. A name was not simply a sound, one made to refer to something. A name was the essence of a thing made audible, the inner reality given form in language. To know the true name of something, whether a god, a person, a plant, an illness, or a force of nature, was to know its nature so completely that you could influence it, guide it, heal it, or protect yourself from it. This was not about power over things in a crude sense, not about domination or control for its own sake. It was about relationship, about the ability to engage with reality at its deepest level, to speak to the heart of things rather than merely to their surface. Isis mastered names. She collected them, learned them, understood them with a patience that never rushed, while other gods might display their power through dramatic acts, through storms called down from the heavens, through the sun blazing across the sky, through battles won with strength and fury. Isis displayed her power through understanding. She knew that true influence comes not from shouting, but from speaking the right word at the right time. Not from force, but from precision. Not from haste, but from careful observation, followed by deliberate action. This was power that felt safe rather than terrifying. Power that protected rather than threatened. Power that built up rather than tearing down. And so the theme emerged that would run through all of Isis's story. Power is not always loud. Sometimes the greatest power is the ability to see clearly when others see only confusion, to speak carefully when others speak in panic, to act at the right moment with the right gesture when others either act too soon in fear or too late in paralysis. Isis embodied a kind of strength that the world often overlooks because it is quiet, because it works through patience rather than spectacle, because its victories are often invisible. The illness that did not claim a life, the child who survived when survival seemed impossible, the order that was restored so smoothly that no one remembered how close everything came to collapse. From this foundation of skillful magic and careful knowledge, the story of Isis widened into her bond with Osiris, a relationship that carried mythic weight far beyond any personal romance. Osiris was the symbol of rightful kingship, the embodiment of order made manifest in the world. He represented fertility, not merely the ability to produce crops, though that mattered deeply in a land dependent on the river's annual gift of rich soil. But fertility in a broader sense, the capacity of life to sustain itself, to continue, to establish patterns that endure. Under Osiris, the world was arranged into meaning. The seasons followed their proper sequence. The river rose and fell in its time. Seeds planted grew into grain. Children were born and grew. The structures that make life livable, law, custom, ceremony, shared understanding, all found their mythic origin in Osiris. Isis's devotion to Osiris was presented in Egyptian thought as more than the love between partners, though it included that. Her loyalty was loyalty to a principle, to the idea that the world can be organized in a way that allows life to flourish, that chaos is not the necessary condition of existence, that order is possible and worth defending. When Isis stood beside Osiris, she stood for the partnership between care and governance, between skillful knowledge and rightful authority, between the magic that preserves life and the kingship that structures it into sustainable patterns. Their union was symbolic in the deepest sense. It represented the coming together of complementary powers that, when aligned, create the conditions for the world to be not merely survivable, but actually good. This was what was at stake when everything shattered. This was what made the great rupture so catastrophic. Because when Osiris fell, when he was killed, murdered by Set in the Egyptian telling, struck down by jealousy and the hunger for power that cares nothing for rightness, it was not merely the death of an individual, however beloved. It was the entry of disorder into the very structure of the cosmos. It was the demonstration that what seems stable can be broken, that what seems secure can be destroyed, that the patterns that hold life together can be interrupted, torn apart, scattered into fragments that seem impossible to reassemble. The death of Osiris was the arrival of the question that haunts human existence. When something vital is lost, what remains? When the center does not hold, when what organized meaning into coherence is suddenly gone, when fragmentation replaces wholeness, what then? These are not merely intellectual questions. They are the questions asked by anyone who has experienced profound loss, the death of someone who seemed essential to life's structure, the collapse of circumstances that provided stability, the shattering of assumptions that made the world feel comprehensible. And the response to these questions in the Egyptian imagination was embodied in Isis. Her grief was real. The Egyptian tradition never pretended otherwise, never suggested that spiritual sophistication means the absence of feeling, or that divine status places one beyond the reach of sorrow. Isis mourned. She wept. The loss of Osiris struck her with the full force that loss carries when what is lost truly mattered. But her grief did not become paralysis. This is the crucial movement in the story, the moment when the narrative reveals what kind of power Isis actually possesses. Because in Egyptian myth, grief becomes a form of movement. Sorrow, rather than ending in collapse, transforms into the determination to search, to gather, to restore. Isis's mourning contains within it the refusal to accept fragmentation as the final reality. This is where the Egyptian imagination offered something profound about the nature of strength. Because the easy path after devastating loss is surrender, to sit with the brokenness, to declare that what is shattered cannot be reassembled, to let despair have the final word. And there is a kind of perverse comfort in that surrender, a release from the burden of hope, a permission to stop trying. But Isis does not take that path. Instead, she begins the patient work of recovery. And the story frames this work as sacred rather than simply necessary, as a form of devotion rather than merely a practical task. She searches. The Egyptian myths describe her journey in various ways. Traveling the length of Egypt, searching marshes and fields, following rumors and signs, never giving up even when the task seems impossible. Because Osiris was not merely killed, his body was scattered, cut into pieces and distributed across the land. This detail carries symbolic weight. It is not enough to find what was lost. What was lost has been fragmented. And fragmentation is a deeper form of loss than simple absence. To restore Osiris, Isis must gather not just a body but pieces, must reconstruct not just presence but wholeness from parts that have been deliberately separated. And so she searches piece by piece, refusing to let exhaustion or discouragement end her work. This is persistence as a spiritual practice. This is the mythic embodiment of the refusal to accept that destruction is more powerful than devotion, that breaking is easier than rebuilding. So rebuilding should not be attempted. The journey is long. The task is difficult. The work is meticulous, requiring attention and care, and the kind of patience that does not demand immediate results, but trusts that continued effort accumulates into eventual restoration. As Isis searches, as she gathers, the story emphasizes something important about the nature of repair. Restoration is not magic in the sense of instant transformation. Even for a goddess of magic, even for one who knows the true names of things and can speak words of power, bringing back what has been lost is work. It requires time. It requires attention to detail. It requires the willingness to handle what is painful, to look directly at what has been damaged, to touch what is broken without turning away in revulsion or despair. This is healing as a process rather than an event. And the Egyptian imagination honored that process by making it central to their most important myth. The episode stays sleep-friendly here by focusing on the calming idea that repair is possible even when it is difficult. There is something deeply soothing in the image of Isis searching, gathering, refusing to abandon the work of restoration. It offers an answer to the fear that what is broken in our own lives, relationships, hopes, sense of self, feeling of safety, must remain broken. The myth suggests otherwise. It argues that patience applied to the work of rebuilding can eventually reassemble what fragmentation has separated. Not quickly, not easily, but truly. As Isis gathers the pieces of Osiris, as she moves closer to restoration, her role as healer and protector becomes more defined. Her magic is revealed as the ability to keep life from slipping away entirely, to hold on to the thread of continuity, even when that thread has been cut and seems ready to unravel completely. This is where the Egyptian belief in the power of correct action comes fully into focus. Order, in this worldview, is not simply a natural state that exists automatically. Order must be created, maintained, and when necessary, re-established. And this happens through precision, through words spoken with care, through rites performed with reverence, through knowledge applied with skill, through attention held steadily even when holding steady is difficult. Isis becomes the mythic image of protective competence, the embodiment of knowing what to do when fear rises and confusion threatens to overwhelm clear thought. Her presence in the Egyptian imagination suggests that the unknown can be navigated not through panic or paralysis, but through practice, through the application of learned skill, through trust in methods that have been tested. When a child fell ill, when danger threatened, When the ordinary protections of daily life seemed insufficient, Isis represented the possibility that there were greater protections available. Not arbitrary, divine intervention that might or might not arrive, but the intervention of knowledge, the application of magic, understood as disciplined practice rather than desperate hope. This framework carries profound psychological comfort, because so much of human suffering comes from feeling helpless, from confronting situations where we do not know what to do, and fear that there is nothing that can be done. Isis answers that fear by embodying the principle that knowledge exists, that skill can be developed, that there are responses available even to terrible circumstances, if one knows how to access them. She does not promise that everything can be fixed easily, or that suffering can be eliminated entirely, but she promises that competent care is real, that protection is possible, that the work of preservation and healing is not futile. From the restoration of Osiris, incomplete though it must remain, because what has been killed cannot simply return to life unchanged, the story transitions into new life, new possibility, new hope, embodied in the birth of Horus. This is continuity made manifest. This is the radical claim that what has been broken can still lead to a future, that loss does not eliminate the possibility of what comes next, that even from fragmentation something whole can emerge. Horus, in the Egyptian understanding, is not merely Isis and Osiris' son. He is the future of rightful order. He is the promise that legitimate kingship will return, that the usurpation of Set, who seized power without right after killing Osiris, will not be permanent, that disorder's victory is not final. But Horus begins as a vulnerable infant, and this vulnerability is crucial to understanding Isis's power, because motherhood, in this myth, becomes the most intimate expression of protective magic. Isis must not only give birth to the future, she must keep it alive long enough for it to mature into its strength. The episode emphasizes that protection is not only guarding from external threats, though Isis certainly does that. Protection is also sustaining hope over time, maintaining the conditions that allow growth, providing the steady presence that makes development possible. Isis raises Horus with patience, and this patience is framed as a moral force in itself. She shields him from dangers that would destroy him before he can become what he is meant to be. She heals him when illness or injury strikes. She teaches him, prepares him, strengthens him through her own strength until he can develop his own. This is nurturing as the creation of stability in the next generation. It is care that thinks beyond the immediate moment, that works toward a future that the caregiver might not fully see. Isis knows that Horus must eventually claim his rightful place, must grow into the one who restores Ma'at, balance, truth, proper order, to a world where Set's rule represents the opposite of all these things. But that claiming lies years in the future. In the present, there is only the daily work of keeping a child alive, keeping hope alive, keeping the possibility of restoration alive through consistent attention and unfailing devotion. The narrative widens into Isis's role as defender against the ongoing dangers that threaten Horus during his growth. Because the myth is realistic about this. Threats do not disappear simply because a child exists. If anything, danger often increases when the future becomes visible to those who profit from the current disorder. Set, having seized power, has every reason to eliminate the legitimate heir. The forces of chaos that Set represents have every reason to prevent the restoration of order. And so, Isis's protection must be constant, vigilant, strategic, rather than merely reactive. She anticipates, she watches, she intervenes before threats can fully materialize. She heals injuries that would have proven fatal without her knowledge. She speaks words of power that turn away harm. She uses her mastery of names and magic to create protection that surrounds Horus like an invisible shield, like a circle of safety maintained through unrelenting attention. This is love that has become power through its transformation into consistent action. This is devotion that has learned to think, to plan, to respond, not just with feeling, but with skill. The story remains calm by focusing on steadiness. There's no frenzy here, no panic even when danger is real. Instead, there is the quiet confidence of competence, the assurance that comes from knowing what must be done and having the ability to do it. Isis protects Horus through repeated care, repeated healing, repeated restoration, each time something threatens. And in this repetition, there is a kind of meditation, a rhythm that becomes soothing because it demonstrates that protection is not a single dramatic act, but an ongoing practice, a commitment renewed day after day until what is vulnerable becomes strong. As Horus grows, as he approaches maturity, the story flows into the moral and political dimension that has been present all along, but now comes fully to the surface. Because the conflict between Horus and Set is not merely a personal rivalry between two individuals with competing claims. It is a cosmic argument about legitimacy, about whether power belongs to those who seize it through force or to those who inherit it through right, about whether the world will be governed by chaos serving itself or by order serving life. And Isis becomes the quiet engine behind the restoration of rightful order. Her role shifts from physical protection, though she continues to offer that, to advocacy, to insistence, to the persistent assertion that truth matters and must be recognized. This is not revenge for its own sake, though grief and anger are surely part of what drives her. This is the re-establishment of Ma'at, the fundamental Egyptian concept that is simultaneously truth, justice, balance, and proper cosmic order. In the Egyptian worldview, Ma'at is not simply a nice idea. It is the principle that prevents reality from dissolving into chaos. When Ma'at is violated, when power is seized without right, when truth is replaced by force, the cosmos itself is wounded and must be healed. Isis insists on this healing. She brings Horus before the assembled gods. She makes the case for his legitimacy. She argues, persuades, demonstrates, refuses to accept that might makes right, or that Set's current possession of power justifies that possession. This is a different kind of magic than the magic of healing or protection, but it is magic nonetheless. The magic of persuasion, of moral clarity, of refusing to let injustice become normalized simply because it has lasted for a time. The episode frames Egyptian justice not as punishment for its own sake, but as alignment, as the restoration of proper relationship between power and legitimacy, between what is and what should be. When Horus eventually rises to take his rightful place as king, when Set is overcome not simply through superior force but through the recognition of right, it represents the resolution of Isis's long labor. What was broken did not remain broken. What was scattered has been gathered. What was lost has been, in its way, restored, not unchanged, because death and loss leave their marks, but restored nonetheless into a form that can continue, that can build a future. This is why Isis becomes so beloved in Egyptian imagination and beyond. This is why her worship spreads far past Egypt's borders in the ancient world. Why temples to Isis appear across the Mediterranean. Why she becomes one of the most widely venerated goddesses of antiquity. Because she represents something that speaks to a universal human need. The possibility that loss does not have the final word. Her power is the power to continue. Her magic is not an escape from reality, but the means by which reality, when it has been damaged, can be repaired. And this power, this magic, is not arbitrary or capricious. It does not depend on divine whim or the luck of earning a deity's favor through the right sacrifice or prayer. Isis's power comes from knowledge, from skill, from patience, from devoted attention, from the refusal to surrender to despair, from the willingness to do the work of restoration, no matter how long it takes or how difficult it becomes. These are, in their way, accessible principles. They suggest that the kind of power Isis represents, the power to heal, to protect, to rebuild, to gather what has been scattered, is not entirely beyond human reach. It requires learning. It requires practice. It requires commitment. But it is real, and it is available. The outline reflects on Isis's broader legacy, and this reflection reveals why the myth carries such psychological depth. Isis's influence expands beyond the single story of Osiris and Horus because her principles are universal. Every person who has experienced profound loss knows the question of whether restoration is possible. Every parent who has protected a vulnerable child knows the vigilance Isis embodies. Every person who has worked to rebuild after devastation, whether a community after disaster, a life after trauma, a sense of self after shattering experience, knows the patient gathering of pieces that Isis performs. Every person who has spoken words of comfort to someone suffering, who has applied learned skill to a problem that seemed unsolvable, who has refused to accept that brokenness must be permanent, has touched something of Isis's power. She becomes the symbol of care as sacred technology. And that phrase deserves attention. Sacred does not here mean simply religious in a narrow sense. It means worthy of reverence, worthy of serious attention, worthy of being treated as fundamentally important rather than trivial or optional. And technology does not mean gadgets or machinery, but rather skilled practice, systematic knowledge applied to achieve specific ends. Care, in this understanding, is not merely feeling, though feeling matters. Care is knowledge put into practice. Care is skill developed through attention and commitment. Care is the technology by which we preserve what is vulnerable, heal what is wounded, and rebuild what has been broken. Isis answers a deep human fear that what is lost forever, that fragmentation is final, that when something breaks, it cannot be reassembled, that chaos and disorder are more powerful than any force that might resist them. Her life story, her myth, argues the opposite. What is scattered can be gathered, not instantly, not easily, but truly. What is wounded can be tended, not without pain, not without scars, but truly. What is threatened can be protected, not with absolute certainty, not without vigilance, but truly. The work is real. The commitment is demanding, but the possibility is genuine. This is what makes Isis a figure suited for contemplation at the edge of sleep. When the mind is ready to release its grip on the day's anxieties and settle into rest. Because sleep requires a kind of trust. Trust that letting go is safe. Trust that consciousness can dissolve without everything dissolving. Trust that morning will come and life will continue. And Isis embodies that trust in a specific form. The trust that rebuilding is a form of strength, more enduring than destruction. The closing movement of this meditation gathers the complete history into its final theme. And that theme is precisely suited to carrying someone toward peaceful rest. Destruction is dramatic. It is fast. It captures attention through shock and spectacle. A building can be demolished in moments. Building it took months or years. A relationship can be shattered with a few words. Building it took patient accumulation of trust and shared experience. A sense of safety can be destroyed by a single event. Building it required countless experiences of care and protection. And yet, the Egyptian imagination, through Isis, makes the radical claim that building and rebuilding are more powerful than destruction because they are more enduring, because they create rather than merely eliminating, because they require and therefore demonstrate capacities that destruction does not need. Anyone can break something. Isis's power is that she can gather the pieces and make them whole again. Or if not whole in the original sense, then whole in a new way that honors what was while creating what can be. Not everything is repaired quickly. The myth is honest about this. Isis' search for Osiris takes time. Her protection of Horus extends across years. The restoration of rightful order is not accomplished in a moment, but through long effort sustained by unwavering commitment. And not everything returns exactly as it was. Osiris, even restored, cannot simply resume life as if death had not occurred. The experience of loss changes things. The work of restoration creates something new, rather than simply recreating what existed before. But life can become whole again in a new form. This is the essential promise, the source of the calm that this story offers. Wholeness does not require the impossible return to a state before loss or before damage. Wholeness can be created from and through the experience of fragmentation, can incorporate the scars and the changes, can build something that works, that lives, that continues, even though it has been fundamentally altered by what it has endured. The deepest strength is the kind that rebuilds. This is what Isis teaches. This is what her story offers to those who contemplate it. In a world that often celebrates force and speed and dramatic victory, Isis represents a different kind of power, quieter, more patient, more enduring. It is the power of the healer who sits with the sick through the long night. It is the power of the parent who rises again and again to comfort the frightened child. It is the power of the person who begins again after failure, who picks up the pieces after loss, who continues to build even when building seems futile. And the mind rests easier when it believes that scattered things can be gathered again. This is not naive optimism. It is not the pretense that loss does not hurt, or that rebuilding is easy. It is the confidence born from Isis's example that the work of restoration is real work that produces real results, that patience applied to the gathering of fragments does eventually reassemble wholeness, that devoted attention can preserve what is vulnerable until it becomes strong enough to protect itself. Sleep comes more peacefully when the day's worries can be released into this trust, because worry is often the mind's attempt to protect against loss, to prevent fragmentation, to maintain control over circumstances that feel precarious. And there is wisdom in that vigilance. Isis herself demonstrates constant watchfulness, but there is also wisdom in the recognition that not everything can be controlled, that loss sometimes comes despite our best efforts, that things do scatter and break and fall apart. And when that happens, Isis whispers, all is not lost. The pieces can be found. The work of restoration can begin. What has been wounded can be tended. What has been threatened can be protected. What has ended can lead to a new beginning. This is not magic that prevents all difficulty. This is magic that responds to difficulty with skill and patience and devoted care. This is the magic of continuing when continuation seems impossible, of gathering when everything seems scattered beyond recovery, of protecting when danger seems overwhelming. In Egyptian thought, Isis becomes the guarantee that order can be restored after chaos, that life can continue after death, that meaning can be rebuilt after shattering. She is the skilled hand that sets the broken bone. She is the careful voice that speaks the healing words. She is the patient presence that maintains protection through long watching. She is the devoted heart that refuses to surrender to despair. She is the intelligent mind that knows names and understands how to work with the fundamental structures of reality to guide them back toward balance. And these qualities, skill, patience, devotion, intelligence, persistence, care, are not superhuman in the sense of being entirely beyond human capacity. They are presented as divine because the Egyptians understood them to be sacred, to be worthy of reverence, to be essential to the preservation and continuation of life. But they are also presented as accessible, as qualities that can be cultivated, as capacities that human beings can develop through practice and commitment. This is the final comfort that Isis offers: the power to heal, to protect, to rebuild, to gather what has been scattered. This power is real. It exists in the cosmos, embodied in Isis. And it exists, in smaller but genuine measure, in anyone who commits to the work of care, who learns the skills of protection and restoration, who refuses to let fragmentation have the final word. As sleep approaches, as consciousness begins to release its tight grip on the details of the day, this is the image to hold. Isis searching patiently for what has been lost, gathering piece by piece, refusing to give up, working with skill and devotion to restore what has been broken. There is no frantic rushing here. There is no panicked urgency. There is steady, calm, persistent effort guided by knowledge and sustained by love that has transformed itself into competent action. The world scatters things. This is the nature of existence. Entropy pulls toward disorder, toward separation, toward the dissolution of patterns into randomness. But against this pull, there is another force, embodied in Isis, the force of skillful care that gathers, that heals, that protects, that rebuilds. These two forces are always in tension. Order and chaos. Building and breaking. Gathering and scattering. And the Egyptian imagination, through Isis, insists that the gathering force is real, is powerful, is worthy of trust. Sleep is itself a kind of scattering. Thoughts disperse, control releases, consciousness fragments into dreams, or dissolves into deep rest. And yet morning comes. Consciousness regathers. The self reassembles. This daily rhythm echoes Isis's greater work. What scatters can be gathered again. What dissolves can reform. What breaks apart can become whole, if not in the same way, then in a new way that still carries meaning forward. Rest now in this trust. The work of restoration is real. The power of careful attention is genuine. The possibility of healing exists. What has been lost can, in its way, be found. What has been broken can, in its way, be repaired. What has been threatened can, through vigilant protection survive, and eventually thrive. These are not empty promises. These are the principles that Isis embodies, the truths that her story teaches, the reassurances that her presence in the Egyptian imagination provided to countless people across countless years. The mind that worries about what might fall apart can release that worry into the confidence that Isis demonstrates. Falling apart is not the end of the story. After fragmentation comes the patient work of gathering. After loss comes the devoted work of restoration. After chaos comes the skilled work of rebuilding order, not quickly, not easily, but truly. And so the story of Isis becomes a lullaby of sorts, a meditation that guides toward rest by addressing the fears that keep the mind anxious and wakeful. Fear of loss? Isis shows that loss, while painful, can lead to restoration. Fear of chaos? Isis demonstrates that order can be reestablished through patient effort. Fear of helplessness? Isis embodies the power of knowledge and skill to respond effectively even to terrible circumstances. Fear that what is broken must stay broken? Isis proves otherwise through her persistent gathering of Osiris's scattered pieces. Each of these fears is met not with denial. The myth does not pretend that loss is not real, or that chaos is not dangerous, or that things do not break. Instead, each fear is met with a response that is both realistic and reassuring. Yes, these things happen. And no, they do not have the final word. There's power available to respond, to heal, to protect, to rebuild. That power requires wisdom and patience and skill and commitment. But it is real, and it is effective. This is what allows the mind to settle. Not the pretense that nothing bad can happen, but the confidence that when difficult things do happen, there are responses available. There are ways of working with what is broken to create something that can continue. Isis is the embodiment of those ways, the demonstration that devoted care applied with knowledge over time can accomplish what seems impossible in the moment of loss. The Egyptian practice of invoking Isis's protection before sleep, of calling on her name when danger threatened, of seeking her intercession in illness. All of this reflects a deep understanding of what Isis represents. She is not arbitrary divine power that might or might not choose to help. She is the reliable presence of competent care, the assurance that skill and knowledge exist to respond to human vulnerability, the promise that protection is not merely hoped for, but actively maintained through practiced vigilance. And as sleep comes, as the conscious mind releases its hold and allows the deeper processes of rest and restoration to begin, there is peace in remembering that these processes are themselves echoes of Isis's work. Sleep heals, sleep restores. Sleep gathers the scattered energies of the day and allows them to reform into readiness for tomorrow. The body knows how to do this work, just as Isis knew how to do her work, through processes that are ancient, practiced, reliable, guided by wisdom deeper than conscious understanding. Rest then in the trust that what scatters can be gathered, that what is wounded can heal, that what is broken can be rebuilt. Rest in the confidence that patient attention applied over time can restore what seemed lost. Rest in the peace that comes from knowing that the power of care is real, that the magic of devoted protection is genuine, that the possibility of continuation exists even after profound disruption. Isis watches, Isis gathers, Isis protects, Isis heals, Isis rebuilds. And in her patient, skilled, devoted work, she demonstrates that the deepest power is not the power to destroy, but the power to restore, not the power to scatter, but the power to gather, not the power to wound, but the power to heal. This power endures when dramatic displays of force have faded. This power builds when breaking has finished its quick work. This power continues, steady and calm and reliable, like the breathing that carries the body into sleep, like the trust that allows consciousness to release its grip, like the ancient confidence that morning will come and life will continue. The story of Isis is complete, and yet it continues, because every act of careful healing echoes her work. Every patient gathering of scattered pieces honors her example. Every devoted protection of what is vulnerable carries forward her legacy. She is not merely a figure from ancient mythology, but a principle made visible, a possibility given form, a reassurance embodied in narrative that the work of restoration matters and succeeds. Sleep now, knowing this. Rest in this trust. Let the scattered thoughts of the day be gathered by the body's own wisdom, by the mind's natural processes of consolidation and healing that work best when conscious control releases. Let worry dissolve into the confidence that what needs protection has protection, that what needs healing can heal, that what needs restoration will be restored through processes, both greater than individual effort and accessible through individual commitment to care. Isis's magic was never about escaping reality, but about working skillfully with reality to guide it toward order, toward life, toward continuation. Sleep is the same. Not escape, but engagement with the body's deep processes of restoration. And waking will come, as it always does, as another day, another opportunity, another chance to gather what is scattered, to tend what is wounded, to protect what is vulnerable, to build what endures. The Egyptian imagination gave the world Isis because humans needed her, needed the assurance she provides, the skills she embodies, the possibility she represents. That need has not diminished across millennia. If anything, in a world that seems increasingly chaotic, increasingly fragmented, increasingly threatening to what we love and value, we need Isis more than ever. Need her patient example, her skillful magic, her devoted care, her refusal to surrender, to despair. And so, her story continues to offer what it has always offered. The calm assurance that rebuilding is possible, that gathering what has been scattered is real work with real results, that the power of devoted attention applied with knowledge over time can restore what seemed irretrievably lost, not unchanged, not without effort, not quickly or easily, but truly, genuinely, reliably. Rest in this. Sleep in this trust. And when morning comes, remember the power to heal, to protect, to gather, to rebuild. This power is real, and in your own way, in your own measure, it is yours to claim and practice, just as Isis claimed and practiced it in the ancient imagination that still speaks truth across the centuries. The seasons turned in Egypt, and the Nile rose and fell, and in this rhythm the people saw Isis's work reflected, the gathering of water from distant sources, the patient journey toward the delta, the spreading of fertile soil across fields that had been dry, the promise that what seems depleted will be renewed. This was not merely agricultural observation translated into myth. This was the recognition that the same principles operate at every scale, from the cosmic to the intimate, from the divine to the human. What Isis did in the realm of gods, the river did in the realm of nature, and what both accomplished could be learned and practiced in the realm of human effort. The temples dedicated to Isis were not simply places of worship in the sense of passive reverence. They were centers of learning, repositories of knowledge about healing practices, about the properties of plants and minerals, about the words and gestures that accompany treatment, about the careful observation of symptoms and the patient application of remedies. The priests and priestesses of Isis were trained in what we might now call medicine, though they understood it as magic, not because they confused superstition with treatment, but because they recognized that healing requires more than merely physical intervention. Healing requires knowledge of names, understanding of relationships, ability to speak to the suffering person, not just about their symptoms, but about their fears, their hopes, their need for reassurance that skilled care is present and working on their behalf. When a mother brought a feverish child to Isis's temple, she was not merely hoping for divine intervention in the sense of arbitrary miracle. She was seeking access to accumulated knowledge, to practitioners who had seen fever before and knew which herbs to administer, which cooling compresses to apply, which prayers and invocations to speak that would calm both the child and the mother herself. The magic was real, not because it violated natural law, but because it worked with natural law so skillfully that outcomes improved beyond what untrained effort could achieve. Isis's presence in the temple was understood as both symbolic and actual. Symbolic in that her statue represented principles of healing and protection, actual in that her devotees had genuinely learned skills that allowed them to heal and protect in ways that honored her example. This is why Isis's worship spread so far beyond Egypt's borders. When Greek and Roman travelers encountered her temples, when they witnessed the effectiveness of the healing practices associated with her cult, when they experienced the particular quality of care that Isis's devotees provided. Patient, knowledgeable, attentive to the whole person rather than merely to symptoms, they recognized something valuable and carried it home. Temples to Isis appeared in Athens, in Rome, across North Africa, in Asia Minor. She became Isis Pelagia, protector of sailors. She became Isis Pharia, guardian of the lighthouse at Alexandria. She became Isis Myrionymus, of countless names, because every culture that adopted her found new aspects to emphasize, new relationships to honor, new ways that her core principles of protection and restoration applied to their particular circumstances. And yet through all these transformations, certain elements remained constant. Isis was always the devoted wife who did not accept loss as final. She was always the protective mother who maintained vigilant care. She was always the skilled magician who knew the true names of things, and therefore how to influence them toward healing. She was always the patient gatherer who searched until what was lost had been found. These core aspects of her mythology proved endlessly adaptable because they addressed needs that transcended any particular culture. The need to believe that devoted care matters, that loss can lead to restoration, that knowledge and skill can protect against danger, that patient effort accumulates into eventual success. The prayers addressed to Isis across centuries and cultures reveal this consistent core. Isis, great in magic, deliver me from all evil red things. This from an Egyptian papyrus, with red things, meaning the fevers and infections that redden the skin. Isis, whose power extends over the whole world, who searches for what is good for mortals. This from a Greek hymn, emphasizing her active care rather than passive divinity. Isis, whose vigilance never sleeps. This from a Roman inscription, highlighting the sustained attention that protection requires. Each prayer, in its way, calls on the same essential qualities: knowledge, care, persistence, protective power, guided by wisdom rather than mere force. And in calling on these qualities in Isis, the prayers implicitly affirmed that these qualities exist, that they are real powers in the cosmos, that they can be accessed through proper invocation and proper action. This is the deep psychology of effective mythology. Not that it describes literal events, but that it makes visible principles that operate throughout reality, gives them names and stories and faces so that they become available to human understanding and human practice. Isis is both the goddess who possesses these powers and the representation of these powers themselves, the assurance that they are real and the example of how they can be practiced. The initiation rites into Isis's mysteries, those secret ceremonies that only full devotees experienced, emphasized this dual nature. The initiates underwent symbolic deaths and rebirths, experiencing in ritual form what Isis and Osiris experienced in myth. They learned the secret names, the words of power, the gestures and invocations that accompanied healing work. They committed themselves to service that honored Isis by practicing her skills, by becoming themselves channels of the protective and restorative power she embodied. And they reported, those few who wrote about their experiences, a sense of transformation, of having touched something both within themselves and beyond themselves, of having accessed a current of care and protection that ran through reality like an underground river, always present but visible only to those who knew how to look. This river imagery is not accidental. The Nile was Egypt's lifeline, and Isis was associated with the river's life-giving floods. But more deeply, the image of water flowing from hidden sources, gathering strength, spreading fertility, reflects the nature of Isis's power. It flows from sources deeper than the visible surface. It gathers from many tributaries, knowledge from observation, skill from practice, power from devotion, effectiveness from patience. It spreads fertility in the sense that it enables growth, sustains life, creates the conditions for flourishing. And it is patient, inevitable, persistent. Water always finds a way, always continues its journey, always eventually reaches the sea, even when obstacles block its immediate path. The mind preparing for sleep can find particular comfort in this water imagery, because sleep itself is a kind of flow, a release into deeper currents, a surrender to processes that operate beneath conscious control. To trust sleep is to trust that these deeper processes are benevolent, are restorative, are working on one's behalf. And Isis, understood as the embodiment of these restorative currents, offers assurance that the trust is justified. What seems like dissolution when consciousness releases its grip is actually the beginning of the gathering work, the healing work, the restoration work that happens when the surface mind stops interfering and allows deeper wisdom to operate. The Egyptians understood that different kinds of work required different states of consciousness. The building of pyramids, the recording of accounts, the administration of kingdoms, these required focused waking attention. But healing, growth, the integration of experience, the restoration of energy, these required the different consciousness of sleep, of dreams, of the state where the structured self releases into something more fluid. And Isis, as goddess of healing and restoration, was. Therefore also, goddess of the threshold, states, the liminal spaces between day and night, waking and sleeping, life and death, fragmentation and wholeness. Her temples included incubation rooms where the sick would sleep, hoping for healing dreams. for visions in which Isis herself appeared to provide guidance or directly bestow cure. This practice, temple incubation, appeared in many ancient cultures and persisted for millennia because it reflected a deep understanding. Healing wisdom often comes not from forced conscious thought, but from the deeper intelligence accessed in sleep and dreams. The temple provided the safe container, the sacred space, the presence of Isis invoked through ritual and symbol. And within that container, the sleeper's own healing capacity could activate, guided by the archetypal pattern that Isis represented. Modern sleep science would describe this differently, would speak of the body's repair processes that accelerate during deep sleep, of the memory, consolidation, and emotional processing that occurs during REM sleep, of the glymphatic system that cleanses the brain of accumulated metabolic waste during rest. But the underlying reality is the same. Sleep is when restoration happens, when the scattered experiences of the day are processed and integrated, when what has been damaged is repaired, when energy is renewed for the next cycle of activity. The Egyptians intuited this truth and personified it in Isis, making the abstract processes concrete and accessible through story and image. And just as Isis's search for Osiris required visiting many places, following many leads, gathering piece by piece, so too does the work of sleep involve multiple cycles, multiple stages, each contributing to the complete process of restoration. Sleep is not a single uniform state, but a journey through different territories, from the light dozing at the edge of consciousness, down into the deep, slow wave sleep, where the body's most intensive repair occurs, up into the REM states where dreams weave the day's experiences into the longer narrative of self, then cycling through these territories again and again through the night. Like Isis searching, sleep searches through the day's accumulation, deciding what to keep and what to release, what to integrate and what to let dissolve, what needs repair and how to accomplish it. The parallel is not merely poetic. It reflects something true about the nature of complex restorative work. It cannot be rushed. It must attend to many different elements. It requires cycles of different kinds of attention. It works best when allowed to follow its own wisdom, rather than being forced into unnatural patterns. Isis could not simply snap her fingers and restore Osiris. She had to search, gather, perform the necessary rites with care and precision, allow the work to unfold in its proper sequence. Similarly, healing sleep cannot be forced, but must be allowed, trusted, given the time and conditions it needs to complete its essential work. This understanding shaped the Egyptian approach to sleep and dreams. Sleep was honored as sacred time, as participation in the restorative powers that Isis represented. Dreams were attended to as messages, as gifts from the realm where Isis worked her magic. The boundary between waking and sleeping was understood not as a hard division between real and unreal, but as a threshold between different modes of knowing, different kinds of work, different but equally valid ways of engaging with reality. And Isis, as the one who crossed the boundary between life and death, to restore Osiris, as the one who existed simultaneously in the visible world of physical protection and the invisible world of magical knowledge, was the perfect guide for this threshold territory. The hymns, sung at evening as day transitioned to night, often invoked Isis as protector through the dark hours. This was not merely about physical safety, though that mattered in a world where darkness brought genuine dangers. This was about the psychological safety needed to surrender to sleep, to release conscious control, to trust the restorative darkness. The hymns reminded listeners that Isis watches, that her vigilance does not sleep, even when humans must, that the work of protection and healing continues in the dark, just as it does in the light. One such hymn, preserved in fragmentary form, speaks of Isis as she who gathers the stars, who calls them by name, who knows their paths and purposes. This image beautifully captures her essential nature. The stars, scattered across the vast darkness of night, might seem random to casual observation, but to one who knows their names, who understands their movements, who has studied their patterns with devoted attention, the stars form a coherent order. They are not random, but arranged according to principles that careful observation can discern. And knowing their names, being able to identify each constellation, each significant star, gives power to navigate by them, to tell time by them, to use them for guidance when earthly landmarks are invisible in darkness. Isis gathering the stars, knowing their names, parallels Isis gathering the pieces of Osiris, knowing the true names of things. Both actions demonstrate the same principle. What seems scattered and chaotic to the uninformed eye reveals order to the patient observer who commits to understanding. And that order, once perceived, becomes available as a tool. Stars for navigation, names for healing, knowledge for protection. This is not magic in the sense of violating natural law, but magic in the deeper sense of working with natural law so skillfully that what seems impossible to the uninformed becomes achievable to the trained practitioner. As consciousness drifts towards sleep, this image offers particular comfort. The thoughts that scatter through the mind at day's end, the worries that seem to multiply in the dark, the concerns that feel overwhelming. These are like stars scattered across the night sky. They might seem chaotic, infinite, impossible to manage. But with Isis's example, with her patient practice of gathering and naming, they can be brought into order. Not by forcing them into artificial patterns, not by denying their reality, but by observing them with care, understanding their nature, calling them by their true names, rather than the fearful names anxiety assigns. This is the practical magic available to anyone. The magic of stepping back from overwhelming feeling to careful observation, of naming anxiety specifically rather than leaving them as vague dread, of recognizing patterns in what seems chaotic, of applying knowledge gained from past experience to current challenges. These are Isis's skills made accessible, her divine powers translated into human scale. She gathered pieces across all Egypt. We gather scattered thoughts across the landscape of our own minds. She knew the secret names. We learn to name our experiences accurately. She performed the necessary rites. We practice the disciplines that support healing and restoration. The Egyptian concept of Heka, the word usually translated as magic, helps clarify this. Heka was understood as a fundamental force of the cosmos, the power by which reality is shaped and maintained. It was not separate from or opposed to nature, but was rather the active principle within nature, the intelligence that guides processes toward completion, the coherence that prevents existence from dissolving into meaningless chaos. And every person possessed Heka in some measure, not the full divine Heka that Isis commanded, but genuine power nonetheless. The ability to influence reality through word and action, through knowledge and will, through practice and intention. To practice Heka was to align one's own will with the deeper patterns of reality, to work with the currents rather than against them, to apply knowledge of how things actually work, rather than how one might wish they worked. Isis was the supreme practitioner of Heka, the one who knew reality's structures so thoroughly that she could work with them to achieve what seemed miraculous: restoring life, protecting the vulnerable, defeating threats, gathering what had been scattered into wholeness. But her practice demonstrated that Heka operated through principles that could be learned, through knowledge that could be acquired, through skills that could be developed by anyone willing to commit to the patient work of mastery. This democratization of magic, this insistence that Isis's powers were not entirely beyond human reach, gave her worship its particular character. While some deities were worshipped from a distance, awesome and unapproachable, Isis was invoked as helper, as teacher, as one whose powers could be accessed by devoted practitioners. The formulas written on amulets, the spells recorded in papyri, the rituals performed at her temples, all assumed that Isis magic could be called upon, that her protection could be extended to ordinary people facing ordinary dangers, that her skills could be partially learned and practiced by those who studied under her patronage. This accessibility made Isis especially beloved by those whose lives were most precarious: women in childbirth, children vulnerable to illness, travelers facing dangerous journeys, the poor who lacked other forms of protection. Isis offered what wealth and power could not guarantee: the possibility that devoted attention to the right practices could protect against danger, that knowledge skillfully applied could heal sickness, that patient effort could overcome obstacles, that loss did not have to be final. These were not empty promises, but principles demonstrated in her myth and confirmed by the practical effectiveness of the healing and protective practices associated with her cult. The progression of Isis's mythology, from her own emergence as goddess through her trials and eventual establishment of her son on the throne, models the progression of spiritual maturity. She begins with power, but must learn how to apply it under the worst possible circumstances. She faces devastating loss, but does not break under it. She endures long uncertainty and danger, but maintains her purpose. She must be simultaneously fierce in protection and gentle in nurturing. She must balance grief with hope, caution with courage, patience with decisive action. She must trust her knowledge while remaining open to new learning. She must work both independently and in relationship. She must maintain her own integrity while adapting to changing circumstances. This complex, demanding path resonates with anyone who has faced life's deeper challenges. Anyone who has lost what seemed essential and had to find a way forward. Anyone who has protected something or someone vulnerable through extended danger. Anyone who has worked to restore order after chaos. Anyone who has balanced multiple demands while maintaining core values. Isis's divinity does not distance her from these human experiences. Rather, her divine status affirms that these experiences and the strengths required to navigate them are sacred, are worthy of reverence, are essential to the cosmos's proper functioning. As the mind settles towards sleep, recognizing this parallel between Isis's journey and our own journeys through difficulty brings a particular peace, because it suggests that the struggles we face are not merely personal problems or individual failings, but a participation in something larger, something that even the gods must navigate. The need to gather scattered pieces, to maintain protection through long watching, to trust in restoration when evidence suggests despair. These are not signs of weakness, but signs of engagement with reality's deep structure, with the eternal tension between order and chaos, between fragmentation and wholeness, between between loss and restoration. And if Isis can navigate this tension successfully, can maintain devoted care through grief, can sustain protective vigilance through danger, can persist in restoration despite obstacles, then we can take courage from her example, can draw on the pattern she established, can invoke the powers she represents. Not by expecting her to solve our problems for us, but by following her method. Patient observation, careful naming, skilled practice, devoted attention, refusal to surrender to despair, commitment to the work of gathering and healing and protecting, no matter how long it takes or how difficult it becomes. The sleep that approaches now can be trusted as Isis's gift, as participation in the restorative powers she embodies. In sleep, the conscious mind releases its tight control. In sleep, the body's innate healing accelerates. In sleep, scattered experiences are gathered and integrated. In sleep, energy is restored for the next day's work. All of this happens without conscious effort, guided by wisdom deeper than individual understanding, following patterns established long before any individual existed. This is Heika at the biological level, the magic by which life maintains and restores itself, the intelligence woven into the body's very structure. To sleep peacefully is to trust this magic, to believe that the restorative forces are real and effective, to release control to processes that know their work better than the conscious mind can direct. And Isis, watching over the threshold between waking and sleeping, assures us that this trust is justified, that the darkness of sleep is not abandonment but protected space, that what seems like dissolution is actually the beginning of restoration. That morning will come, and consciousness will gather itself again, refreshed and renewed. The rhythm of daily sleep and waking mirrors the larger rhythm of Isis's story: fragmentation and gathering, scattering and restoration, death and renewal. Each night is a small death, a release of the day's identity, a dissolution of the organized self. Each morning is a small resurrection, a return of consciousness, a reformation of coherence. Over and over, day after day, this rhythm continues, demonstrating that the power of restoration is more fundamental than the power of dissolution, that gathering follows scattering as reliably as dawn follows darkness. This is the final gift of contemplating Isis's story as sleep approaches. The recognition that we are held by rhythms larger than ourselves, that the work of restoration continues whether we consciously participate or not, that the same powers that enabled Isis to gather Osiris's scattered body are the powers that gather our own scattered consciousness each morning, that restore our energy each night, that maintain the coherence of our very existence through cycles of activity and rest, engagement and release, waking and sleeping. We are, each of us, both the scattered Osiris and the searching Isis, both what is lost and what is found, both what fragments and what gathers the pieces back together. And in recognizing this, in settling into this rhythm, in trusting these ancient powers that pulse through reality as surely as blood pulses through the body, we can release into sleep with confidence. Isis watches. The restorative magic works. Morning will come, and we will wake, gathered again, restored again, ready again to engage with the day, to practice in our own measure the skills of care and protection and patient rebuilding that Isis demonstrates in divine measure. Rest now. Let the gathering begin. Trust the magic of restoration. Sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax joy in the beginning, before we speak of thrones or temples, before we name the queen who guards the vows that hold the world together. We must understand what marriage meant to those who first told these stories. Marriage was not sentiment. It was not private feeling whispered in darkness. Marriage was the architecture of civilization itself, the binding agreement that turned chaos into order, strangers into family, and scattered individuals into a people with shared blood, shared name, shared destiny. To marry was to create law where there had been only desire. To marry was to transform the fleeting into the permanent, the hidden into the acknowledged, the whispered promise into a public bond that could not be undone without consequence. And in the Greek imagination, where every force of nature and every principle of existence took the shape of a god, marriage required a guardian, not merely a witness, but a protector, not merely a symbol, but a force. That guardian was Hera, queen of Olympus, keeper of vows, embodiment of legitimacy, and the steady, unyielding insistence that promises matter, that dignity cannot be discarded, and that the social fabric holding gods and mortals alike depends on boundaries that must not be crossed without cost. Hera's story is not the story of a woman defined only by her husband's failures, though that is how she is often remembered. Her story is the mythic history of commitment as a public force, of dignity as a form of power, and of boundaries as the invisible architecture that prevents a kingdom from collapsing into anarchy. She is the principle the Greeks took seriously, even when they found her inconvenient. She is the voice that reminds us that societies cannot be built on impulse alone, that desire without discipline destroys what it touches, and that every betrayal, no matter how private it seems, sends shockwaves through families, reputations, and the delicate web of trust that makes communal life possible. To understand Hera is to understand that the Greeks saw marriage not as a romantic ideal, but as a political necessity, a social contract, and a cosmic principle. And Hera, in all her complexity, in all her fierce protection and harsh enforcement, is that principle made divine. Let us begin where all beginnings must begin, with the throne. Not the throne as a chair, though it is that too, but the throne as a concept, as a position of authority that carries with it expectations, responsibilities, and the weight of precedent. When Zeus claimed rulership over the cosmos after the fall of the Titans, after the long war that shook the foundations of existence, he did not claim it alone. Power, to be legitimate, requires more than strength. It requires acknowledgement. It requires structure. It requires the recognition that authority is not merely the ability to impose will, but the responsibility to maintain order. Zeus became king of the gods, but Hera became queen, and that distinction mattered. A king without a queen is a conqueror, a wielder of force, but not yet a ruler of a kingdom. A throne without a counterpart is a seat of power, but not yet a court. Hera's presence beside Zeus transformed Olympus from a gathering of victorious rebels into a realm with hierarchy, with protocol, with the beginnings of law. This is where Hera's authority takes root. Not in displays of raw power, though she possesses that too, but in her role as the living embodiment of legitimacy. She is the one who makes the court a court, and not merely a collection of powerful individuals. She is the one who insists that there are standards, that there are rules, that even gods must acknowledge boundaries and obligations. In the Greek mind, this was not tyranny. This was civilization. Without standards, power becomes arbitrary. Without obligations, relationships become transactional and temporary. Without boundaries, desire consumes everything, leaving nothing stable, nothing predictable, nothing safe. Hera's queenship is the mythic answer to the question, how do we prevent chaos from returning? How do we ensure that the world, having been ordered once, does not slide back into formless conflict? The answer is commitment. The answer is vows. The answer is the insistence that what is promised must be kept, that what is acknowledged must be honored, and that betrayal carries consequences not because gods are petty, but because the alternative is collapse. To the Greeks, marriage was alliance. It was the mechanism by which families extended their influence, secured their futures, and wove themselves into the larger fabric of society. A marriage connected bloodlines. It determined inheritance. It established who belonged and who did not, who could claim protection and who stood outside the circle of kinship. A wedding was a public event not because the Greeks were sentimental about love, though they understood love well enough, but because the community needed to witness the bond, to acknowledge it, to recognize that this union now existed and carried with it obligations and rights. A man and woman married, and in that moment they were no longer merely individuals. They were representatives of their families, participants in a network of alliances, and the foundation upon which the next generation would be built. If that foundation crumbled, everything built upon it became unstable. Children born outside of acknowledged unions had no clear place. Property disputed between rival claimants led to feuds. Promises broken without consequence taught everyone watching that vows meant nothing and that only force mattered. Hera, as the goddess of marriage, is the divine enforcement of this system. She is not merely present at weddings as a decorative figure. She is the principle that makes marriage binding. She is the force that insists a vow cannot be casually discarded. She is the guardian of the idea that commitment is not optional, that what is done publicly cannot be undone privately, and that those who enter into sacred bonds must honor them or face the wrath of the Queen of Heaven herself. This is why her mythology is filled with stories of punishment, of consequences, of stern and sometimes brutal enforcement. Not because she is cruel for cruelty's sake, but because in the Greek imagination, without enforcement, the entire structure collapses. A law that is never upheld is not a law. A boundary that is never defended is not a boundary. A vow that carries no consequences when broken is not a vow, but a pleasant fiction. And pleasant fictions do not hold kingdoms together. Consider the early days of Olympus, the days just after the cosmic war, when the Titans had been cast down into Tartarus, and the younger gods claimed dominion over earth, sea, and sky. This was a moment of transition, of newly established power that had not yet solidified into tradition. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades divided the cosmos among themselves, each taking a realm. Zeus claimed the sky and the position of supreme authority. Poseidon took the seas. Hades descended into the underworld. But authority, especially new authority, is fragile. It must prove itself. It must demonstrate that it can endure. The early Olympian order could easily have fractured into competing fiefdoms, into endless struggles for dominance, into the same cycles of betrayal and overthrow that had characterized the age of the Titans. What prevented this? What allowed the Olympian order to stabilize and endure? Part of the answer lies in roles and relationships, in the establishment of a structure where each god had a place, a function, a recognized position within the hierarchy. Hera's role in this stabilization is quiet but essential. She is not the god of war, not the god of the sea, not the god of prophecy or craft or wine. She is the queen, and her domain is the integrity of bonds, the maintenance of social order, and the insistence that power must be exercised within a framework of accountability. Zeus may command the lightning and speak with the voice of ultimate authority, but Hera represents the legitimacy that prevents authority from becoming mere tyranny. She is the reminder that even the king of the gods is bound by expectations, that even supreme power must acknowledge obligations, and that strength without honor is not rulership, but domination. In this sense, Hera is the counterbalance to Zeus, not his rival in the sense of seeking to overthrow him, but his complement in the sense of providing the structure that makes his rule sustainable. This is where the political dimension of their marriage becomes clear. The union of Zeus and Hera is not simply a love story, though it has elements of romance in some tellings. It is a cosmic partnership, a stabilizing force, the central relationship that models what the Greek world believed about marriage as a public institution. Zeus, with all his power, cannot rule alone without descending into chaos. Hera, with all her authority over marriage and social order, cannot enforce her standards without the backing of supreme power. Together they create a system. He provides the force, she provides the framework. He makes decisions, she insists on accountability. He represents the dynamic, sometimes reckless exercise of power. She represents the steady, uncompromising maintenance of boundaries. Their marriage is the mythic template for how authority and legitimacy must coexist if a kingdom is to endure. But here we encounter the tension that defines so much of Hera's mythology, the tension that makes her story resonate across centuries and cultures. Zeus, for all his position as king and husband, is a serial betrayer. His mythology is filled with affairs, with seductions, with children born outside his marriage to Hera. Some of these are goddesses, many are mortal women, some are willing participants, others are not. The stories vary in their details, but the pattern is consistent. Zeus sees, Zeus desires. Zeus takes. And each time the marriage vow he made to Hera is broken. Each time the public bond that should be sacred is treated as inconvenient. Each time Hera is faced with a choice: accept the humiliation or respond. Hera chooses to respond, and her responses are often harsh, sometimes cruel, sometimes directed at the wrong targets. She punishes the women Zeus seduces. She torments the children born of those unions. She plots against heroes favored by Zeus. She becomes, in many tellings, a figure of jealous rage, a wife consumed by bitterness, a goddess whose primary characteristic is her inability to tolerate her husband's infidelities. This is the version of Hera that has endured in popular imagination: the jealous queen, the angry wife, the goddess whose power is exercised almost exclusively in reaction to Zeus's betrayals. But this reading, while not entirely wrong, misses the deeper logic of her mythology. Hera is not simply jealous, she is defending a principle. She is insisting that vows matter, that public bonds cannot be privately violated without consequence, and that the social order depends on the recognition that commitments are binding. Why does Hera punish the women and children rather than Zeus himself? This is a question that has troubled readers for generations, and the answer lies partly in the structure of divine power, and partly in the social realities the myths, reflect. Zeus is the king of the gods. Direct confrontation with him risks open conflict, risks destabilizing the very order Hera is trying to protect. Moreover, in the Greek world, a wife's power over her husband was limited, especially when that husband held supreme authority. But a wife, and especially a queen, had considerable power over others. She could protect or punish those who threatened her position. She could make life difficult for rivals. She could ensure that illegitimate children faced obstacles and that their mothers suffered for their participation, willing or not, in the disruption of the legitimate bond. This is not justice in the modern sense. It is the exercise of available power within a constrained system. Hera punishes those she can reach, because she cannot always punish the one who most deserves it. But there is more to it than pragmatic power dynamics. Hera's punishments also function as public demonstrations. Every time she responds to one of Zeus's betrayals, she is sending a message. This is not acceptable. This will not be overlooked. This has consequences. She is refusing to normalize infidelity. She is refusing to let the court of Olympus treat her marriage as a mere formality. She is insisting, sometimes with terrifying force, that legitimacy matters, that the queen's position matters, that the vows made before gods and witnessed by the cosmos are not empty words. Her harshness becomes a form of enforcement, a reminder that boundaries exist and that crossing them brings suffering. In a world where gods set the tone for everything below them, Hera's insistence on consequences becomes a moral lesson. Betrayal is not cost-free. Dishonor spreads pain, and the social fabric tears when vows are treated as negotiable. Consider the mythology surrounding some of Zeus's most famous children born outside his marriage to Hera. Heracles, perhaps the greatest of Greek heroes, is the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene. His entire life is marked by Hera's opposition. She sends serpents to kill him in his cradle. She drives him to madness, causing him to murder his own wife and children. She makes his famous labors as difficult as possible, using her influence to create obstacles and complications. To modern readers, this can seem monstrous. Heracles is a hero, a protector of humanity, a figure of immense courage and strength. Why should he suffer for his father's actions? But in the logic of Hera's mythology, Heracles represents a threat to legitimacy. He is a living reminder of Zeus's betrayal. He is a son born outside the marriage, yet favored by Zeus, destined for greatness, and positioned to eclipse the legitimate children of Hera. His very existence is an insult to the sanctity of the marriage bond, and to Hera's position as queen and wife. Hera's opposition to Heracles is not personal hatred of an innocent child. It is the defense of a principle. If Zeus can father children outside the marriage, shower them with favor, and elevate them to greatness without consequence, then what meaning does marriage have? What authority does the queen retain? What message does it send to the world below? To mortals who look to the gods as models of behavior. Hera's actions, harsh as they are, function as a refusal to accept a new normal, where vows are optional and legitimacy is meaningless. She cannot prevent Zeus from having affairs. She cannot stop him from fathering children. But she can ensure that those children face obstacles, that they do not walk an easy path to glory, and that their existence is marked by the tension they create simply by being born. In this way, Hera maintains her position and her principles, even when she cannot fully control the situation. The same pattern appears with other children of Zeus's affairs. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, is born of Zeus and the mortal Semele. Hera tricks Semele into demanding that Zeus reveal himself in his true divine form, a request that results in Semele's incineration. The unborn Dionysus is saved by Zeus, sewn into his thigh, and later born from Zeus's body. But even after his birth, Dionysus faces Hera's wrath. She drives him to madness. She opposes his acceptance among the Olympians. She makes his path to divinity as difficult as possible. Again, the logic is the same. Dionysus is a child born outside the marriage, a living reminder of Zeus's infidelity, and a threat to the idea that legitimate unions produce legitimate heirs with legitimate claims to divine status. Hera's opposition is the enforcement mechanism that says this violation of the marriage bond will not be smoothly integrated into the social order. There will be resistance. There will be consequences. There will be suffering. But Hera's mythology is not only about punishment and opposition. She is also a protector, particularly of women who honor marriage and of communities that uphold legitimate unions. In various myths, she aids women in childbirth, blesses marriages, and supports those who remain faithful to their vows. She is invoked by brides and honored at weddings. She is the goddess to whom women pray for stable homes and legitimate children. This protective aspect of Hera's mythology is often overshadowed by the stories of her anger, but it is equally important. Hera represents the safety that comes from acknowledged bonds, the security that comes from social recognition, and the protection that comes from being part of a legitimate structure. A woman married with Hera's blessing is a woman whose children are recognized, whose status is secure, whose place in society is acknowledged. This is not a small thing in a world where illegitimacy could mean exclusion, where unacknowledged relationships could mean abandonment, and where women's security often depended on the stability of their marriages. Hera's protection is tied to her domain. She guards lawful marriage, which means she guards the women who participate in lawful marriage and the children born from it. She is the divine assurance that following the rules brings reward, that honoring vows brings safety, and that society will recognize and protect those who uphold its fundamental structures. This is why her anger at violations is so intense. She is not merely defending her own marriage, though she is doing that too. She is defending the entire concept of marriage as a sacred, binding institution. Every time Zeus betrays his vows, he undermines the very foundation Hera represents. Every child born outside the marriage threatens the principle that legitimate unions matter. Hera's responses, both protective and punitive, are her attempt to maintain the boundary between legitimate and illegitimate, between honored and dishonored, between the stable order she represents and the chaos that would result if desire alone determined the shape of society. The Greek world understood this tension. They knew that powerful men often took lovers, that bastard children existed, that marriages were sometimes political arrangements rather than love matches. But they also knew that without some structure, without some enforcement of vows and boundaries, society would collapse into endless feuds over inheritance, identity, and belonging. Hera's mythology gave divine weight to the idea that marriage mattered, that vows could not be casually broken, and that betrayal had consequences. She was the goddess who refused to let the culture slide into a casual acceptance of infidelity as normal and harmless. She was the force that insisted on standards, even when those standards were inconvenient, even when those standards conflicted with desire, even when those standards made life more complicated. This brings us to the question of dignity, which is central to understanding Hera's power and her appeal as a mythic figure. Hera is often described as majestic, regal, dignified. She carries herself with the bearing of a queen. She demands respect, not through pleading, but through presence. She does not beg Zeus to change. She does not accept humiliation as her lot. She responds to dishonor with force, with consequences, with the insistence that she will not be treated as disposable. In human terms, this makes her a symbol of self-respect, of the refusal to accept degradation, of the understanding that peace without dignity is not peace, but surrender. Dignity in Hera's mythology is not arrogance. It is the recognition of one's own worth and the refusal to allow others to diminish it. Hera knows her position. She is queen of Olympus, daughter of Kronos, sister and wife of Zeus, mother of gods, guardian of sacred vows. She will not be reduced to a footnote in her husband's adventures. She will not quietly tolerate being replaced, humiliated, or ignored. Her dignity demands acknowledgement, demands respect, and when those are not freely given, she takes action to secure them. This is what makes her mythologically powerful. She is not passive. She does not accept mistreatment as inevitable. She fights for her position, defends her boundaries, and insists that her role and her marriage be honored. In this sense, Hera becomes a mythic model for anyone who has ever had to defend their dignity against those who would undermine it. She represents the voice that says, "I will not be treated this way. I deserve better. My boundaries matter. My worth is not negotiable." This is a sleep-friendly lesson in the sense that it affirms the importance of self-respect as a foundation for peace. When we tolerate humiliation, when we allow boundaries to be crossed without response, we create internal chaos. We teach ourselves that our worth is conditional, that our needs are secondary, that our dignity can be sacrificed for the sake of avoiding conflict. Hera's mythology challenges this. It says that defending dignity is not aggression. It is necessary. It is the maintenance of self in the face of forces that would erase the self. The relationship between Hera and Zeus, then, becomes the central political marriage of the cosmos, both stabilizing and strained. It holds Olympus together precisely because it contains all the tensions that marriage contains. The balance between power and accountability, between freedom and obligation, between individual desire and communal good. Zeus represents the exercise of power, often impulsive, often driven by desire, often unconcerned with consequences. Hera represents accountability, the insistence that power must answer for itself, that actions have consequences, and that even the king must respect boundaries. Their conflicts are not simply domestic squabbles. They are cosmic dramas that explore fundamental questions about authority, legitimacy, and the limits of power. Zeus, in many ways, embodies the fantasy that power grants exemption from rules. He is king, so he takes what he wants. He is strongest, so he does not need to justify himself. He is supreme, so the standards that apply to others do not apply to him. This is the logic of unchecked power, the assumption that might makes right and that those at the top are beyond accountability. Hera is the mythic resistance to this logic. She insists that Zeus is not beyond accountability, that his power does not grant him the right to violate vows, and that even the king of the gods must face consequences for his actions. She cannot always enforce these consequences directly. She cannot overthrow him or force him to change. But but she can make his betrayals costly. She can ensure that his affairs do not proceed smoothly. She can punish those who participate in undermining her marriage. She can remind him and the entire cosmos that vows matter and that the queen will not be silenced. This dynamic creates a marriage that is both functional and fraught. On one level, Hera and Zeus work together to maintain the Olympian order. They are the king and queen, the central authority figures, the ones who set the tone for divine society. Their marriage legitimizes the entire structure. It signals that Olympus is not just a collection of powerful beings, but a kingdom with hierarchy, with rules, with a royal couple at its center. But on another level, their marriage is a battlefield. It is the site of ongoing struggle over respect, fidelity, and the limits of power. Hera is constantly defending her position, constantly insisting on her rights, constantly reminding Zeus that his authority does not include the authority to humiliate her without consequence. Zeus, for his part, continues to act as though his desires override his obligations, though he also recognizes Hera's power and sometimes yields to her anger or negotiates with her when her opposition becomes too costly. The Greek audience watching these myths unfold would have recognized the dynamics. Marriages, especially among the powerful, were political arrangements as much as personal relationships. They were alliances that served larger purposes, maintaining peace, securing inheritance, stabilizing power. But they were also human relationships, subject to passion, jealousy, betrayal, and conflict. The marriage of Zeus and Hera mythologizes this tension. It shows that even the most important marriage, the one that holds the cosmos together, is not free from struggle. It shows that legitimacy must be defended, that dignity must be maintained, and that the balance between power and accountability is never permanently settled, but must be constantly negotiated. From the divine marriage, the myths branch out into the broader world of heroes and mortals. And here, Hera's influence becomes vast and complex. The heroic age of Greek mythology is filled with stories of great warriors, clever adventurers, and doomed protagonists. But these heroes do not exist in isolation. They are embedded in families, in communities, in networks of obligation and expectation. Their identities are shaped not only by their deeds, but by their parentage, their legitimacy, and their relationships to the divine. Hera, as guardian of marriage and legitimacy, has a natural interest in the heroic world. She favors those who honor vows and uphold social order. She opposes those who threaten legitimate structures, particularly the illegitimate children of Zeus, who are positioned to become great heroes. This is where Hera's mythology intersects with some of the most famous stories in Greek tradition. The voyage of the Argonauts, for example, is aided by Hera, who supports Jason in his quest for the Golden Fleece. Why? Because Jason, despite his flaws, represents a legitimate claim. He is the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, displaced by a usurper. Hera's support for Jason is consistent with her role as guardian of legitimate authority and proper order. She wants to see the rightful king restored, the usurper punished, and the social structure corrected. The quest becomes not just an adventure, but a mission to restore legitimacy, and Hera backs it for that reason. Conversely, Hera opposes the Trojans' side in the Trojan War, partly because of the judgment of Paris, the Trojan prince who declared Aphrodite the most beautiful goddess and thus slighted Hera, and partly because the Trojans represent a disruption to the Greek social order. The abduction of Helen, whether she went willingly or not, is a violation of marriage, a breaking of sacred bonds, and an insult to the institution Hera protects. The war itself becomes a mythic working out of the consequences of a betrayal. Hera supports the Greeks, aids their cause, and ensures that Troy, the city that harbored the violation of marriage, falls. The destruction of Troy is not just military victory, it is moral consequence. It is the enforcement of the principle that marriages cannot be violated, that vows cannot be broken, and that such actions bring ruin. Throughout the heroic age, Hera's presence is felt wherever questions of legitimacy and belonging arise. Who is recognized as a son? Who can claim inheritance? Who is favored by the gods? These are not abstract questions. They shape destinies. They determine who receives divine aid and who faces divine opposition. They influence whether a hero rises to glory or falls to ruin. Hera, as the goddess most concerned with legitimacy, is deeply involved in these determinations. She rewards those who honor her principles and punishes those who violate them. She supports heroes born of legitimate unions and opposes those born outside marriage, especially when they are favored by Zeus. This creates a moral atmosphere in the heroic age where pride is punished, promises are tested, and loyalty is rewarded. The myths repeatedly show that greatness alone is not enough. A hero must also navigate the social and divine expectations, must honor vows, must respect boundaries, and must recognize that power and favor can be withdrawn if the gods are offended. Hera is one of the primary enforcers of this moral atmosphere. She is the one who notices when pride becomes hubris, when a hero or mortal oversteps, when a vow is broken or a boundary crossed. Her opposition is often catastrophic for those who face it, a reminder that divine favor is conditional, and that even the greatest heroes must respect the principles that hold society together. But Hera's role is not only punitive. She also represents the stability that comes from honoring boundaries. Those who respect marriage, who uphold vows, who maintain proper relationships, can expect Hera's protection. The Greeks understood that a world without boundaries is a world of chaos, and Hera's insistence on standards provides the structure within which heroic deeds can occur. She is not anti-heroism. She is pro-order. She wants heroes to be great within a framework of legitimacy and respect. She opposes those whose greatness comes at the expense of that framework. This brings us back to the deeper symbolism of Hera's mythology: self-respect as power. In a culture that often glorified strength, cleverness, and individual achievement, Hera represents a different kind of power. She represents the power that comes from knowing your worth, defending your boundaries, and refusing to accept humiliation. She does not win every conflict with Zeus. She does not prevent every affair or every illegitimate birth. But she never stops asserting her dignity. She never accepts degradation as normal. She never surrenders her position without a fight. This mythic lesson translates into a principle that applies far beyond ancient Greece. Self-respect is foundational to peace, both internal and external. When we know what we will not tolerate, when we defend our boundaries with clarity and consistency, we reduce ambiguity and conflict. Others know where they stand. They know what is acceptable and what is not. They know that crossing certain lines will bring consequences. This clarity creates stability. It allows relationships to function within known parameters. It prevents the slow erosion of respect that happens when boundaries are repeatedly crossed without response. Hera's mythology shows that defending boundaries is not aggression. It is maintenance. It is the work of preserving dignity in a world that often treats dignity as negotiable. When Hera punishes those who violate her marriage, she is not being irrationally jealous. She is defending a boundary that matters to her, that defines her role, and that holds her world together. When she insists that vows be honored, she is not being rigid. She is maintaining the structure that allows society to function. When she refuses to accept humiliation quietly, she is not being difficult. She is asserting her worth in the face of forces that would diminish it. For those listening to this story, as they drift towards sleep, Hera's lesson is both ancient and immediate. The world is held together not by force alone, but by promises kept, by boundaries respected, by dignity maintained. Power is not only the ability to dominate, but the ability to uphold standards when it would be easier to let them slide. True strength includes the strength to demand respect, to defend what is sacred, and to insist that relationships be built on more than impulse and desire. Hera, in all her mythic complexity, embodies this truth. She is the queen who refuses to be diminished, the wife who insists on accountability, the goddess who guards the vows that turn individuals into families, and families into civilizations. As the heroic age unfolds and eventually fades as the stories cycle through generations of mortals and gods, Hera remains constant. She is the steady presence, the unyielding principle, the voice that says, vows matter, dignity matters, legitimacy matters. The world may change, heroes may rise and fall, empires may flourish and crumble, but the need for commitment, for boundaries, for respect does not change. Hera's mythology endures because it speaks to something fundamental in human experience. The need for structure, for stability, for the assurance that promises mean something and that our worth will not be casually dismissed. In the end, Hera's power is not flashy. It does not announce itself with thunder or manifest in spectacular displays of force. It is quieter than that, steadier than that. It is the power of the boundary that holds, the vow that is kept, the dignity that is defended. It is the power that builds kingdoms and sustains them through generations. It is the power that turns chaos into order and ensures that order does not collapse back into chaos. It is the power of the queen who knows her worth and will not let the world forget it. And so, as you settle into rest, let Hera's story remind you of the strength that comes from self-respect, the peace that comes from clear boundaries, and the stability that comes from honoring commitments. Let her mythology be a gentle affirmation that you, too, have worth that deserves protection, that your boundaries matter, and that true power includes the power to maintain dignity in the face of forces that would undermine it. The world is held together by such power, by the countless small acts of defending what is right, of keeping promises, of insisting on respect. Hera is the mythic embodiment of these acts, the goddess who reminds us that civilization depends on more than strength. It depends on standards, on boundaries, on the quiet courage to uphold dignity when it would be easier to surrender. Sleep now, knowing that the world, like Olympus, is held together not by force alone, but by the steady insistence that vows matter, that dignity matters, and that the boundaries we defend are the invisible architecture of peace. Hera's throne endures, not because she is the strongest, but because she is the one who will not be moved, the one who insists that the center hold, the one who guards the vows that make a kingdom more than a collection of power. In that steadiness, in that refusal to accept humiliation, in that defense of what is sacred, there is a kind of peace. The peace of knowing what you stand for, what you will protect, and what you will never surrender. Rest in that peace. Let it carry you gently into sleep, held by the ancient truth that dignity, defended with courage and clarity, is power enough to hold a world together. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.